And I've actually got a guest here. We've got Ruric to look at some VODs today.
Hey,
Thank you again for showing up at such short notice. I do appreciate it.
it just seemed pretty fun. These are sets I've wanted to watch, and getting to talk them over as we watch them sounds like a good time.
I was actually chilling like right before the game started. I was like, I feel like this would be better if I had another person, because sometimes if you're looking at a game on your own, you can actually miss a good amount of things. So it's nice to have like just more input.
Yeah, and it's like sometimes you think someone chose an option or made a particular decision for one reason, but someone else might have a different insight, and it's just kind of really interesting to be like bouncing those ideas back and forth.
For sure. We're gonna go ahead and pop this game here. It's a Block Boss versus Hyde versus Akatsuki. This is actually my first time seeing these players. Go ahead and full screen
I've
for it.
seen play before. I saw him mollywop the Chilean Yuzu players, so I was just like, "Damn, this guy's OD. I want to play him." But he
Let's see if
actually
he keeps that
is
up.
going to be at Climax, so we will get a chance to see how we fare against the top of Chilean Uni.
Talking about. I'm actually excited to meet a lot of people. Like a majority of the Hilda players are going to be there, and I'm pretty stoked to see most of them.
Yeah.
I want the offline set against Royal too. I can smoke his 623Bs. I can't wait, dude. I'm freaking wait. I'm freaking mauling thinking about it. Now that I have hair.
I feel that.
All right, we're gonna get right into this one here, though. Let's see what he actually does this. I'm actually not sure who the victor is. I just watched the first game.
Yeah, it's just the default Akatsuki color.
He means business.
You like playing against
Yeah.
Katsuki?
It was default high too. This
Oh,
Vorpal
yeah,
cycle
too.
is actually super violent with the throw attempts, and luckily actually teched like everything, so he's got 4 whole blocks here.
Okay.
I
that
actually like the
was
fact that he's
like-
holding it too, and then he
Un
uses it for a
comentario que leí ahí en
fireball.
el
He doesn't
chat.
commit too much. This is actually,
Es donde
I like
va a ver
how,
el conocimiento de
despite
uno del
despite how he's losing the
juego
cycle, he's
sobre
not like scared,
sobre el talento entre
and he
que puede
shoot, he
el
actually
Black.
he still won it. Hold on, I actually want to go back there, like
Oye,
look at that
tenemos
particular
ahí
cycle, because I thought he was just gonna lose.
bueno.
So what we saw right
No, no,
there
no.
is actually something I've been personally working on myself quite a bit, which is to not like if you're decently far behind in the cycle, like is right here,
Mhm.
it is way too risky to try and greet it with like concentrates or assaults or run up throw or anything like that. So right here, instead of doing some big play for the cycle where you can potentially just get killed, he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna do regular ass pressure, and if I get the hit, then I win it. Otherwise, whatever. I was gonna lose it anyway.
Yeah, especially a thing that I realized a lot playing this game with other people is it's either the last 4 or 3 seconds. It's when people start to actually become aware that the grid cycle exists. Like for people that aren't accounting it at all times, and they get a lot more risky. They either throw, or if they're not in throw range, they're a lot more likely to assault, especially if it's like that last little tipping point. So
Yep.
you can actually make the guess. Should you sometimes I actually go for a high shield, because people don't usually try to sweep you before cycle's over, and and even like on the off chance that you do get broken at that point, I think that they usually don't pick up the big sweep. So if you're wrong, it does stink, but it's usually not as bad as getting like counter hit swept, right? You just get obliterated. But it's fun to like see what people do and try to find like a nice option. I've been doing like in some cases jump shields, like not in the range of their anti-air, but like right out of it, so that if they like do any kind of approach that's like aerial, like it's on my advantage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But right here, I just changed the volume because my volume knob was at like 20%, so I apologize for your ears if this is too loud. I'm gonna adjust it right here. But this is actually at the end of the first cycle, so we're gonna go here right when he uses the fireball. This is really important. So he dumps it. The cycle's like half over, and Hyde's like he's pretty good in the grid. To be honest, I would have been chilling out for the most part. And
Leí ahí en el chat.
he didn't go for any
Es
purple
donde
shields
te va a
because he
ver
didn't want to
el
risk getting like a
conocimiento del
green
Juno del
shield.
juego
If he gets a green
sobre
shield,
el
like,
Black,
you know,
sobre el
he
talento
whiffs and he
entre.
loses. But it seems strange that he like went so defensive and literally like at the last 2 seconds he decided to go for a throw.
Yeah, like the stand tech there really costs a cycle just because throw whiff by itself is, if I remember correctly, a block gone, and then got hit, which was an instant other block.
And assaulted. So I think he had like 2 blocks on him. And he immediately lost the
Que puede
advantage that he had.
desbloquear.
Let me see.
Yep. And
Juego-
like
It was a
considering
he had
no one
5
had the
blocks to 2, and he lost.
and considering no one had the cycle at this point, like all that Black Bass had to do was continue to block, just because at this point, getting thrown, he still would have won the cycle.
Yeah.
A throw is only a block and a half swing, so if you're that far ahead, you can afford to take one throw.
Yep, and even if he got thrown in that case, he would have Vorpal, and he could either use that to do some crazy Abare with Vorpal, since he has to respect the fact that a DP does exist, right? I think I don't know how many situations Akatsuki can safe jump. I think he has a couple, but after
Yeah,
that
it
part's
depends
over,
on the
it's still threatening.
knockdown. Like air throw knockdown, he can absolutely safe jump. IW, he can safe jump usually. But yeah, like Tatsu Ender, no, he can't.
So we're gonna move on to the next
Por
cycle.
favor,
Here. So
el Black Bass. Por
here
el
he gets
talento
smoked,
entre
big
que
lead.
puede del Black Bass.
And to make it even worse, he was already a deficit in the first place
Oye,
because he got hit
ahí
earlier. So
está
now he has like
bastante
nothing going
bueno
for
y
him.
tenemos 3 luquitas. Daño
He
de
got a
Chicken
whole
Corner,
he can spend a whole thing
menos.
of butter and 1 pressure
Ese
shirt.
setup
He
de
just didn't
midi,
block.
si we felt primer 5
So it definitely went pretty awry just because he
deja
lost the
básico.
cycle. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that hit was guaranteed to kill at that point. It was Akatsuki in the corner.
He does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And he had a whole 200 meter when he killed him there. So he was definitely dead. He just didn't spend all of it. He did 4K. I think that was a 5B starter.
Yeah, I think so.
Uy, ¿te mató?
Y lo mató.
4 nunca igual. Galeta.
Es mucho daño. Akatsuki en corner hace una
Yeah,
cantidad ridícula de
dash
daño.
block. Oh, it didn't.
He's keeping it calm here. Ooh, he did run away though. That's making him lose the cycle. And then
Yeah.
unfortunately he does go a little too deep with his pressure
Uy,
reset
va
there.
a ir para la
Uno
casa.
se va para allá, o sea, el corner y
You
el
know,
otro que
spinning the
estaba
meter, which is
mirando
good, 'cause
también
he
la
was about to
barra,
cap it too hard.
o sea, el grid, perdón,
He's very
iba a
confident.
llevar
He's
el grid
got
igual,
good
aunque
blocks.
el-
So it was a
gastará
pretty good
tiempo por
throw.
el-
Pretty good
por
time to
el
throw. Ooh. Plus frames.
Uy, ahí, buena
Oh,
opción de
yeah.
buena
660
opción.
no cancel. It is
que va a
punishable.
callarse la corner y ahora lo va a
But
terminar.
like, most of the time, people are expecting Akatsuki to like go into Fireball or Eitatsu or something.
I always expect Eitatsu. That move is so scary.
Yeah, and like, like a lot of people instinctively will shield after blocking his 6-6C. So it is a very common thing for Akatsuki pressure to 6-6C no cancel and look out for that green shield. And if they do nothing, well, you basically can just keep taking your turn.
You happen to know how minus 660 is? If it's like close up.
Well, you know what? I have very conveniently Lexbot right here, so let's.
I'm not gonna lie
ask
to you.
her.
This whole time I thought it was just safe.
No. Then. Oh, okay. It's -4, so it's like most of the time safe, but like minus enough that like even pressing
you
an
wanna
A
throw
button
'em.
after you're getting counter hit by B buttons.
It's definitely not worth it in the grand scheme. I block 660. I'm usually just chilling, especially if I know the Eitatsu's coming. Akatsuki players
Yeah.
are always trying to get away with that one. So
Yeah,
if,
exactly.
I'll get hit by a lot of things, but I don't want to get hit by that Tatsu.
Eitatsu
Like, it's not even worth it in the
counter
grand
hit
scheme.
is such a good starter for Akatsuki. It is absurd damage, especially in the corner, because it doesn't use an OTG. It just puts them in crumple state, and you just do whatever the fuck you want.
I'm pretty sure that's like peak Akatsuki gameplay. It's like let the endorphins get lit up.
Yep. And especially because like you can delay cancel into the Eitatsu, and like if they made the mistake of trying to take their turn back with a low, and Eitatsu or both his Tatsus get foot invuln once they become active.
Mhm.
So they can beat a lot of things that they really shouldn't.
It's super good against like the cats where their best like Abari options are low. Like Hyde's 2A is a really good example. And now
Yep.
he's more inclined to use 6B, which is 3 frames slower, right? So it gives him a lot of leeway in what he's trying to do.
Yep. 6B or his 5A, like if you are forcing them to use those worse Abari options, then that's just really good conditioning that Akatsuki wants. Because now you have to be like way more correct on your mash.
Mira,
See,
muy buena opción por el.
I actually want to see what led up to this throw here. That was
Yeah,
660,
Uy,
right? Okay,
buena
just,
opción,
yeah,
yeah,
just hit
it
him out
was-
of 660.
Yeah, so
ahora ya se lo
did
corner y ahora
the
lo va a
block
terminar, va a
string,
terminar con 1-4-6, ¿no?
does
Sí,
space
mira.
8 fireball, so he could beat plus, then 6-6C, and then at that point you can do another spaced fireball and be plus again, which is why he decided to no cancel and see if he could do something that way. But Black
I
Vest wasn't
see,
really
but
having
freaking
it.
Blockfast was feeling violence, so he just swung with
Yeah.
5A, and he's like, all right, I'm
Which
going in.
yeah, it's the right call.
It was very brave. It did win him the cycle though. That was I think especially if you like hit someone and then like you approach them, they're definitely less inclined to do something. They probably like in some cases you're like you're getting hit. You definitely process what comes next really slowly if it's not a combo. Like it's like just jab resets are usually really good in the case of just being thrown, and that's actually what won him the cycle there. Put him in a pretty big lead. Like just a combination of getting the hit, which gives him some blocks, and then the actual throw itself and the combo afterwards. He's like 3 ahead. That's real good.
Aprovechando, sacó el.
Got the cycle here, and unfortunately, this is actually a big thing I see high players do like all the time. So peep his
Y
resources,
mira,
right?
aprovechando, sacó el.
The grid cycle right here is like a third over. He has full bar, and he has 3 bars of grid on but he dumps the chain shift instead of the meter. So now,
So like adding to the fact that it was poor use of CS right here.
Mhm.
Akatsuki doesn't have great ways of challenging Hyde's pressure when he is at that like just pressed 2-2 X range,
Mhm.
because Hyde's 5A being as long as it is makes it really hard for Akatsuki to challenge right there. Akatsuki doesn't have any disjoint on his moves. His 5B is very easily jumped over. His 5C whiffs on crouchers. Like at this spacing, it is very difficult for Akatsuki to take his turn against Hyde. So like the thing that Hyde should be doing at this point is keeping Vorpal and using Hyde's Vorpal trait of extra chip on his sword normals and just continue to whittle away at Akatsuki's health.
especially since it's very likely that when Hyde's doing pressure that he loses the cycle anyway, because it's a big game of guesses, hoping that you can at least bait green shields, and if they're doing purple shields, that's when he's more inclined to throw them. But in this case, it's like doubly sure that he's gonna like lose the cycle, because if he wants to do anything and he holds onto the meter, it's just kind of foolish at that point. He should definitely be using meter at any point, right? Because he's just full, and all of his metered options actually chip pretty well and just like lead to straight up resets. He doesn't actually have to get closer, but just resetting it and like keeping that guaranteed is good. But if he just had Vorpal, he would do double the damage that he's probably about to do in the next like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I just like, for me right here, I wouldn't be immediately dumping meter after that 2-2X. I would like do like a slight walk back fireball into like explosion. Just because like if Akatsuki dares to try to jump over that, explosion kills. If Akatsuki tries to do like C Tatsu to get through it, he can whiff cancel into his EXDP. Like Hyde has so many ways to prevent Akatsuki's approach with meter that like he doesn't have to spend it for an extra turn. He can just keep it and have it be his insurance against Hyde or Akatsuki wanting to do anything to take his turn back.
That is true. But I feel like at the very least, since he did have Vorpal here, if he just used 100 and then had the insurance from the other 100,
yeah, that's a good
while
point.
While still building up, because like having 200 just sucks because you're not doing anything, right?
Yeah, you're not building any meter if you're at 200. Yeah, that is a good point. Might as well get some chip in.
Especially since
go
this
back
game doesn't
into-
penalize using meter. Like there's no lower meter for like a time because you use it. Like you just get it anyway. This game's
Oh,
pretty
no.
lenient on it.
There definitely is. If it's the start of a combo.
Oh,
But,
only if
like,
it's a starter. Okay.
Well, if even if it's mid combo, the rest of the combo has heavily prorated meter gain. Like, I definitely see it when I'm like playing Yuzu. Her absolute best starter is her 236C.
Oh, and you're
Which
getting
is,
a meter afterwards.
and yeah, if she does a 236 starter, she ends up gaining throughout the entire combo like maybe 15 meter, whereas normally that combo would gain like 75.
So that's actually a lot bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
There's actually not too many cases where I guess just because I mainly use my meter to like end the combo and reset pressure, so I actually haven't noticed it.
Yeah, like if you are a character that dumps meter early on in the combo, you'd absolutely notice that you are not gaining meter.
Definitely have to keep that in mind in the future. Let's see what Black Vats actually does with his meter here. I'm actually really curious because I went on a big tangent because I actually see this too much. So I really like to always annotate when Hyde has 200 meter and Vorpal and uses Vorpal first.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is
Si
actually
Black Vats
pretty
tuviera los
universal.
combos más
Like,
óptimos,
if
esto
you
sería muy
have
diferente.
200 meter and Vorpal, regardless of what character you are, use your meter first because Vorpal will get you meter later.
And a problem here is he did use Black Orbiter to reset, so at least he stopped it being capped, but he didn't really go into something that was safe insurance wise because force function into 2-2B unfortunately has a gap, and it's very telegraphed to the point where Akatsuki's definitely not the person you want to do that to because he can just parry it, and that's what happened there. So he didn't use Akatsuki specific pressure, and he's definitely being punished. He's checking the fact that he didn't respect the possibility of force function, and
Yeah.
due to Hyde's pressure usage here, having 2 force functions, that's 5 blocks, almost 5 blocks for Yuno. So he's got 200 meter. He should definitely spend some of it at the end of this combo, but if not, it's still gonna be one hit until he kills him. If anything, like this is a force function starter, so he can't use meter to get him to like one throw until he dies. So it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, like if I'm Yuno right here after the force function, I'm not spending meter. I'm just going into air throw for the side swap.
Just backwards. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably what he does.
Sí, yo creo lo mismo.
Oh, he just broke his noggin. I
Eso
guess
fue
that works too.
cochino.
Eso fue bastante cerdo, la
Pero
verdad.
veo mi combo para pegar el
You
otro.
just use all meter. All right, so he's
Eso
made
fue
sure he killed him.
bastante
That works
cerdo,
out.
pescar el
Yeah,
backdash con
it's
un
Nash.
back 6.
Yeah. No reason
Porque
to
tú vas a ver
try
que
and
está
be
encima tuyo
optimal
y
when
te va a agachar.
like, easy can kill.
It's like Spoinkman always tells me, why do a crazy combo and drop it when you can do ABC, ABC? That's why I do that. Cannot fail you. I actually like the fact that he got a counter hit here, and I think he may have reacted late, so instead of trying to whiff like a 2B, he was like, I'm just gonna keep dashing. Like, I'm getting a bunch of Vorpal here, and he's close to the corner, so this is still a win, right? Like, he's... Like, I like it when you have, like, a slightly bad situation. Like, he could have 2B'd, probably, and still got it, but he's being secure here, and he still got something, right? There's still a big reward, even though he only did, like, what, 800 damage? I like the fact that he actually recognized that and chilled with it.
Tsuki mata en larga.
He actually gets a hit here.
Uy, tenemos corner, así que
Uy,
vamos a
no,
pegar.
no,
That's
no,
why I
no,
got
Yeah,
afraid
just
of
barely
it.
out of too far from
Yeah,
the
if
corner
you set up
to
really
have
hard,
that loot work.
it's really hard to get out of it.
And that throw actually does narrowly make him win the cycle again. Ooh. Okay, he goes
Oh,
for the
bien.
force function. He has 200
En
meter now,
5
so that does help
Akatsuki
him
es
a little.
demasiado rápido. De hecho, diría que es una muy buena opción de dar
footsies from Akatsuki.
como el mid-swing, por decirlo así.
So,
He has,
like,
he has
okay,
an
well,
Xbox here.
I talk with this like you know how I've like ran like a bunch of like beginner events through WA Uni and where we just like kind of commentate about like what player like just general feedback that they like should be doing and like one of the things that I always emphasize on is if you are going to mash, also mash the follow-up button because
Yes.
like if you're gonna get hit, you're gonna get hit regardless. And if you score
You
the
gotta
hit,
stay with
you
your
might
beliefs.
as well have the auto confirm. Like, there's no reason for you to be attempting to hit confirm your mash because it'll either work or it won't. And like here, we saw like pressing far 5B and then have it hit and with no follow up. And it's like, you really got to be, immediately smashing the C button after just in case it happened to hit.
Actually want to go back to that particular. I think it was a 5B like about 8 seconds ago. It was like right here, right here.
5 de Katsuki es demasiado rápido. De hecho, diría que una.
That one.
Yep.
Right. And I'm pretty sure even if it's like a whiff punish, you can still 6C. I actually don't know Akatsuki routing for a far 5B.
You can absolutely 6C here. 5C would probably work as well. I would like at this spacing, if I'm being conservative, I'm pressing far 5B 2C.
I see.
Just because the 2C goes very far and it is very easy to confirm once after you've pressed the 2C of, you know, knowing whether to like do, you know, turn that into a safe block string or go with the combo.
Muy buena
Like,
opción
max
de
damage
dar
is
como el
you know,
mid
far
por
5B
decirlo así.
6C,
No me
but
cabe duda.
that requires more work than I want to be doing.
I feel that. So he didn't get the confirm, which does bite, but at the very least, through like half of that cycle, Black was being like really conservative at the point. He didn't fight for the cycle at all, so I think he lost like half a block, but he was chasing him like halfway down the screen, so it's pretty much the same as when it started. So
And you know it's very scary to have just Akatsuki aggressively step dashing at you.
especially with Vorpal. So he pretty much just got cornered to corner just for being afraid here. He got hit by like one Bitatsu and then just kept running. I think he actually
Buena
back
opción de dar
dash or something
como
along
el
those
mid
lines.
por decirlo así.
He
Yeah,
back
and, like,
No me cabe.
Yeah, he back dashes. So he's like almost in the corner already just because of that.
Yeah, and that was second/third hit of Bitatsu. So like I definitely don't blame Yuno for not spending resources there to turn it into a combo, because for whatever reason, on like the first hit of Bitatsu prorates really well. The second one prorates worse, and then the third one is like you can spend all your resources that you want. You're not breaking 3K, even with like low health, Vorpal, 200 meter. Like, I don't know why there's weird proration on the different hits of Bitatsu for the starter. But yeah, like since it was second hit starter, like I absolutely agree with just holding on to the meter, holding on to the Vorpal, and just continue to run down this hide.
I hear that confirms like a big pain in the booty too, so it's like not even worth the damage you're not getting.
Yeah, the proration isn't just bad on damage, it's also bad on hit stun. So like there's no point in going for it unless like they're already
they
close
die.
to yeah.
Yeah, and with freaking like 7 blocks, I can definitely understand why he was like, I'm just gonna keep moving. But you know, he gets a ton of blocks, so he's definitely in this next cycle. It just started. He's going for the purple shield, which is good. I do think that if people are going to sit down and block fireballs, they should definitely purple shield it more. And a lot of times I'll be in pressure, and I'm actually gonna mention this pretty much every time it happens. At the like often when it happens, just so people can realize how often it's not being done. But if you have like a free gap where you know it's a frame trap and it's super telegraphed, there is no reason you should not be purple shielding it, because green shield costs 10 meter. And if everything works out, you get the cycle and you get a block every time. So you're spending 10 meter for 20 meter. So you're getting 10. But if you're purple shielding it, you're just getting 20. So if you're thinking in the grand scheme and people are throwing pressure like that, you should be punishing them for giving you frame traps to recognize purple shields.
I see Noctis in chat asking when we're going to do a VOD review. Give us submit your video and we'll probably go over it.
Oh wait, he asked me to review. My chat is broken. I'm gonna pull up Chrome.
Yeah. Noctis is in chat, asking when we're gonna do a VOD review, and like Untold did post out saying that that they will accept any suggestions for VOD review.
Oh, I literally just got the message. Okay, so I see the problem here. All right. So thank you for letting me know that he did say something. Just hit us with a link, and after this game we can actually look at it if you have one we want us to look at.
Yeah.
We're about halfway done with this particular, so a little under halfway. So let's see what happens when he actually approaches him here with his 7 blocks of grid.
No hay duda. Pero yo lo he visto castigar una cantidad estúpida de cosas. en
And
realidad,
so
pero-
like if we can backstep just a little bit to where that was shielded, look at this spacing. Fireballs in this game almost universally have 28 frames of hit stun or block stun, I mean. So like that distance, Akatsuki absolutely does not have a way to dash up and press button in those 28 frames and have it be real.
Is that why he
absolutely
kind of?
that is absolutely a place you can challenge just because the spacing was too far.
Even in the first case, I thought he was kind of like tipper 5B and then he redashed when he was like, oh, he's gonna respect a 5B.
No me cabe duda.
Like right here.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's kind of far. You're right.
Yeah, the spacing is too far. Like at this point, after this step dash, block stun is done. So like, it is really important to be able to like recognize when shit isn't plus enough. Like, you know, you blocked, you already got past the 28 frames right there. Now you're actually in neutral.
Peak swinging hours for Hyde.
Yeah, like right now, if I'm Hyde, I'm smashing 6B.
And then he does it, so he gets a whole ass dash in, and now he's right on top of him, so it's significantly worse. He's got all the grid too. It's I don't want to shield any of this, right?
Yeah, at this point, I'm not shielding anything. Like now that the decision to block there has been made, I am absolutely not trying to shield if I'm the Hyde. It's just too risky.
Pero yo lo he visto castigar una cantidad estúpida de cosas en realidad, pero...
He's definitely trying to win the cycle.
No
He's
tenía-
not doing
tenía
too
tan
much.
buena
He gets
pinta,
thrown, so he has to make another shield
Sí.
risk, and then he gets
Viste,
thrown
me
again.
pasó ayer
So
después.
if he tried to shield there, it was actually boned, but he tried to be a little more patient. So actually, props to him for not getting grid broken there. 100%, I did. But since he didn't get grid broken, he still has a couple more chances to actually probably turn the tide if he can manage to win the cycle.
Con Yu, me dijo, no, ¿sabes lo que es como?
Ooh, okay, so I think this was a bad one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. So the only reason I'm not a fan is Yuno got overexcited, and what he needed to do, like, it is okay to do that like shimmy into 60. I'm really not like fully against it, but he needed to delay the chain shift.
Do you want to know why I'm fully against it?
Because it was like end of cycle and
There's like 2
Hyde is
seconds
at,
left.
Like, yeah.
He just gave it to Hyde for free. So if he loses the round, he could definitely blame this particular action for it.
Yeah, I would agree. My only issue with, like, I agree with you that it was bad to spend it this way. I just think he needed to delay the chain shift after the 6C, because, you know, 6C is not cancelable on block except with CS. So
Yeah.
Doing 6C delay chain shift, watch for red, kill them is a very fun thing to do with Akatsuki. But yeah, like, the real good decision would have been to hold on to it, because Yuno was very far ahead in the cycle, and there was no real way Hyde could win it without Yuno just giving it up.
And a big thing that I do want to consider is most of Akatsuki's combos, he gets at the very least like 70 meter if he hits you in the corner every time, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So if he just spends 100 meter here, and he's got 76, or I'm gonna say 70 because like a few frames pass after he CS'd, but it's a special cancel CS, so it's a little slower anyway. So right here, he could have backdashed and just did B-Tatsu. And he actually could have covered more options and then spent 100 meter, either fireball resetting or that Tatsu actually hit and he just died.
Yep.
Right? And then when the next round starts, he would have like 80 meters, so he would very quickly get 100 for whatever, you know, insurance he needs for whatever Hyde would do in his pressure. And then if he hits him, he would be very close to 200 when the combo's over, and then see Tatsu for hard knockdown, and you're back at around 100. Like, this is this is actually the perfect spot where you would want to spend something, just because how his stuff is stacked together.
Como de 5 frames. Y yo digo, ah, ya
And he
vale.
gets smoked on.
Ahí solo que te decía delante, que tira el 6C de midi y tira el
Now
6C para
suddenly
cancelar.
this game is very winnable
Porque
for
incluso
Black
childear
Guys.
el 6C...
Unfortunately, he
estaba
does
en
CS
verde,
early again,
moriste.
so you can't chip
Claro.
him.
Oye, se fue por un
Like if he
6C.
chipped him a little bit more right there and got this hit, this could potentially have killed.
O sea, no, este meme no va a funcionar
They
contra
won the
Juno.
cycle.
Yeah,
No, el Juno bloqueado.
Yeah,
He's getting really scared.
El Failbringer quizá ahí podría
I'm gonna go
matar.
back to like
Ahora que lo pienso.
this whole thing
Y el
because I
Failbringer no
definitely
tiene
saw
una
some
ímbola proyectil al
really
principio.
like just
estoy seguro.
shooketh
es un limbo el
usages of just
Podría
abilities
matar
and
otros. No sé
cycles there. This is actually just a
Ahí
good
está.
neutral
De nuevo lo
exchange in
vi acá
general.
picando.
All right, so he died to
that was
stand
so
tech.
fake.
Yeah, it was.
Well, yeah, we'll go back and then we'll talk about that last interaction.
Failbringer
It was
quizá contra Juno.
not here.
Sí,
Alright,
por algo ahí.
it's basically when he
No,
first
este-
gets
este
this. So I get that he didn't get the combo there. If he was in 6C range, he actually could have killed Akatsuki, but you know he literally couldn't do it.
No,
So
funcionar.
he falls back, he blocks this, right?
And
And
then like normally I wouldn't be against that C fireball, but that was so late in the cycle. Like if he would have waited half a second, he would have won the cycle, and then he could have done whatever he wanted.
because the worst thing that Hyde could do in that scenario is like 6-6C, right? And
Yeah.
And if he does 6-6C, he can't just go around doing force function shenanigans because Akatsuki can DP the follow or he can parry the follow-ups, and he doesn't want to do that now because he would actually die. Like he's not gonna live. So this is actually probably one of the most comfortable times to actually stand in the corner because Hyde either has to throw you or he's way too far to throw in general, honestly. So he has to approach you, and it's a really risky thing to do because both of you are so close to dead. Like throwing would be all right because it would kill, but it's just there's so many ways that he could die getting led up to the throw from how far away he was. So the EX fireball didn't feel necessary. But even with him having that, I think that considering the spacing, like it could have been like maybe like a Bitatsu or something, but I definitely think he was a little shook here because he double backdashes and CSs. Like, if he was going to CS, I think he should have actually just done it immediately on just recovery of the fireball because 2 backdashes definitely, like, it beyond dodged that Tatsu. So it just seemed kind of strange that he just uses it here.
Yep.
Because it's not like it's not like there was anything like risky. Like he definitely can confirm in 2 backdashes that you definitely dodged something, right?
Yeah.
No, el Juno bloqueado.
And then
That was actually,
you know,
I think that fireball was okay, but he also could have died because Palebringer was available.
yeah, so I definitely agree. He could have died because of Palebringer. I don't necessarily disagree with the EX Fireball just because in a neutral CS situation, EX Fireball comes out frame 4.
It's that fast.
And yeah, it is like absurdly fast. It's like it's one of Akatsuki's best mash out options if he has the meter for it.
This actually explains so much.
Yeah. And like on trade, he still gets a combo. It's an absolutely shit starter. The only good thing about using that is the fact that it's fast. And plus. But yeah, Hyde, could have Palebringered there. The distance was kind of big, so like I'm not fully like go back to when CS happened.
O sea, no, este meme no va a funcionar contra Juno.
No,
Yeah, like that there is like Palebringer probably would have reached. But it was like if I'm the Hyde player, I probably would be a little bit unsure.
Because
I mean,
I think this is also kind of an okay space where Akatsuki could dash 2BU, so I'm probably not trying to walk back and like be ready to churn one out. But if he was just like chilling there like and actually doing nothing, I think that he definitely could have gotten a kill here.
Mm-hmm.
no, el Juno bloqueado Vertex.
El Failbringer quizá ahí podría haber matado.
It's just a shame that he
Ahora que lo
died to
pienso.
the stand
El
tech
Failbringer no tiene
curse.
una ímbola proyectil al
Because he
principio.
was blocking everything pretty well
No
up to
estoy seguro.
this point. He got him to chip,
Sí,
like
sí,
a
fue
throw
lindo el
definitely
Failbringer.
kills at this point.
Podría haber matado entonces.
It did
No se dio
earlier,
cuenta.
but you know, it definitely
Okay,
did.
right there,
Ahí
right
está. De
there.
nuevo lo vi acá picando.
People need to recognize the difference between 5A, 8A, and 5AA. One of them is -1. The other one is -6.
Oh, you mean when
Podría haber matado entonces.
when
No se dio
Akatsuki
cuenta.
does his second 5A, and he like dashes in?
Yep. If the Akatsuki moves forward on the second one, that was the 5AA and is -6 and has a smaller cancel window.
Oh, so you can actually like confirm punish with it like more reliably.
It like if you're gonna like choose a time to mash against Akatsuki, that is a much better time to mash because it is very hard to do like 5AA into like close 5B and have it frame trap. Um it is pretty easy to do like 5AA and cancel the last bit of 5AA and to throw, and that like ends up counter hit throwing people because it's like past the block stun.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, like right there, I'm mashing.
And even then, it's I would much rather get thrown in that case, because if I'm trying to mash on Akatsuki and he's gonna take 3K, if I actually get that 2A and the risk reward for me is getting thrown, that's fine.
Yeah. So like getting away with 5AA, no cancel, and to just assault and have that win was just like Black Mist was just shook at this point. Or
He let himself get cyberbullied a little bit right there.
yeah.
Ahí está, de nuevo lo pillan, está picando.
El Pantec, ¿cachai?
Unfortunately, he didn't get to CS all those blocks, which I get why he didn't, but I'm honestly surprised it wasn't like 5AA change.
Es Pantec, y literalmente es
So, like,
y grande.
he still did get away with what he did. So, like, I guess
that kind of thing is like really, really greedy. Just because like if Hyde does nothing, then it's neutral CS and like there's a legitimate RPS now that you have to decide on because like Hyde can DP, Akatsuki can 2-2A, like you go from a really ambiguous situation to a very clear cut one.
Right. Instead of just like the slight knowledge check that he went for, was just like actually risking his life. Maybe like a fireball CS would be a little better.
Yeah, like if you're gonna CS, do it in a way that you're plus. But like even still, I personally would much rather throw away like 8 blocks of grid, even when I have the cycle, if it means I can get the round.
Right.
But like Akatsuki doesn't care as much about meter as like Hilda does, so like maybe that's kind of where you're at.
Yeah, like I can literally use meter at any time, so it's more important to me. And Akatsuki is just at a point where he just uses it at the end of his combo and after Bitatsu, and if he has enough meter, he just kind of coasts on it, and then he tries to get Vorpal because his CS cancels are actually still really good because he's got a good DP. Simple input, he's got parry at all times, but Vorpal is only important to me because I get meter back.
Yeah.
Bueno, le habría costado menos quizás llegar a Grand Final y ahora no estaría muriendo.
Oh yeah, that happens sometimes.
He did drop the combo, but that did get him the
Acá
second.
tenemos un buen por parte de Juno.
And then he gets the best starter in the world. Ace Spence, alright, let's go.
4004.
Any combo that's not ooh. That was actually a really good use of CS right there.
All I was gonna say is, like off that counter hit a starter, probably could have gotten an additional 600 damage with if he had gone for the hard route, which I know he can do. I've seen him do it.
Right.
But he kept it easy.
I think he kept it easy just because he knew that if he did that combo,
like no matter what,
Black would still survive a throw.
Yeah,
he still survive a throw, but he dies to the next hit no matter what. So he's like, I'll keep it easy.
I also agree. Like if the end of the combo is going to put the opponent in the same exact situation, there is no real reason to optimize.
Yeah. I'm assuming he gets spanked right here.
Yeah.
Oh, the swag
That was disrespectful.
Juno está tratando de probar un punto.
It's perfect.
Mira, 2-0 súper rápido.
2-0 muy rápido. Esto es lo que pasa cuando hay que hacer no se mete el torneo.
Yeah. Like watching a lot of this, like it feels to me like Black Bus doesn't know, like, so Akatsuki players fucking hate fighting Hyde. Like a Hyde that understands how his kit interacts with Akatsuki's kit feels like nearly impossible.
Right.
Like me playing Akatsuki, I would actually rather fight Yuzu a lot of the times than to fight a Hyde that actually knows the matchup. It is that oppressive.
Is it mainly in the corner? I feel like that would be really bad. Just
No,
with Akatsuki's effective ranges.
Akatsuki loses everywhere. Neutral, corner.
Everywhere?
Yes, it is so bad. Like I'm sure you've heard like Jushichi's hate rants about Hyde.
I thought everyone just hated Hyde. Because I hate him.
No.
I hate him for similar reasons. Hyde actually, despite characters like Gordo being out there with Reaper, right? Which is one of the, I still say it's like one of the best checks to Hilda in the game, and I still think Hyde handles zoners better than Gordo, even with Gordo having Reaper.
Yeah,
because Hyde does all that shit without even having to worry about resources.
Yep. But yeah, the fact that Hyde has the long range pokes that are fast, very consistent confirms off of a lot of straight hits, and like his zoning, the fact that he can always like, if people try to get past Hyde zoning, he can always just whiff cancel into EXTP. So like it is incredibly hard for Akatsuki to get in on Hyde. Like he blocks an orbital explosion. Akatsuki is pushed out of his own effective range. If Akatsuki tries to use his anti-fireball move, which is like Tatsu, there's a pale bringer that he's about to eat. Yeah, it's
and that's not even considering like the cursed moments that what do people call it, Hyde gem?
Yeah.
He detonates the orbiter, gets hit, still gets a combo.
Yep. Yeah, like when you assault at Hyde and counter hit him, but you also got hit by explosion, so you're just 8 like meterless 3.8 and are in the corner. Like great.
Dude, it really bites, man.
I hate
him so much. Alright, he actually swapped corner here, but he actually played his ground really well here. So when he drops the combo, he actually only does like 3 attacks. He doesn't go for like a straight block string. He's like, I'm gonna chill. I've got 3 blocks ahead. And surprisingly, baits a green shield and gets a backdash. Unless he actually just gets grid broken like right now, like this is.
Yeah, this cycle's is already forfeit. Yeah, then
Jun is by far the sauciest player in this game.
Uy, mira, muy buena opción del parry. Como Hyde está obligado a utilizar un follow-up entre medio del 236B, o sea, 214B.
He's not worried about the cycle.
Te sacáis todo ese juego de
He was definitely trying to swing there because it was at a spot where you think he would try something for the cycle.
Oh, that route is sick. That route that just did in the corner, like, compensates for the fact that he got a horrible starter. And
actually, I want to peep this combo.
El parry te sacáis todo ese juego de si me va a hacer la bola, el siguiente reca.
Because normally, like,
que no me hace nada, porque
he would not have enough hit stun proration there to be able to do the J2C.
Oh, the J2C.
Yeah. So
this is actually big brain.
So instead, opting for the J6C was really smart.
esto está haciendo cancel grab.
Me paro donde ve, ¿por qué no?
And hey, that actually does get the CS immediately. How many blocks?
Pues es que no me hace nada, porque esto está haciendo cancel grab.
Probably like 2.5.
Me paro donde ve, ¿por qué no?
So right here, this is actually decent. Whipping out the fireball, the 4 frame as usual. Hyde can't assault that, I believe, because it hits him too fast.
It's too fast. But Hyde can absolutely pale a bringer and just murder Akatsuki.
So this is actually still a pretty good place for the fireball, because even after using it, since he had 2 blocks, he's gonna have 100 when this is over. Yep. So he still has just as much meter as you actually want.
Está buscando, sí.
Yo no lo sabe. Oh, Vitatsu.
Frame 9, by the way.
Vitatsu right there. Unfortunately, lost the cycle. I think if he got it, he could have actually killed him here.
¿Te veo?
No, mira, no tiene la barra.
Yeah, so that meter spell right there was just so that he could put Hyde into throw for kill range.
it actually looked more like he wanted to just have a safe jump off of it, because I think he was already gonna die. Because it looked like he was actually gonna die from a throw before he used the meter here. Because like right here, like you would definitely like that's definitely way in Akatsuki. That's like bound to say throw.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So it was
mira,
just
no tiene la barra.
Ah,
Pero es
no
un
tiene la
fake
barra.
jump. Oh no!
yeah.
That was definitely supposed to be 6B orbiter.
Yep. But yeah, after EX Fireball Ender and Akatsuki can do neutral jump rising JA with falling J6C, and it's 8 jumps. So like EX Fireball is bad Ender for damage, but it is good for that.
Do you think is it possible to do an ICJ J6C when you're just coming down without doing the JA, so that you can just slap some plus frames on them, or does that?
No,
is that more
so
likely to...
rising J6C is minus on shield.
I mean just like jumping in the air immediately after landing and just do it falling.
That is definitely possible. The nice thing about rising JA into falling J6C is it's auto timed.
Kills.
So you can't mess it up. Whereas if you wanted to do like jump falling increase J6C, you have to manually time that.
See.
Oh,
And like falling J6C, the way he safe jumps is still
La
plus on
posición que
shield, so
tiene
like
Juno-
you don't. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I see it. Oh, okay, yeah. There's literally no reason. It doesn't matter.
Like the increased one would be more plus, but like when you're Akatsuki and you have them cornered and you're plus, being plus and being more plus, it's the same, really. Who cares?
You just step dash at him a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's all it is.
A partir de cualquier kit, y yo creo que
es
bueno,
que
el único
good
jugador
patience
que
from
utiliza
you,
capture
no?
combat.
es
Very
increíble
aggressive.
cómo
He's
tiene
not-
un
he's definitely
seguimiento
willing
para
to use
todo
the
lo que
cycle with
pega.
his meter usage.
Exactamente.
Yo pensé que era. Yo no pensé que fuera tanto. A veces me pegaba cosas y yo pensaba que eran accidentes.
He unfortunately hides 6B. His 6B rebeat is not as godlike as Wagner's. He actually called that out so fast.
Y me pegaba.
He wasn't even gonna wait for Vorpal. He just went in. I respect that.
Y en el peor de los casos sabe
Okay.
improvisar que hay una ruta la cual pegar.
Yep. Oh no. Oh, went for that.
Acá tenemos situación de
I was
fila,
confused why it was
200
hitting
de
same
daño.
side. I thought
Mira
he
el
was
grip,
gonna
va
go for the
ganando.
cross up just for
Sí, ahí por el
the
grab. Yo no siempre va por un.
air throw knockdown, but going into Tatsu to make sure he gets corner was smart.
He was also getting pretty full there, so I think he was just trying to not cap off too.
Yep.
Because he's been pretty good about not capping off, especially on hit.
Yep.
Like sometimes he holds it in for the cycle, but if he's got 200 meters, he's kicking you.
Un setup de grab cuando está por terminar el ciclo, siempre. Y te queda lo muy difícil por los staggers de Akatsuki. Oh, creo que esto fue todo.
Y esto mata.
señores.
Sí.
And ABC never let you
Y ahí se
down.
mata.
Tenemos. Sí. No, sí.
I think there are actually a lot of good examples of just like some meter usage here, and I actually like Hyde and Akatsuki just because it's nice to see how they use the meter, especially since my character is just always using it. Like how you do it when you're playing a character that can't effectively just actually use it on a whim. Like I could literally just sneeze out some meter on accident and be like, okay, that was a good use. But like a lot of people can't do that. Like Akudu can't do that. He has to like the best thing that he could shoot out for meter is infinite worth. It's kind of rough.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Do you think there's are there any other players in this particular cluster that you knew of? Because I liked watching Yuno play, but
I'm familiar with pretty much all of them. The set that I would say would be interesting to watch would be the Marmo versus Vice. The Seth and Wagner.
Seth Wagner, oh man, let's peep that.
Ah, bueno,
Falta
bueno.
un poco.
No,
So,
porque
like,
va a haber que ponerle frame de delay. Y es la
the
cuestión.
thing about
entonces,
this
no.
matchup
Vamos a tener que poner
is
la tele con
that,
delay.
like,
En modo deporte.
Eso, usted
technically
tiene que
Seth
apoyar
is winning
al
neutral.
Bunny. Al buen
But-
Uni.
But Wagner hits him
Yeah.
really hard and he has no health.
Esa es la opción
Yes, exactly. She
Me da risa que el
wins
Vice
the
está jugando
damage
con ese
race
color que es el que ocupa el
against
escuadrón
Seth.
del color que él pintó.
And like, so Seth has to play way more careful versus Wagner than he usually can, or than what he can do versus other characters with similar neutral kits.
I haven't seen Wagner Seth footage since Clear, but I feel like she also has a lot more leeway than she used to in neutral for two reasons. She's got force function, and she's got ICJB, and it's that just seems like a really good way to shut down like Seth's Orboki and make him actually have to preemptively do something instead of waiting for the orb, since the orb is no longer like as secure. Like she's got too many ways to deal with it.
Yes, something that's kind of fucked up that Wagner's will sometimes do to Seth players is so you know that thing that Seth players do where they'll set an orb and just kind of like hang out like right in front of you, and then
and then if you mash, you lose.
Or they'll do like dash up throw, or right right before the orb would actually come into contact. Yeah, I've seen Wagner players do increased force function, killing the projectile and overheading Seth as that is happening. And it's just like that is some BGs right there.
It's fitting for Wagner. She has to be as BGs as possible. I think he may have actually stand teched right there because he was definitely focusing that cycle. He went in immediately.
Yeah, that was a stand check right there too.
Because like immediately right here, he's already on the defensive. He's like, oh crap, I dash blocked into Wagner 5B. I'm not gonna try to swing it all. And he gets a shield here, so like you can tell that's what he's consciously doing. And then when he walks up, he's probably definitely like still trying to play the cycle. So I'm assuming he either wanted to tech, like he probably just wanted to tech the throw, and he just chose stand tech instead of an OS, so he just dies. Because it was a really delayed 2A right there, so I'm pretty sure he just narrowly kicked the stand tech. Because I didn't see the startup of anything else. Let me see.
Yep.
It had to have been like frame perfect because like he's crouching. Maybe he mashed.
Yeah, it could have been a mash. But hard to say when A buttons don't counter hit.
Yeah, I just wish it said counter. Oh, he definitely stand tech right there.
Yo no cacho las opciones defensivas de Seth, la verdad, me da
Are we in the danger zone?
Okay,
I think the reason he didn't do it is because like VO definitely, if you ask me, because I play with like Red Blade and Yokai like watching me, and they always say, bro, you didn't VO. It's like, bro, they literally won't die here if unless I get like charge force function, and I don't think they're just gonna let me do that.
I feel like Seth
like it's good that he waited for it here.
Like Seth right now
he has to get hit immediately.
Like, I think I wouldn't even say immediately. He only has like 4,000 health at the moment. Like that looks like more than it is because it's Seth health.
Oh yeah, it's just
that right now. What I see is like probably 4.1k, but I guess we'll see how it goes throughout the set, how wrong or right I am. But
I think I guess one way to look at this is if he's really gonna get on Seth, it can't be an A starter for sure. Like I think he's gonna survive an A starter because he won't have enough time to get to the end and do enough damage to also kill with like IW. But it's definitely one of those things where he would have to make a decision with any other starter.
Oh, he just
jumps over him casually.
But like, if I'm Vice right now, I'm chilling. I don't care what Seth does. Seth against Wagner, if he wants to open her up, he actually has to interact. Like you're not going to get away with just blinking around against her.
Especially since once again JB hits both sides, so like you can't do like the cross up shenanigan on her because she can just kind of go up there with you and air shield. Unless unless you have meter, then EX penetrate it'll break you in that case. But like if we're talking like early game and he tries to do jumping sit, that doesn't work. It actually doesn't work.
Or the Wagner can do the cheeky thing, which is to 2-2C mid blink pressure, and just watch Seth like run into the pillar.
That's pretty good. But like he's chilling right here. He has a big life lead and he has Vorpal. And
yeah,
Mar has to go really out of his comfort zone if he wants to win the cycle here. Or at least he needs to beta shield, and this is a really good spot to get hit trying to approach.
Tradicional o pillar el buen machete.
And he
Le
just
dio el
CS's
DB
and
después
he holds it.
del fade. Eso es completamente falso.
He does get the cycle because he did have to use
shout
it.
out
He wanted to
to-
use it there. So this is actually kind of bad for
Tenemos
Vice now.
Skip. Teletransportó, no sé,
I
toda la
actually
pantalla
kind of
pegando el
disagree
skip.
with the CS.
No.
Especially
Ay,
disagree
no,
with VO.
Chicos,
I do
jamás,
too.
jamás pueden ver-
Veil off against Seth is just always bad, always. There's not ever a good time to veil off against Seth, except maybe on reaction to like his 60.
The only time I would veil off Seth is if I think he's doing an unblockable setup on me.
Yeah. You can do it like you can recognize an unblockable setup and then veil off it on reaction, but like
Yeah. Because
just
you can also
reversal-
just no tech it and see it coming and just be like, no.
Yep. And just Seth's kit, just by how it works, auto baits veil off. The Seth player doesn't even have to think about baiting your veil off. It just happens.
Yeah.
So it's really bad. Anyway, can we go back to the chain shift from Vice when he was in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
that one right there.
Obligado a
So
utilizar
right
alguna
here, there's an
opción
orb,
tradicional.
and then he does the start of a blink, and then Vice does CS. It worked in that Vice was able to get the DP, but it is incredibly risky to be doing it because if Marmo had been doing his A parry, then the DP would have gotten parried and Vice would have eaten like 3.5k.
I think that what actually happened here is when he did it, he confirmed that he was in the air. What actually should have happened here is he should have 236 C, smack him in the corner.
Yeah,
Since
that I could
since
see.
that was his hard side swap.
Like it. So like the CS worked out just because he happened to get the timing where Seth reappeared from Blink, but so many times people CS against Seth when he's still at the Blink startup and you have no idea where he's actually going to end up. That's like like CSing against Seth doing Blink is similar to CSing against Yuzu entering stance. You don't know if she's gonna slash. You don't know if she's gonna teleport. You don't know what the fuck she's gonna do. It's the same thing with Seth. Like, yes, here it worked out that he was able to see that he did the B blink, but if he had been off on the timing even just a little bit, Seth.
Like, I'm pretty sure this was actually
doing
accidentally frame perfect.
Yeah, it was like this was just mistaken to miracle, not that it was a good choice.
And a really big thing to keep in mind here is Seth has 2 air DPs and he has meter.
Yes.
So he actually still could have came on top here.
Yeah, right here, if I'm Seth, I'm smashing C dive.
Yup. But we're on
Or
the same
like
page there.
oh no, he's too far to air backdash. Or he's
Yeah.
too close to have air backdash work. Yeah, C dive is what I'm doing right now if I'm Seth.
Le dio el DB después del fade. Eso es completamente falso. Uy. Yo, shout out to
Oh, Leaf Blenders. Tenemos Leaf Blenders Kick.
Fastball Kickstarter,
Teletransportó,
amazing.
seguimos toda la
I went
pantalla
for the
pegando el
reset.
skip.
And see, all of the blink options would have parry or beat Veil off, so there's no good reason to do it here.
Yeah. It was I guess the CS was just like to see what he was doing because he probably I'm gonna assume Mar was not ready for Veil off. He was probably like, yo. So he tried to confirm it.
Yep. Yeah. I'd much rather just take a gamble on what is happening in blink pressure than to CS, because if I'm right on my gamble, I have Vorpal there to make sure that Seth eats hella damage.
Mm-hmm.
But
and even in this case, if he was just like, if he was just being aggressive, the delay that Mar did his CS. I'll actually show you how hard he delayed this this A blink into CS.
Yeah, he
Like,
was like,
if he was swinging, he could hit him. Like that was whole recovery, and he even started concentrating. Like it wasn't even like halfway through recovery. It was just after it was over.
yep.
No.
Luckily, he dropped that
Oh,
combo,
drop
so Vice
Jamás
gets
tiren BO a
one more
menos de que
try.
vean al set
Just
arriba suyo
ignores
gritando
the-
algo.
oh.
Imposible.
That was
The
supposed
funny
to be the C drill.
Yeah, it was gonna be Seadrill. He freaking crossed himself up though.
Hacerle Dios de
Seth moves
personaje.
too much.
No, sí.
Al personaje, no a la persona.
No soy yo, no soy yo.
I'm actually surprised he didn't try to
Eso debería
oppose him with
pasar muy
a
bien.
C pillar. Double buff.
Yep.
Right there when he was above him.
Oye, ojo que Marmo parte con 2 barras. Es suficiente
Seth
para
can't
hacer
get
un
out of the
combo
way of that though,
chiquitito
so it
enojo.
is a little strange.
Uy, eso fue peligroso. Completamente
Ooh,
castigable.
okay.
Vamos, es que Marmo...
So unfortunately, he didn't
aprovecha
confirm
este
too well
momentum
there because he
contra
tried to
Vice.
delay
Oh,
his
no
stuff a little too
punish.
much.
Wagner is one of the few
Ooh.
characters that can actually punish that every fucking time.
Wait, which move?
The DP.
Que Marmo aprovecha este momentum
there.
contra Vice.
Oh, that one. Oh, can
Yeah.
she 6B it?
She can 660 it.
Oh, I see. That's actually pretty
'Cause,
sick.
Seth's DP there. Let me just frame data it. His 623, if I remember correctly, both cross up. So if he does the one that doesn't go as far, the 623A, it's -7 at that range. And I believe that was actually the B version.
Yeah, let me see.
Vamos, es que Marmo aprovecha este momentum.
Which is -12.
That was A. No, this one was A for sure.
Oh, okay, so it would have to be 5B, which at this range it might actually connect. Wagner 5B is like absurdly
Pretty
long.
long.
Yeah. 5B, like, and just immediately going into 6B. Yeah. The Wagner should be able to punish that every time.
Contra Vice. Porque, bueno, estos dos jugadores
I
son
think he
bien
goes for a late
momentum.
6B, which wouldn't have punished, so he actually did just walk away. I think since that 6B missed, I think 5B might have actually been out of range. I want to
Aprovecha
see.
este momentum.
Because like right
Yeah,
here.
look at that.
Oh, he does walk forward a little bit too, so he just backdashes out of there. He's like,
Contra Vice. Porque, bueno, estos dos jugadores son bien de momentum. Que te agarran una vez y después te arrasan todo el round.
He goes for the throw there. Ooh, let's go
¿Quién gana
achievements.
la primera partida del set? Tiende a ganar probablemente la otra.
Mar has everything he could need,
Sí, eso es verdad.
and I can't gripe on him using the CS here first because I know Seth can't just use meter and pressure. Like this is not something you can do. I do think he should have
he kind
used.
of can, because Seth can do EX Orb, and then even if he gets hit, EX Orbs are there to have his back, and he gets a combo.
Yeah, I feel like it might be problematic against Wagner just because she could force function and like have like a whack combo. Like out of all people that could ignore it, like this is the one, right? I'm not trying to do it to her. I do think he should have used meter at the end of this combo though. Unless he used too many bounces. I don't think he did.
Yeah, he could have metered.
Yeah, he could have did it right here.
Yep.
And totally fine.
And like considering how much like Seth has the best meter dumps in the game. In my opinion, as far as like what they do, because he gets his best, like, his CDP there gives the highest damage for damage unders, and it gets him a hard knockdown that he can set orb and still meaty
And VO bait with 5B.
and VO bait, like his meaty also VO baits, like it. Seth Oki is just absurd, and there's no reason why, like, if you have 200 meter, why you wouldn't go for it.
Bueno,
And then he's he's in this position where that could have very easily been the reason that he ended up getting just swung on there, because even with him winning Vorpal, like with Vice winning Vorpal here, if he actually just did like the ender, Vice would be a lot more scared because 100% like dumping meter or not, he would die in the next combo, right?
Yep.
And that's a good thing because if he like gets a lackluster combo, like a really really bad starter, he could still use the meter and kill him. But since he's not at that point, it's a lot less scary, and I
Yeah,
feel like
Wagner
you're
can
encouraged to
make
do one
two
more thing
mistakes
that's
as
risky.
opposed to one mistake now.
Diferente.
And he unfortunately does not respect just the Vorpal at all. Like he didn't even go gapless here. He's like, no, I'm just gonna do like a really delayed
Como
2C.
2-0 a Villar justo
So
con
he
el
could potentially
buen
actually
buen
lose
uso
all
del-
of his footing
De
here and lose.
CS ahí, estando después del
Oh, that was a
queriendo
really
hacer
good
la opción
play.
de X
Oh,
favorita.
uy,
Buen macheo
Yeah,
ahí,
that was definitely
de-
supposed to be
de
DP
seguir,
input.
borrar la bola y
Yep.
estropear su turno, fue dejando
muy
que-
buen pick throw.
Really good.
Dos cosas,
TRM.
chicos. No, tres
Triple
en realidad.
5A.
Una, no le machen, veo
You
a
love to
hacer.
see it.
Dos, si tiene un orbe detrás suyo, corran y grabenlo.
Kind of would have
Que
liked a
desaparece el
5A,
orbe. Cosa-
5A like 3C right there.
Oh,
That,
from
that was far
Wagner,
enough.
or
Yeah, because if you're smashing the shit out of chain shift, and then you see like Wagner 6C or like really any overhead in this game, there's a big enough gap for you to actually just press.
right.
Tres, el pilar de fuego de Wander no es macheable.
Like there's
No.
no like
No hagan eso.
tiny
Uno
blocks.
solo machea el
Hey,
pilar de fuego
there's no
cuando ya
small
está ahí la
frame
layer
gaps
1000 y
into
pensáis que el otro
overhead.
tendrá un asado.
Claro, cuando el otro
Ooh, you love to see it.
está esperando hacer
Yeah.
una opción un poquito más.
Más
Seth
arriesgada.
Ahora,
JB,
sí.
like
Más
it's
tricky.
so
Sí,
good.
sí, lo sé.
Like
No, pero
why
ya
it's
vemos
plus on
una-
shield, I'll never
Esto es lo que
know.
hablaba yo recién, de que en realidad va a ser muy bueno, pero quizás ese
Yo, it's
shortcut lo
less plus
está
on shield
jodiendo un
now.
poco porque Marmo está jugando un personaje
So
que
Unless they
tiene muy buen
reverted that. I
matchup.
remember they reverted a lot of.
Uy, ese-
Hold up. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be a DP, like ADP, but it's technically an option select if Seth's blinking around.
jodiendo un poco porque
You
Marmo
see here,
está jugando un personaje que tiene muy
because I'm assuming that was gonna be like ADP, right? Because he had the meter to burn if he was wrong. But you only
Well,
went behind him. You gave him the bash, so he's just gonna kill him here. That's really hilarious. I love
Uy,
this
ese
character.
conjunto raro ahí a la corner, se convirtió. Eso. Bueno, de todas formas era un drill si estaba al otro lado, probablemente lo iba a golpear o lo iba a dejar fuera de riesgo, así que muy
It's
bien.
party time.
El drill B funciona como antihéroe, de hecho.
Sí.
Tiene,
Oh, everyone forgets about Wagner's 2AD.
No lo logró quitar el CS.
Yeah,
Marmo
that move's
CS,
actually
pero
super
Wagner
underrated.
con DP. Uy,
buscando
muy
el
bueno.
contact. Vice, buscando
Oh,
el reset.
unfortunate.
Y apretó algo. Tiene que haber apretado quizá un 5A.
¿Esto matará con 200? ¿O va a ir por un reset?
Going for cheeky
Era un
reset.
era un
Blocked.
reset,
Okay.
pero no.
Uy, para
Ooh.
dónde?
No mordió la verdad, eso es.
I was surprised he
¿cómo se
blocked
llama?
all that
Ese
stuff and just got hit by
completamente
delay
falso. De
2B.
hecho, después del 5C ese rango es difícil
It happens.
castigarlo. No sé Wagner, pero hay muchos.
It's like you get through all the crazy stuff and you're just not ready for like anything else that comes up. Like plenty of times you actually see people like block the craziest stuff and then just like get 2A, 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 and then they just don't block and you're like, oh. They're like, after blocking all this stuff, I deserved my rite of passage. Give me this hit. They're ready to swing. They're like, I'm tired. I don't want to block anymore.
Excelente antiaéreo. Muy buen antiaéreo ahí.
3B, un excelente. 3B y 3C, excelente antiaéreo.
Ahí.
He
Y Seth
actually
no
uses
solo
meter
tiene el
here.
3C, sino que también tiene el 5A que pega hasta la luna.
5A antiaéreo.
Lo cual suena bastante curioso.
So something that I actually like about this is usually you see the 5B, but since he's already been getting DP'd so much by
He said
Vice
no
here,
solo
he
tiene
actually
3C,
like respects it
tiene que
immediately. Like he actually does dash blocks, and like I don't even think he's like done the 5B check yet, and he's like, I've been DP'd enough.
Yep.
So he just goes in.
5A que pega hasta la
He
luna.
unfortunately gets put pretty
5A
badly in the cycle
antiaéreo.
for it. He has to shield
Lo
here.
cual suena
I
bastante
got it.
curioso. Pero es muy buena
So,
opción.
right
Not great
here-
thrust.
Se dio cuenta
Yeah,
que no le alcanzó la
well,
bala, así que decidió bloquear nomás.
Vice, like any Wagner that does 2TC needs to be looking out for bad shields because it's a guaranteed double shield, obviously.
Mhm.
But if someone messes it up and they get a green shield, they turn that +9 into like +20 something, and you just dash up throw
Just
and murder them.
throw him.
Yeah.
I definitely think the better idea here was trying to go for like a thrust, just because, like
He has Vorpal, so like the grid thrust would also like gain him some grid because it was guaranteed to hit. Like, yeah, using
And-
your spending Vorpal to grid thrust in guaranteed spots like this is really good, especially like
I think Wagner 2-2C is like probably the peak point in the game where I think you should just do it, just get her off you,
yeah, and it's not just getting her off,
and you remove an install
you-
too.
That was exactly what I was gonna bring up. You remove her shield install. And like removing the shield buff when you are a character setting projectiles is quite good.
Yeah. And a really big thing is he does get a CS check here, but he doesn't have meter, so it didn't matter. He just had to keep blocking anyway.
Muy bien.
Se dio cuenta y no le alcanzó la barra, así que decidió bloquear nomás.
Sí.
No le daba el reversa.
Más fácil, más
So I
seguro
will
que
say
no, más
that like
fácil.
something I've been doing myself lately is when it's early in the cycle and I have no meter and I have a decent amount of blocks, I will just CS even if I know I can't get any situation out of it, just so I can get to a point where I have meter that matters.
It's hard for me to show the context when I'm fighting you, just because it's like useria. It's harder to be secure in the spot, but there's a certain range where a person typically assaults Hilda if they're making a decision, and I'll make myself minus and I'll wait just a little bit, and if I have like 4 blocks, I just CS, because 80 meter, and then hopefully winning the next Vorpal cycle, Hilda's going to really like make you regret letting her do that.
Yep.
And if you try to go in, I got a starter. And if you didn't do anything, you're not really at a range where you want to do something now that the CS has happened. It's like slightly closer than Tipper 623A, where people either go for like sweeps or assault against Hilda. It's like this is where 2C misses.
Mm-hmm.
And it's where you don't want to 6-6 B, because if they just randomly mash a button, like you'll get hit out of it. But if you don't 6-6 B that much, they won't want to do that. They'll want to assault. And it depends on the Hilda player. Like if I fight Angel, sometimes I'll mash an empty space because I know she's gonna 6B and end up there.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's like me, I just play like a little baby. Like they're like, I want to go in for this, bro. he's not gonna give me an easy opening where it's like he's just gonna walk back like force function. Like he already CS, he can't lose the cycle. It's nice to see how like all people use CS though. Raw CS is actually super
Para
strong in
Wagner es
some
muy difícil
contexts.
entrar a un buen
Yeah, I've been
jugador contra
doing
una
raw
persona como
CS
Marmo,
a decent
además
amount more
ser un
just for
personaje
the
igual
meter.
tiene por lo que estoy viendo.
Ooh, something that does bother me is he used that CS, and I was gonna say it would literally be like perfect if he went for the if he just used the meter anyway, like because he gets to 195 when the combo's over, and he just kind of
A un buen jugador
he really
contra
likes
una
just
persona
doing the
como
normal ender. Like the Oki is a lot weaker, and I think that putting Vice in a position where he's likely to DP is perfect. Like if he went for EX and just placed the orb here, threaten the 5B, didn't even have to do it. Like it's just so much better.
personaje igual tiene por lo que estoy viendo ahora, estoy aprendiendo, que tiene buenas opciones de
I
escape.
didn't block that.
El tema es que hay algunos combos que tiene
So
Wagner que
right there,
pegan.
Vice is actually showing an option that I feel like not enough people do versus Seth. Go back just a little bit.
Around here?
Right here is
A un
good.
buen
Where he's,
jugador contra buena
finishing the
persona como
combo.
Marmo, además ser un personaje
So
igual
if
tiene por
you
lo que estoy
think
viendo ahora.
Seth is going to be doing blink shenanigans, especially grounded blink shenanigans, forward jump JC with almost all of the cast will either get you out safely because he went and did something else, or if he did exactly what Marmo did here, he eats a counter hit JC starter.
Okay.
And like if you time your jump around the orb, you're also avoiding the orb. Like right here, you saw that like Vice got around the orb.
Yeah, it just barely didn't clip his leg there.
Yep. Well, like once you jump, your hurt box is like around where your knees are.
Yeah, it's
For, like,
really
the
it's
entire
really high.
cast. Yeah. So that's like forward jump JC is very strong Seth counterplay that like feel like people don't do enough, and forcing the Seth to account for more shit makes him be more afraid to go for the stuff that is like hard to deal with.
Especially since it becomes like a more methodical game, and Seth's not trying to play a methodical game because a lot of people just hit harder and have he's a small health pool. He can't play that game with people. He doesn't want to. He literally doesn't want to.
Aprendiendo, que tiene buenas opciones de escape. El tema es que hay algunos
he
combos
doesn't
que tiene
confirm it,
Wagner que
though.
pegan muchísimo daño y son bastante seguros.
Oh, no le salió el reversal.
Oh, no DP.
Me salió el reverso.
Aparte, hay otra cosa que Vice.
Oh, that sucks. He's dead. Oh wait, hold on. I'm looking at the right health bar.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Bueno,
Okay,
la verdad
Leo,
es que muy
yep.
pocos personajes pueden llegar y hacer tener como
He does
una
not like going
opción
for
que le gana
install at all.
todo, donde dice que Wallstein puede hacer 3
And luckily, he actually still won that
Pero las
cycle
opciones
because
tienden a variar como entre hacer
Vio
una
being
antiaéreo
godlike
muy
at giving
tarde
meter.
o
Oh my
hacer
gosh.
shoulder. Y esto puede
Oh,
No
you
alcanzó a morir más.
You
Quizás
didn't go
más.
for the.
Feist
reversa,
needs
esto
to
mata.
be going
Mata.
for
Y tenemos
install,
2-0,
or, like you don't get the reward off VO if you don't have the buffs, in my opinion. Like if you're not wanting to install, there's no point in going and doing Wagner VO time.
Because my thought process. Where'd he go?
que le gana todo. Bueno,
Like
la
right
verdad
here. So Wagner comes at me. I'm literally only afraid of getting hit. The throw is no longer scary.
Yep.
Because he can't combo.
es que muy pocos personajes pueden llegar y hacer
Like
Wagner
he
VO
doesn't have
works.
shield bash, so I know I can veil off back if I really wanted to. Because like shield buff makes you not want to VO, and sword buff makes you not want to do anything. To be honest.
Yeah, sword buff is, in my opinion, the main thing that makes VO work, or VO Wagner work, and it's because you have to be straight up correct. You can't just take the throne until you weather out the VO storm. Like,
And
tienen
a
como una
really big
opción que le
problem
gana
is
todo, donde dice que
when he
Wallstein puede
actually
hacer
gets
3
his
le
hit
gana todos
later,
los flicks.
when he like
Pero las
gets
opciones
the
tienden a
shield
variar
bash
como
right here.
entre hacer un antiaéreo muy tarde
There is
o
no
hacer,
reason he shouldn't have just did infinite worth right here. Because what he technically does is he does sword install and the combo ends right when infinite worth gives you sword and shield install and more damage and a meaty.
yeah, like Wagner VO gets such good Oki. Yeah, there's no reason
No
to
alcanzó a
have gone
morir
for the
más. Quizás
basic.
matará.
un reversal, esto mata.
Well, unfortunately, he
Y
gets his
tenemos
he gets his toe chopped
Pero
off there.
no, excelentemente.
Muy
Muy bien
buena
jugado,
partida.
muy bien jugado. No, Vice se empezó a dar cuenta al final de cómo jugar el matchup. Así que.
Sí.
No, ha sido un matchup bien particular. La verdad es que las opciones de presión de set, hasta las más básicas, uno debería darse el tiempo.
I think that was a pretty. I think that was a pretty interesting set though. It's.
Yeah.
I definitely saw more out of the matchup than I like knew about because I've only played into a Seth as Wagner like literally one time since Clear.
Mhm.
And I am a JB truther in that matchup. I love that stuff. It's so good.
Yeah, I've fought into Seth with a decent amount of characters. I playing into Seth as like Akatsuki can be fun in that, like, you know, if I get like if I whiff punish an A dive with Akatsuki 6C and watching like half his life just disappear is extremely satisfying. But that said, that matchup is like dog shit for Akatsuki.
Yeah.
While like Wagner does have some callouts that like Seth has to be really, really aware of. The same is not true for Akatsuki.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's gotta struggle a lot longer because he needs a bunch more resources to do like less than Wagner can do. So I
Yep.
can definitely see why that would be problematic.
Yeah. Most like if I want easy mode, I play Merkava, and it's not because Merkava beats Seth. It is because you need very specific anti-Merc movement to have the matchup be better for Seth. And
Well,
most
it's like
Seth players,
it's like that polarizingness that most players don't actually pick up.
yep. And
it
so
reminds you of like Lene Hilda. People keep telling me it's bad, but then it's like I just don't use the B button or the C button too much in pressure, and then wow, Lene's losing. That's crazy. They're like, you can
Yeah.
roll under everything. It's like, what if I just don't do that? And they're like, huh? They lose.
yeah, another one for that I feel is like that is a lot of Merkava players just complain about Gordeau. I feel like actually that's actually gone down a lot more since more the meta has developed more and there's been a lot more lab work put into that matchup. But like for the longest time, like people would say that Gordeau just shits on Merkava. And like with the core reasoning being that Merkava can't fly in the matchup. But like Merc buttons on the ground are better than Gord ground buttons.
That actually seemed like a super strange reason because I felt like you really need to fly that much.
Flying is just one of those things that's like so belligerently good in a lot of matchups that if you run into a matchup where you can't do that and you don't have like a strong rounded neutral to fall back to, it feels horrible for you. But like, yeah, Merc, I wouldn't say like destroys Gord or anything, but like I definitely feel it's more Merc favor, even if he can't really be allowed to fly.
Unos minutitos de
I think that sets
echarle
over,
una
right?
mirada.
Yeah.
Leer
They
el
just-
documento.
I think they just forgot to make a bracket for the set that happens afterwards. It's super long.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Down a little bit. Yo, you want to peep the Elton mirror?
Let's
There's a money
let's
match
peep
here. Let's go.
it. Is it a money match?
Yeah, it's a money
Nice.
match versus 7. I actually don't analyze Elton enough. I always just think that like every Elton player is just like a crazy homunculus.
I think that's just Venice.
I do play with him a lot. Maybe that's what it is. Tim and Queen Mav. Okay, so actually, right off the bat, I actually like what happened there. So it's really, oh whoops, it's a really small like introduction, but the gunshot automatically makes it so that he's like barely winning the cycle, but it's enough to be like it's something that I should press on, right? Like he could have walked up, but he gets in, and it immediately makes him want to backdash because he's like, I don't want to really be that close, and boom, he made a lot out of just a bullet.
Yep.
I like little things like that. And then, you know,
Yeah.
he tried to, you know, get back in the cycle. He knows he's behind purple shield. Unfortunately, like a few frames off the grid break, but he did throw him. It's a very dominant first Warple cycle. And it paid off. You got the gunshot confirmed. That was actually like textbook winning the cycle and then benefiting off of it. If he did a B gun right there, he would have actually died, but I can understand why he's not trying to use all of his bullets.
That's cheeky.
Unfortunate.
Doing it off of her 5v2. Okay, just going to the bullet.
Ooh, he does not care. He was willing to die.
Yeah, he was willing to die because with the amount of resources that Meta had, he absolutely would have died. But like, I don't know, a lot of times the way I see it is once you're in your health range where the DP will kill, the risk reward on it suddenly gets so much better for the person doing the DP.
Oh yeah, because like because literally every button could be you dying, right?
Yep.
Like every single frame trap.
So like when the DP can kill, it's often very strong to just let it rip.
Yeah, and especially since he just won a round off of it, he probably has a lot of real estate on that, because if there's ever a point where he's trying to be aggressive again, he's probably not going to want to, because he literally just lost a round off of, you know, trying to establish pressure and getting DP'd. So
Yep.
Getting that out of the way early is especially good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, 6B anti-airs.
There's a lot of, so I do like the fact that they're fighting for the Vorpal cycle, and pretty much the agreed way that they're both deciding to use it as gunshot CS, like as a whiff punish tool.
Meta messed up that setup.
Oh yeah.
So like go back just a little bit.
Go around here?
No,
Oh, was
a
earlier.
little more. So notice Meta's bullets, and instead of going for the 6-6C and to reload, he goes for a pseudo 50-50. It's when done right, it is reactable, but it is very hard to react to it because what she can do is right here, just was off by like a frame. If done right, it looks almost like this, but then
She
you
ends up
get
on the
pushed
left.
out and are same side actually. Like you don't cross up.
And it's actually it's I think it's strange that he decided to assault here too instead of just push a button to like check him.
I'm not surprised by the assault just because like you're still holding that pressure at this point because she's still plus.
Yeah.
And like since he didn't get the side that he wanted, you know, being in having Eltlum in your face and plus like you're a little afraid to do anything, and like the assault might have caught like a 180 or something or a 280. Like
See.
I think if Meta had delayed that assault even slightly, it would have hit.
Oh, because he probably would have like actually tried to do something that lost to it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I usually just I'm definitely 3BOSing that one a lot. But I'm also the one that loses to mids, so it's a risk I take. He just clips him with a nice little 2C there. It's a pretty it's actually a pretty calm end in regards to everything else that happened.
Yeah.
So something that I noticed from this is whoever gets shot first loses the Vorpal cycle. It's happened 3 times now.
Yep. I love seeing like clear Eltlum cheeky shit like that. And you're like, oh, PP. Like you instinctively want to block, and then she does a falling button.
Or she just falls and throws you. It's interesting. Like it's like an interesting strike throw setup.
That was meant to be a reload.
He's got no bullets. He has one
Yeah.
bullet, but that only goes so far. Because you
Yeah.
couldn't even do like bullet EX bullet, right? Like you need a shot.
Yeah, every time I notice, like if I'm going up against an Eltlum and I notice that they're like running low on bullets, I'm dashing at them. Because you already know they're going to try to do something to allow them to reload.
True. Oh my god, they were just shooting.
Like my favorite Yuzu is dashing at her. She's going to do EX gun and like just on reaction with a super flash, pressing 4B and murdering her.
I actually really like that combo that he did
no.
off of the what starter was that even?
Not
I think it was
sure.
IC5C? Oh, I actually have to look back. That was some wild stuff that just happened. Oh no, it was B dive. He freaking he freaking jump whistle IC Jaden did it. And then he did single 2C, so he definitely like cranked as much damage out of this as possible.
Yep, and wanted the Eltlum round closer of the B dive.
Oh, I think he went for a low. Oh no, he went for 5A. It was just late. I thought he tried to do a low, and you know the low invuln kicked in for because it exists for some reason. Her leg's still on the ground, but don't worry about it. He definitely lives here though, so he's got another chance. He's got the cycle.
low on bullets.
Oh,
Barris has to do something. Surprised Barris did shot CS into reload instead of doing reload CS.
yeah. Cause he definitely could have. He could have gotten lasered right there, right? Probably.
Yep.
That was actually a really good catch there on his landing.
Yeah, if Barris hadn't gone for that air backdash, he would have been fine.
Ooh.
Oh no!
I actually missed. I'm actually shocked. He doesn't have any meter to actually turn that many things. I don't think he wanted to drop that, but I kind of felt like he was trying to do something shorter just because he was trying to handle the cycle, but it turned into a drop combo and then went really bad for him really fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Run up throw S. Definitely caught something. I'm pretty sure it was just like a 5A. Really checking the Vorpal there. He's like, you better not be throwing frame traps in me. Not after I win these cycles.
Oh, nice.
This is definitely a 3C round. This button is getting leveraged. Oh my gosh.
So, for after this set, I actually just thought of a video or a VOD that I want to do review of, but let me ping the person that it would benefit.
All right.
To see if they can tune in. Give me just a quick moment, because I just realized since we had I don't know if you had heard or tuned in that we had done exhibition yesterday through Washington Uni.
Mm-hmm. I think I actually missed that.
Yeah, so let me.
Something I do want to say is really funny about Eltnum versus Eltnum is I realized that the way that Eltnum baits out like enemy options, it like Veil Off is a really big weakness to her like entire moveset.
Yeah.
And it feels like this the more this goes on, they're just progressively Veil Offing more and more frequently. Because there were a couple in the first round, but like I think there were about 3 already in this match. And like Eltnum has to be really audacious about it. Like even some of her throw us is like just hardcore lose. Like there's a few cases like they just ran up and like they VO'd it worked because like they air throw they still lose. She doesn't have anything that's like too safe. Do you know who the game is on? Do I happen to know them?
Yeah, I think you know Ost.
Ost? Okay.
Trying to. Wait. Hold on, why is it not letting me copy at current time? Oh, here we go. All right, I'm gonna just send it your way while we wait to see if anybody, if they're wanting to watch. Otherwise, they can just peep the review later. But yeah, I just think it would be helpful for them, mainly because it's a local Merkava player. On the technical side, he's way better at Merc than I am.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'll be interesting to talk about just like the fundamental uni aspect of Merc versus Aurier. But we can go ahead and finish this set here now.
All right. Actually, what led to that? I think he whiffed an air throw and then they failed to punish the whiffed air throw. It was pretty cursed. That's all I remember. Yeah, he 2V'd underneath.
Yep. Oh, hold on. Go back. Did Eltnum have XD eyes as the other Eltnum 2B'd and crossed up? That was like a weird frame. Like, oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, she just looks grumpy.
It just looked like XD for a moment, but it's not.
That's pretty good. I actually hate losing because a move advances forward, and a move that advances forward is literally just like...
Shoutouts to Lene 2B and 2C.
Yeah, you assault over her.
Yeah, like, Lene players tell you they don't have an anti-air OS. They're fucking
2B.
lying.
It's 2B, dude.
2B AD and 2C AD, both anti-air.
Man, that stuff is whack, dude.
Yeah, because she gets out of the corner, and now you're holding the pressure.
Eldon can do it too, because 2B's like, what, 6 frames? It's fast.
Yep. Yeah,
it leans out with the knuckle.
I don't know why Eltnum players will go for the air throw, because 3B or 3C is just so much better.
I think it's because a lot of people that play Eltnum actually do play Melty Blood, and they have an addiction for air throwing. I play Guilty Gear. I air throw as much as I can now, so it's like it's one of those things you just get from another game. It's a bad habit for sure.
With Akatsuki, I absolutely air throw, but he doesn't have an anti-air OS, so like
he actually needs to do it.
Yeah, and it's a bad OS, but sometimes you just gotta commit.
Yeah. Once again, Veloff prevailing against Eltnum. Like, they both know it. That's why they're doing it so much.
So we'll have at least one of them in here. Let me just link it to them. All right.
Ooh.
We're good.
Sick. Winning that gunshot trade, winning that gunshot trade actually gave him like the biggest leverage, because when he got shot, I think he was barely losing the cycle, but he actually like just straight blasted like the remaining hopes of winning the cycle. I think it was around here. That particular gunshot like was what solidified the round for him, because after that he just had too good of a cycle. He used it immediately, and he actually you know got to the pretty good point of meter here. And then he uses that too, so he actually balanced everything really well.
Oh no, but don't.
And he threw him.
Okay. Okay. There we go. I was gonna say the lack of reload was really bad from Barris.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not just 6-6-ing. Because I'm pretty sure the Oki would actually still be better if he went for reload instead of what he's doing. Because like I don't really know what that's supposed to do. Like the ender that he's going for?
Yeah, I honestly haven't seen an Eltnum go for you know, I think that it's called Aether Light Ground. I've never seen that ender, or at least the non-metered one.
Yeah,
I've seen, you know, the C version of Aether Light Ground, but yeah.
Well, he got especially lucky at the air throw worked at least. I feel like if that did not work out, you have no bullets, he just had to kind of sit there and take his own pressure. That was definitely a flinch check.
Just slightly for that triple gunshot. I feel like it is incredibly important for anyone fighting Eltnum that when you see the triple gunshot to be able to get that shield. Meta went for it a little late and ended up whiffing the shield, which was really costly. Whereas like it all, like besides the fact that it spends 3 bullets, you should also be punishing the Eltnum by getting, you know, a free shield out of it, just to make it make them think twice about it in terms of the cycle.
Mm-hmm. Really luckily he just kind of whips out like this force function because he was trying to like check him, for like flinching, but like thankfully him doing that actually balanced the cycle back out. So the shield whiffing that shield didn't feel as bad, though. You know, like they do telegraph the bullets enough so that you can pretty consistently shield the second, if not the third shot.
Yeah, like I'm generally reacting to Eltnum pulling out her gun to get ready to shield.
Yo, Veerus is actually in chat right now. What's up?
Yeah, I sent Meta a note saying that we're reviewing their set with Barris. Figured since I like actually interact with these people, I should at least, you know, like ping them and let them know that we're talking about them.
I appreciate it. Hitting the @ key and searching. I don't know why I didn't like do that. I guess it's because I just pulled it up like as we were here.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I wasn't even in the Unicord. Meta is in the Washington Uni server, probably for the Yuzu emotes. And,
oh yeah.
Okay.
So sorry for waking you up, Snoop. But thank you for the follows to everyone. Beerus, Keno, Wasabi, and Killer Hud. Thank you for joining. I hope you do enjoy the rest of this review. I do intend to keep it going for a long time tonight, so there'll be a lot of stuff to watch after this one.
Yeah, you know, we watched your set versus Black Bass, I think is how you pronounce that tag. That was a really good set. So later, if you're interested, go back and see what we said and like tell us how wrong we are about everything.
The VOD, the review of the VOD review, just an infinite.
Hell yeah, get meta.
So this flinch shot here, he blocked it. So, but despite the fact that he blocked it, on a similar issue to earlier when he didn't shield the B gun, not shielding any of C gun is also a problem. Because
that's like easy 2 free shields, sometimes 3.
The thing that really makes it noticeable here is it's a thing that people sleep on, right? So he blocked everything, and in most scenarios that's good because you got more grid because you at the very least blocked. Belgium active reloads, right? So he's winning now.
Yep.
So this is like a double down on the fact
you gain the block thanks to getting perfect reload. So like the decision to not be shielding these is being a huge swing in favor of Barris right now.
Especially since it's really easy to just like I'm gonna say easy to approach Elton when she's doing like EX gun because I strongly think that after that too, but like if you just like approach, you can cover so much distance if the bullet misses, right? Like right here, the bullet whiffs, right? And he actually just like goes forward pretty far. He gets a whole grid block just moving. Like that's how far forward he was able to move there. And
yeah,
I don't know if this is just me, but ever since Clear is dropped, I think that's like Elton's worst move.
Her 2C?
No, charge gun. Because like, because if you're like playing grounded and playing the cycle and she shoots that, you can just shield it and win the cycle. Like, I'm never really trying to do anything if Elton's that far away because what is there really to do other than block charge gunshot?
So like a lot of characters have an option select against it where they just do like a micro walk back into a move. And if it whiffs, they block, and otherwise a move comes out. Like if I'm playing against an Elton as Yuzu, I'm doing like a little walk back into a B slash, and if they whiff, they're eating a B slash starter. Elton can probably do the same thing with her EX gun if you have the meter. I don't know what Hilda's would.
She does 2 things. So you already know I'm hungry to win the first cycle, so I can get as much meter as possible. So I will alternate between just shielding the bullet because that's a really big punishment itself. Eldum especially has to get close to me. And
if
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying like I'm pretty similar in that like a lot of times I will just opt for the shield instead of trying to score the hit because trying to score the hit means that I might just regular block the bullet and a lot of times I'm actually looking for the grid swing instead of the hit.
I appreciate the grid swing, but it's pretty easy to still make the grid swing as Hilda just because Pin's hit stun is so long. Like, if you really want it that badly, you can actually, like, just forego Gloomoki and just get, like, 3 blocks. And it's really powerful against Elton to actually do that sometimes. Or at least point the orb backwards and then just concentrate, because if she does, like, cutting sync, you just block it.
Yep.
But, I'll either shield, and then when they think that I shield consistently, they'll probably try to, like, do it less, but if they're still doing it, I start dash blocking, and then if I dash block and it misses, I'm usually in 2C range, and that's a counter hit starter. I don't gotta worry about distance inspiration. It's real good.
Yeah, dash blocking it is really strong, because most characters 2Cs can reach on whiff. Oh my god.
I'm actually really surprised that worked out well. I gotta see that again.
I don't think I've ever seen that that move whiff on an assault.
Oh, it's because he shot up. I see.
Even still, that was just barely missing. Like, rewind a few frames and you'll see that, like, if the timing would have been slightly off, like, usually upshot covers assault.
I'm pretty sure that what meta wanted here, because I'm gonna make a guess, because I usually don't see B shot, and since it looked like it would have missed him unless he, like, moved at all, I think he was trying to bait a green shield to win the cycle, but freaking Barris is a freaking man, and he just assaults. He's not afraid at all, so they actually won the cycle.
Meta's the blue one.
Oh, whoops! I got it flipped up.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he actually, I think he kind of wanted to make him whiff the shield. But what happened is I think he just lost the cycle by the time he made the decision. He probably didn't realize it. This definitely feels like it was meant to bait a green shield though, because he didn't have resources to stop cutting sync. That's such a brave move though. I respect it.
Yeah, no, the upshot absolutely should have covered assault. That's the first time I've seen that whiff.
Oh, no way.
This mirror looks so fun.
They're just policing each other with guns. I think the gunshot CS was good there, because if he just did gunshot, like triple gunshot, he would only have 1 bullet, so he was able to hold on to 4, and then you guys reload later. So I think that was a good way to manage that and, like, weigh it in. Because it could have gotten really risky, like, resource-wise, because I would have definitely pushed his bullets by going in a little bit of a gunfight, having 6 bullets as opposed to his 1.
Okay, I actually really like that Rising JA. It didn't really work out for meta, but, like, the timing at which meta did it would have absolutely blown up a lot of stuff. It would have blown up 3B, it would have blown up 2A, it would have blown up, like, Stan Tech. Like,
does it hit air throw?
Since meta did it Rising, it might have even beat air throw. Then again, air throw is 2 frames plus the 4-frame jump startup, so, like, it might have lost to air throw.
Yeah, it feels like he has teleport to her hand sometimes. It's pretty funny. Alright, so he actually immediately met that gunshot with aggression. I think he should be a lot more... Oh! I was gonna say I think he should restrain his pressure a little bit, but he did get the counter hit. So this cycle is, like, 100% his. He's literally grid broken. That was a good one.
Yeah, nothing he can do. And there's no veil off to, like, rob a cycle.
Ooh, good punish. Not afraid of 2-2-8 whatsoever.
What?
Oh, I forget that Eldon has a Street Fighter kick. Ooh, okay, he did catch the backdash. I think he actually could have just stood his ground right there. He had Vorpal and, you know, he's got a fat life lead. Oh, he didn't get the DP.
Oh, yeah, no DP. Yep. That is the trade you're always happy to take.
Death.
Nice. Yep.
Okay, nice. We got single 2. I love seeing Eldon players do single 2C confirms.
Ooh.
Two betraying once again.
Risk of Rising JA. Outlam is like -40. Like,
and luckily you can actually shield it while crouching, so it does make you more open to grid broke throws. But if they're doing it that much, sometimes you do have to actually, like, shield.
Yeah.
And I think it's been used enough in this match to warrant it, especially.
Yeah, I've actually legit started doing a similar thing versus like Seth players and Landrekia players, because you get tired of rising normals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Rising
so
normals actually make me really mad.
Yeah, so sometimes you just stand shield just to let them know. Stand shield, get your biggest, fattest punish.
I have to say that I really love like the last 12 seconds that just happened.
Yeah, go back.
They were just constantly checking each other with bullets. But it actually goes a little further. It's like right here. Oh my gosh.
Just taking turns with the A shot. Okay, that was really sick. Like, I love when seeing an Elton just believe in the A shot and going straight into the C shot just to get the confirm. Because like you can't
is it only like -9? Like it's pretty good.
It's -7, I believe, on perfect reload. But like, yeah, you can't reasonably confirm a single shot. So like sometimes you just have to be like, I know this is gonna hit, so I'm gonna go for it.
That's my favorite thing. You gotta believe in the bullet. It's the heart of the shell.
Hell yeah.
Oh. You already know how this goes. Meta has to win the cycle because he landed the first bullet. That's been the law so far.
Yeah, every single time for those like that just recently tuned in, whoever landed the first gunshot won the cycle.
By a whole 5 blocks too. We got a green shield bait.
I'm absolutely reading B dive right now. Like J B dive, called it. I fucking called it.
Get his ass. Kill him. He's not gonna literally die, but he's gonna take a lot. I'm assuming this is barrel replica? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Meta, you deserve that for what you were trying to do.
You really do? You deserve all of this. Man, that actually turned immediately.
Yeah. And, I mean, like, I get going for B-dive, but it's just like the resources that Meta had to take advantage of B-dive made to me like incredibly obvious that's what was going to that was the option Meta was going to go for.
The actual reason that Meta died here is because he technically picked the worst time to get grid broken too, because he got grid broken like 2 or 3 seconds before the cycle was over. Yep. And the only reason that he died after this is because of Assault J being up.
Yeah.
Because if he just got knocked down and there was no Vorpal for him, like he wouldn't have ate that. He would have been fine.
Yep. Yeah. This same combo would not have killed if it weren't for the fact that Bears had the cycle. This was just barely killing because the only thing that was going to add it after that is a 6xc, and that's it.
And if he didn't have Vorpal in that first combo, he definitely like would have even remotely like that's a lot of bonus damage from like that veil off combo that added like 600, if not more.
It was probably more than that.
Yeah.
That combo, it was counter hit 2-2A, and I think did like what 5.5k, 5.8k.
Oh, okay. We had 1,000 bonus damage and like what is it? 30 from VO and then 10% from Vorpal.
Yeah. It was something absurd.
Yeah, definitely. That definitely turned the tide there, though.
I'm sorry, Meta. You deserved that 5.8k.
Sometimes you shoot it out and you blow up. Like I do that all the time too. I'm not safe from it. It happens to all of us.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Oh, nice.
That was actually a really good JC. Oh, I was waiting for Eldum's 5A to actually anti-air someone.
Oh yeah, I get hit by that all the time. I'm like,
he's being evasive.
What looks like a special. They can't cancel into a normal now. Oh yes, they can.
So this looks really silly, but I actually really like it because right here Meta doesn't have enough he doesn't have enough meter to do like CS and catch a backdash and like gunshot EX gunshot. And when he has this, Barris is not really committing at all, right? Like right here. Actually, is it this one? Oh, right here. Okay, so he goes for this kick and he's going in and just like, is it J2B or is he gonna backdash, right? And he's kind of chilled out the whole time because he's like, I'm really not trying to get CSDP'd. And then he got hit by El Clasico, the Eltnum option that always opens me up, and it's 214B. I always block the first one low and then stand up. I do it 80% of the time. You can open me up with this move. If you want to beat me, use this move.
Yeah,
That's all it takes.
no one is immune to a second hit of 2C from Eltnum. No one.
You actually could have CS that one.
Just like no one is immune to getting hit by round start, either like ground.
Oh yeah.
I'm always like, I'm too far to get hit low. Nope.
Did you did you see when I was fighting Queen Mab when I said Queen Mab, freaking Haz's Eltnum?
Mm-hmm.
In
yeah, at the
Monday Night Match Fest. I finally figured out that like it counted as low when I was getting hit by it too much, so that's why 90% of the interactions was just me smacking my face on force function, because it beats like it literally beats like everything except for Eltnum shooting her gun.
Yep.
So I was like, I figured it out. Just the secret. Ooh,
oh nice. Oh no, that was really unfortunate. Because now,
man.
oh, I had the bullets mixed up. I thought thanks to that dropped combo that Meta was low on bullets, but Meta was fine on bullets at least.
Oh yeah, he's alright. Oh,
there we go.
First gunshot,
right.
Meta's winning the cycle. There you go,
Absolutely.
This is a pretty long combo too, so he's gonna have to make a quick
and
decision
reload.
seal wise. Ooh, that was a first function. Oh.
There we go. Okay. So far, we are 100% correct on predicting who's gonna win the first cycle based on who gets the first gunshot.
Imagine getting shot by Eltnum just like makes you get grid a little slower for like 3 seconds. You're leaking grid.
Okay, I actually like that little block string quite a bit. Like dash up 3C 5A 8A.
Oh the oh yeah.
Yep.
Because something that I actually noticed, a lot of people mash when you do 5A 8A, because usually if you're doing 5A 8A, you're not gonna commit to anything else because it's like you're trying to keep to a safer button.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I especially like the 5B that he like really delayed outside of it.
I want to say that was the smart steer because Eltnum's smart steer is 5A, 5B, 2B, if I remember correctly.
That's even better. Easier inputs to get like the same thing. Like when people smart steers work in their pressure really well, it's definitely something that should get used more. And Eltnum, I think, has one of the best smart steers just because how it literally keeps sucking her in closer.
Yep.
Because like all of her smart steer buttons just she moves forward.
Yeah, if your character has a good smart steer, absolutely abuse the shit out of it. Of my characters, the ones that I abuse smart steer the most are Akatsuki and Merkava. Both of them have really strong smart steers, and I am constantly pressing that A button with those two.
Meta just said something about it too. He says they think it's a failed rebeat and you just happen to like hit them.
Yep.
It's like sometimes I do tipper 5A after like a 5B 2B, and it definitely looks like I'm trying to rebeat and it just like barely tipped you, but like I just throw it a second 5B because that's part of my smart steer. It's a very good starter. So like people get hit by that. I'm like, all right.
Yep. That's really, really good.
I'll hit 2C. He's got to get the cycle too. This is gonna be really bad because I think Assault J could just kill him.
I like that backdash actually.
Yeah.
Like keep yourself safe.
It was like right when the cycle proc too, so there's no fear of losing anything. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I like that 660. Because like if I'm Barris right there and I'm trying to dash check, I'm probably dash checking with like 2B or something. And that 6-6 or 6-6 completely covered that option.
That was a pretty prime spot for me to force function, so I got clocked in the noggin.
Nice.
Guys, not literally. I love this combo. It does so much damage. Ooh.
Oh. Oh man, for a second I was thinking meta was about to bait a veil off, but that was unfortunate. Nice. Okay, this should kill.
Cutting sync kills here. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. You already know how this goes.
Yep. Right.
I think it's. I think it like. I think it demoralizes you. It like messes up how you approach neutral afterwards. That one bullet. It's been changing the tide consistently.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that CS
That was
because
a really good CS.
was like you were very minus there, and it was like a decent way to like check and keep the corner.
It gives me a hide IC force function recover CS vibes. You either get a
Nice.
what is it called? Freaking Palebringer, or just a 6B combo, which is way better. Both are good though. Oh, he has one bullet now. This is actually really bad for meta.
Nice.
Just kidding.
Yep. Mid combo reload. Let's go.
Oh, you can't jump here. Let's go. Uh-oh. Throw loops? Throw loops?
Empty jump throw. You love it.
Oh man, you just got Street Fighter 5'd. I'm sorry.
Happens to all of us. I think there's a clip somewhere of Red Blade hitting me with one like 5A starter with Byakuya, and then just throwing me over and over again until I died. Like I literally was just like thinking, oh, Red Blade wouldn't throw me a 5th time, and then he did, and I died.
I definitely remember there was one game I was fighting Mark for Vod, and I think I ticked through him like 6 times or something.
I can't remember. Does Outland counter hit 2B allow for OTGs?
2B?
Yeah. That would be a question for the actual Altman players. Usually like 2Cs for sure, but some other counter hit lows allow for OTGs.
Wait, do you even fall on the ground for 2B? Like, don't you just kind of slide back? Or if it's like an air hit?
Yeah, I was thinking air hit.
Oh, well, shoot. Most of the air hits in this game is usually like just until you hit the ground, unless it's like a sweep, right?
I always thought it was just like really long counter hits done, and like if you hit them low to the ground, you can often OTG. But like I could be wrong here.
I'm gonna wait for an Elden player to confirm, but I think that what it usually is the only time that they sit on the ground and you can be OTG'd is if it's like technically a sweep. Because like otherwise it just like keeps them in the air until like they fall down. It's like a melty counter.
Yeah, that's true.
And then it's really convenient because all of your like B normals that could like hit someone in the air, it like increases the crap out of the stagger window, so you can actually just push the button like 80% of the recovery and actually confirm it. Yo, thanks to all the random surge of followers from Meta, Seths, and Can't Be Sure. We got waves coming in. Thank you for stopping by, everybody.
Now I'm pretty glad that I pinged Meta, and because suddenly the entire Chilean scene showed up.
Got the whole squad.
Hell yeah. Okay, good veil off.
He's really got the cycle here. Freaking veil off.
Yep, I really like just a shot there, just controlling that much space.
Especially with him only having like, what was it, like literally a shot's worth of health. Like he didn't have to commit to anything dangerous. Like there's actually no reason not to just keep checking with bullets. Because if he commits to anything slow, he could have actually gotten hit by, I think that was a 2C that he shot. If he got hit by that 2C, he could have went into the spiral of death. Yeah, it was a 5C.
And like even if that had been blocked, Barris here had Vorpal, and even with only a few bullets remaining, could absolutely have just done reload CS and then just checked out the situation. So like Barris was plenty fine right now, regardless of what was happening. Yep, everyone gets hit by that.
It's so powerful.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't look like it should be as good as it is, but like, no one is immune to getting hit by that round start.
Oh, he almost got that cycle. Then he got too greedy. He tried to go in with a button and like get the counter hit to like get that little grid shift, and he is eating this starter. Oh,
that was good. Okay, so like at this point, I've definitely noticed that Barris, every time that he goes for force function, will follow it up with 6B.
Oh yeah. Because
which, you know, it is very strong, but like, if I'm meta, I'm absolutely starting to mash after force function.
Because I think there was one time where he did force function from like really far away and then like try to check him like twitching with anything with an EX gunshot, but he's only done that once, so I would definitely like not be afraid of the gunshot at all since it's only happened once. I am also swinging really hard.
Yeah, I'm absolutely mashing. Like after seeing it from Barris this many times, I'm like pressing 5B. I don't care what character I'm playing. Like I'm just pressing a big old button, ready to start a counter hit starter.
That was a nice try to get the cycle back. It was a bit risky. If you, it worked out in the end, I guess. but that throw, he was already at a deficit. Where shoot, even if he got the throw, I'm pretty sure he still lost the cycle there. I have to actually go back. With like 5 blocks on him.
Yeah.
Actually, he could have won that. Yeah, he could have won that.
That throw tech, or that throw would have won it, I think.
And it was thankfully at a spot where if he did fail it, he wouldn't have died. So it's definitely not one of those spots where I'm like, ooh, this dude's on the booth trying to throw here. Like, it made sense. Actually got that very good tick throw.
Yep.
From on his toes.
In general, I'm really liking the pressure from Barris. Like, there is a lot of variety in like how Barris resets. How an ADP.
Man.
This is like, ADPs like that are when you know like players have played like first to 100s before and they're on like layer 20.
For sure. My personal favorite layer is when you have people that play against each other all the time and they literally just do like A-normals. Like, I don't think Eldum players just do A-normals because like, if you're gonna do that, like, you probably wouldn't pick Eldum because Eldum's buttons are actually really like fun to use. Oh, like, man, all the other people just like 2A, 2A. Am I gonna do something? You know I'm not. And the cycle just ends here. Or not the cycle, the VO just ends, so he can't even use meter if he wanted to. That was actually really good. Immediately just assaulted because he's like, you don't got VO, I'm not respecting anything.
Okay, Barris not having any of it. Yep. Oh, nice. I love how that side swap route looks.
I like the little snake sizzle noise. Oh, she just falls? Okay, I got knowledge checked. I got thrown.
Yeah, I also got thrown. I knew about it. It's more like it's still, you don't expect it no matter what.
That was also like a perfectly timed delay 2A after the dash there. Like perfectly caught like what might have been a stand tech.
Yep. Okay, but no one's landed a gunshot yet, which means the cycle is still up for grabs.
Especially since they're both right on each other. Ooh, it looks like it's gonna go to meta.
Grid break. Okay, meta has it.
Oh yeah, this is definitely meta. See if it, oh no.
Yep.
He's still got a metric buttload of meter though. This could potentially get him some CS cutting sync. Or
Nice.
shoot, that works too. This guy. Oh,
Ooh. Was that a side swap into ADP?
I feel like that he might have wanted to just slide there and he got crossed up when he teched. Ooh, that was definitely CS.
Nah, I love bullying from Eltnum was just like a
Bullets.
shot over and over. I love seeing it.
It makes me so mad because it's like when I talk to Elden players about the matchup in Hilda, they're like, it feels like all I can do is shoot a bullet, and they start shooting the bullets, and I get annoyed and do something stupid and lose. I'm like, this has merit. So I just start blocking like for 30 seconds, and it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't.
Like no one is immune to like getting annoyed by the bullet and trying something even though you know they shouldn't. Like I've absolutely seen like Foxum playing against Venice, getting tired of blocking after the third A shot, going in and then getting counter hit by the fourth.
Yep. I've definitely seen Red Blade get shot a lot.
Yep.
Ooh, he barely threw right after.
And that wasn't even an OS. That was just like, wake up, I am going to 3C.
Yeah, he's just swinging. He's just swinging a little more tactically.
Yep. Yeah, it was swinging, but it was tactical.
Ooh, let's go. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of. Oh, I. I love backwards 3C. As about as fighting games is like Enders go, is like side swaps go. It's like her ponytail's a hitbox, I guess. Actually, really good. Well, that was a decent green shield. Actually, caught him trying to push anything else and he landed immediately.
I thought that was actually a whiff punish, sort of meta press or something.
Oh, where at?
Whiffed. Yeah, right there. Meta whiffed a 2B.
Oh,
Oh, okay, yeah, that was a whiff punish.
Oh yeah. Hit him with 3A normals to confirm it.
Uh-oh, missed the reload. Doesn't
The
matter.
delayed jab. And knock him down, reload.
Yep.
Boom. Ooh.
Oh, nice throw.
Oh, he didn't cutting sync. I'm surprised. I guess he just wanted to swap. That actually makes sense too.
So, like,
And I think he can still kill him.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with what he did then.
Throughout this set, something that I noticed from both players is that they are very quick to use up their Warble. Like, use up their CS. And, like, if I would be, like, personally pressuring either of them, I would be very fine with, like, dashing up to, like, a, you know, just out of throw range spacing and waiting for their wake-up chain shift. And, like, then I would block just because I don't have the CS buffer, but, like, they're still cornered, so, like, they can't do anything.
This, I feel like there's also something about just the unstable nature about how the mirror goes that kind of makes him want to use it faster.
That could be true.
Because with how with when Eldum gets near Eldum, I would definitely be pretty inclined to just CS that too if I was playing the character.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Bears on offense did air throw.
He was just that sure of himself. He's like, he's been jumping my 6-6Bs long enough. Getting air thrown this time. There it is.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, you're a freaking legend.
Sick. That is sick. Meta, you're a god.
That was so good, dude.
Ooh, that was scary shield.
Strike throw, let's go. So, like, he almost got good broken there, but I still think that just losing the cycle is way better. Because now I can at least shield when stuff's going on. Ooh.
Nice.
I like that combo.
Okay, a bar throw.
A counter hit. He lives for now. A little gunshot so he gets all the meter. 324. Better than nothing. Ooh.
Nice.
He does have to be careful though. If he disrespects cutting sync, he can just die.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good patience.
見せてあげましょう年季の違いをファーストクローズディバイドこれ以上引きます
Ooh, scoop the 3C. That was actually very close. You almost got freaking clogged.
Yep.
That assault gives him a big advantage here, Vorpal wise though. He's just gonna take the meter. Gunshot CS, check him.
Nice.
Ooh.
Cycle isn't
Oh, he just
guaranteed.
swung.
Oh, it actually might be. The fact that Meta got hit is guaranteeing the cycle for him, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Since,
Oh, because he doesn't have to block to get out of grid break faster.
Yep. It's like one of those weird things that like most people don't realize, that you get out of grid break state faster if you block a ton.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually love blocking when I get grid broke. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, me
Jay?
too.
Oh man, he is dive kicking. Oh,
Nice.
that's close.
Yep, really good trade.
Oh, that 3D almost hit. Oh man, it's
This isn't even going to do any damage, but it's funny.
the thing that matters is that bullet should get the cycle,
Oh, that's going to hurt.
or it at least led to it pretty well there. I actually can't believe you wall bounce off the last part. That's so funny. Got him.
Okay. Not going to kill. Doesn't have enough meter. He had enough for IW.
Oh,
It
he
would
cut him.
kill.
Oh,
Oh, actually, yeah, maybe. Cutting sync probably would have been enough.
the minimum is pretty high. But the last bullet missed surprisingly. I actually wasn't ready for that.
If I'm meta, I stop doing anything. But because like at that point, meta was so far ahead in the cycle,
Ooh,
there
stripped him.
wasn't much of a reason to take a risk. Oh, that's
yeah,
unfortunate.
Just like a chill, let Barrows kill himself. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because like at that point, like if you want to pause and like go back to where like just before
It's like
Meta
right
got
here.
hit. Yeah, like look at the block difference. That you just had to block for like 2-3 more seconds.
And then it's in that dangerous spot where it's like, if I do
DP
any
can
frame
kill
traps,
and you have CS.
yeah.
Like there was no real reason to want to block or to mash here, because like the only thing that Barris can do here to win the cycle is go for throw or go for assault. And you can, do a delayed OS to cover both, and you would have been absolutely fine. And like, yeah, right here is where things start going pretty downhill for meta. Just this decision to not block for the last second of the cycle.
Especially since he just had enough meter at this point, or not just enough, but he had enough to get a Vorpal strip at the end, because he's at that perfect spot in the corner where Ultim can actually just do it.
Yeah, Barris can Vorpal strip off of this if he wants to forego some damage, which I absolutely would, just because I'm in DP for death range. So, yeah. All right, let's play it out from here. Yep. Okay, there was a good tech, but it's still scary, and that was an unfortunate. That was probably meant to be a throw. but accidentally got stand shield.
And then he gets hit by like actual tipper 2A. Well, it's probably as long as it can be.
Okay, Meta should be winning the cycle just because of the scoring the gun.
Yeah, he gets a hit, so there's definitely the cycle's definitely gonna end like around the time the combo is. Yep, here goes the Meta. Oh, he gets DP. He does not care when they have Vorpal as peak time to DP. Honestly, like
the DP worked because you saw Meta go for ADP CS.
Mm-hmm. But he just got hit. He got hit before he could see us.
Yep.
I actually do like the thought of how much more likely it is to actually hit someone with a DP when you don't have Vorpal, just because they're like, he's probably gonna be chilling a little bit more, and they're expecting like, you know, me to just do something and like CS cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it a lot more likely that they could just do something meaty. And if they're not like, you know, precise on it, you can just catch them with a DP.
Nice.
Oh, the one hit sync, does that scale well?
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, that should have been a throw.
I'm actually just surprised that 2A didn't punish. Oh, he's expecting like a cancel.
I could be wrong, but I think Eltnum Assault JC on shield is -4.
I see. Oh, he doesn't have any meter. He's got one more chance. Go for the throw, understandable. Ooh. He doesn't have a meter to like actually like really get him though. But we do have Assault
Meta
JA,
is
so.
still doing okay because nice. I was gonna say like the being one DP/1 throw away from death for Varus meant that like even with a grid broken Eltman, Meta absolutely had outs.
The cycle is Beerus's. He got the first bullet, dude. Oh, okay.
No, the bullet rule has worked 100% of the time for this whole set. And we are currently on game 12.
He's got full meter. I think that was okay. I think that if he was willing to do that CS, he should have used his 214C as an ender.
Cutting sync. Alright.
We're going in the corner.
Yep. And Varus has the cycle, so this is Varus' game to lose.
Gotta be super careful. Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, check the bullets. You gotta be oh.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, like, unless Varus messed up pretty hard, there was... Okay. Meta should be getting the cycle here.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Hold on, he might block enough. No. Got him.
Nope. This is the one outlier so far of all of the footage where the person that gets the first gunshot actually loses the cycle.
Okay, yeah.
Best throw attempt? He's got too much of a life lead, and having that Vorpal cycle put him so much more
This
ahead.
is really rough for Meta. That should kill. Yep. 7-5.
That was definitely really that was actually like super like a textbook, like the textbook case of the Vorpal cycle working like perfectly like right after you get it, like right because right here when you hit him with the first knockdown, he already had like he just did like about half of his health, right? So obviously you're like, well, there's 77 seconds on the board, but you have to get that health that health deficit back because you just got smacked. But the instant he goes in for anything, he's immediately he's like, nah, you're at a bigger deficit now. Tried to swing at me, I had to cycle, no. And then after that, you know, he just got thrown again, and then it just kind of spiraled. He got more unlucky at the end. He just kind of timed his stuff pretty just unfortunately. I think I actually don't know why he got hit there. It wasn't counter hit and he was standing. Oh, he crouched. He like perfectly crouched. That's unfortunate.
Yep. But really, like, the final game wasn't lost in those last few seconds. It was the decisions earlier to not block.
What led to the Veloff hit?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Oops. I hit start. It sent me back to the beginning. I think. Oh, I think I hit the end and then restarted when I hit space.
Oh, gotcha.
I actually love the mirror so much. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's a great mirror.
Especially since it's a character that can't, like, as a person that plays Hilda, it's like it's funny to see what people do when they have a character that can't dump meter and how they have to use it, and like there's spaces where it's like, man, he's capped, but he literally, you know, you can't really use it like until you get like a hit or there's like a certain distance where you're likely to use it, but you still shouldn't always do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nice to see like character specific ways on how they use meter, because Hilda's like she's an ape. She's just an ape. That's all she is.
Yeah. If you have too much meter, I already know full screen anti-dispersal is coming my way.
Either that or like 623V EX Orb. Less so on Useria. She's scary.
Good.
The venue owner was waiting for this money match to close. That's actually really funny. He's chilling. Like I actually love it when like the last thing that happened at a venue is a money match. It's great energy.
Yeah, it is.
And you sent me a video from Oust, right?
Yeah, it's Ost and Riddle. Riddle being a Aurier player from Alberta.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that one up then. Oh, this is Twitch footage. Let's go. And we got chat. Let's go.
Just watch the stream, dog. Easy.
What do you mean?
Just watch the stream.
Hold on, you're not sharing with me.
You know the stream.
I'm seeing just the Keep on Rockin' page.
Oh, I know why. Hold on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this Chrome tab and then stream this Chrome tab.
Ah, gotcha.
It actually it separates the Chrome tab if they're in clusters, but the funny thing about that is, contrary to belief, you can still hear the other Chrome tab. You just can't see it.
Yeah, like I was able to hear it. I just couldn't see it.
The stream link. You have the stream link, right? This is a professional production. You have it, right?
No.
Oh. Hold on. I'll put it in the special voice chat spam voice channels text channel.
You said Aurier.
Yeah, like
Merc.
right now,
Merc,
Oz doing
Okay,
a pretty good job of controlling
Starts
neutral, but he's a little behind on the cycle.
Something that I do think is good is how immediately Riddle Master was like just ready to shield the 623A and like get the jump, but then I think he actually got a green shield baited immediately afterwards.
You said
it is
Aurier.
in
like
my
right
opinion
here.
incredibly important to not just single shield, smash it 3 times. Like Merc players should not feel safe and comfortable going for that move.
Mm-hmm. If he doesn't have Vorpal, and especially if you don't have meter, because Riddle Master had like 10, you just smack that shit. Because you can't lose meter green shielding if it's this early. Like, you should really make him feel this.
Yep.
As long as you're not messing up and getting thrown afterwards, you're good.
Mm-hmm. And like Merkava really wants to get Vorpal, not just because CS is good, but because his Vorpal trait is that worms don't go away when Merkava blocks.
It also makes his Wave Punish game a lot better, because 5C 214A's chain shift is actually like just a combo now. It's not normally one.
Yep.
So like it puts you in the corner, he gets worms, you just kind of lose.
And his 214C his 214C is already a legit whiff punish tool, but then add chain shift on top of that, and it's just like you're eating 4.5k off of that single bar.
I actually think that when Merkava wins Vorpal, it's super. I hate it.
Yeah, good.
It makes me very sad, and it's so hard to stop him. Like controlling Vorpal as Merkava is actually like really difficult to navigate around without accidentally getting grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that messed it up here. How did you lose this? It was a green shield. Okay.
That's a worm. This is fireball.
He went too aggressive in the first cycle. He should have just chilled out and made Merkava come to him.
Misses the lunge.
Yeah. So go back just a little bit.
Start 5B.
Just before that.
This is special voice chat spam.
Right here is fine. So watch Merkava's movement. does
Right.
that,
Ori
and then he
Merc,
like
yeah.
does a forward
Starts
walk
off
back,
with a round
micro
start
walk back, and then
5B,
he went for
outs,
2C,
so-
which
Mhm.
normally catches walk backers. You can't do that to Orie.
But she's too fast.
Her walk speed is way too fast.
It's actually nice catching that because I thought the 2C was kind of strange because like how hard it missed, and it's like
No,
it's
that,
Aurier.
like if it was another
If it was
character,
literally anyone else.
that actually would have hit them low. And like that is like you've seen me hit you with me just like doing like micro walk forward, walk back, like shimmying and neutral, and then I'm just smashing 2C, and you're
Mhm.
like, what the hell? Why did that hit from half screen? But
I mean, actually, just
it
lunges
is
out.
way
That
less.
stuff is far, especially like
Yep.
micro dash it too.
Yep. So against Aurier, you can still do that, but you don't have the freedom to be as belligerent with it just because her walk speed is so amazing.
A worm misses fireball. Got some anime footsies going on here.
Yeah, with
It's got the
those
plus frames on the 63A. Misses the lunge.
yeah.
Riddle takes his
Even
turn.
though like
I actually, I definitely respect the try for 5C there. I usually don't expect Ori to like actually just go super hard with 6C on me. So it actually does still catch me a lot sometimes, like right at the tip.
yeah, I definitely don't blame Ost for having woken up with button or even that 5C. Because normally like Oreo throw like sends you full screen, so you're like, all right, back to my normal base game plan of Merkava, 5C 5A whiff or 5C 214A.
And it's super clear that Riddle Master was like, we're not doing that. No, like
Yeah.
I'm not in the mood for this. He's in his face.
So I play Riddle a ton.
Mhm.
He's actually one of my primary training partners.
Mhm.
And I play all of my characters versus Riddle. So like Riddle very much understands what fundamental Merkava is, and like you can see how comfortable Riddle is in this.
Yeah, the fact that he walked back for like 2 whole seconds, he was like, you can't do anything. like that alone showed like just a lot of it.
Yep.
Because like that's not something like literally everyone else in the game gets hit, so you're familiar that you're safe there because you're like familiar with what you can do and what they can do.
Mhm.
And that was in like the first 8 seconds, so like I definitely believe it.
Get some shield from Merc here. He has the cycle. Whips the throw, but throw is plus on whiff. Let's
Yeah,
go.
and that's
No,
pretty
that's
good from
a
Ost going for the flight.
Thanatos
Um,
stando activation.
Didn't really work out here, but like Aurier does struggle to catch Merc once he's actually chosen to fly.
Yeah, I
the only
think
thing she
I
can-
think he like barely got a B thrust like right when he landed. Like he walked the other way.
Mhm.
Actually, I look back to see how he hit him.
Get some shield from Merc here. He has the cycle. Whips
And the fact that he did 3B off of it too is like a 3B flights. I like that
the
option a
throw, but
lot.
throw is plus on whiff.
Yeah, he like actually just caught him landing.
Yeah, that
Let's
was like
go.
trip guard.
6-6C into Thanatos stando activation. Riddle thrusting his way in. Like he thrusts his way into my heart. Oh my goodness, wall bounce. Gets the
Oh, this commentary.
pepperoni shot. Tornado punch. 3.7k.
Real Tom Clancy doing that commentary.
What's
actually.
tornado punch?
I say.
Whatever you want it to be. Oh, with the assault for the
Alright,
crush
checking
of
in
the
with assault,
mashies.
or
Yeah,
not
that
assault,
was
freaking
kinda
thrust.
dead.
He's got the life
Really
lead.
good.
And
Wait,
this
when I
should
think about it,
transfer
I
the
don't
grid
think
a
I've.
little bit
Well, I've
because
seen Oust play.
you
but I
gotta do
don't
something
think I've ever
to balance everything out.
Riddle?
And he ends
Yeah.
up getting another hit, but
Man, I know nothing.
So
about
like
this. I'll play
pause,
it.
Wow.
like go back just slightly to that 6-6C from Aurier. Yeah, right
Wait, when
here.
I think about it, I don't
So
think I've.
here you can I can tell that Ost doesn't know enough about the Aurier matchup, because 6-6C you definitely don't want. Like challenging after this is a bit of a gamble.
because like it's either like Thanatos or Force Function, right?
Yeah, or a mix. So like if I'm Ost right now, I am just choosing to block first, but like play until she does the Thanatos hits.
Well, I've seen Oust play.
There we go. So that was the 4A
This is 4B,
follow-up.
right?
So
or like what
the-
you should do is Merc.
The 4A follow-up is -14 on no cancel, and on if she cancels into force function, she is just ripe for getting anti-aired. There's no hit stun left or block stun left right now, and Ost doesn't recognize this situation right now, so this is just a pressure reset for Riddle.
Right.
but I don't think I've ever.
Oh,
And then empty
he
jump
tried to
low.
block it instead of just clocking him.
Riddle?
Like as soon as I
Man, I know
see
nothing about
6-6C,
West Coast
I'm
players,
already
man.
looking for
Wow,
those
why are you here?
situations.
Anyway, we
the
empty
first
jumping
time.
below.
First time I don't know.
And keep it
Defy's new
simple.
in town, everyone. He's
He
our
just-
transfer
he just kept it
student
simple,
from
like just a
Bank
bunch of
East.
frame traps at the end. He caught him with the 2B, which has a
He's
lot of
here
hits though.
in
Are
the
you guys
PNW region.
Very easy
Sorry, are
confirm.
you guys in the room, by the way?
No, we were watching.
That was
I'm
my
watching
favorite
the
confirm
stream
button
right
when I was
now.
like
Yeah.
playing Ori for
Okay,
like 3
alright.
days.
Can you screen share? You have a
Yeah, I
Screen
can
share?
screen share.
screen
Sorry.
share would be
Oh,
amazing.
all right. No, that's
Alright,
sorry.
go
You know
forward just a little bit.
I'm looking at the
What happened?
Ost, or sorry, not Ost. Sean had to reset the stream because he wasn't feeding it to his commentators.
Okay.
So yeah,
Ori-
that wasn't you like
in the
messing
corner.
up anything. It was
Little
just
4K damage.
uh,
Let's have cycle though.
Sean sucking.
Just gonna chill. One cycle. Okay.
I don't like
Ori
that
pressure's so safe,
chain
dude.
shift at all from Ost.
Really nasty.
Like I was
I think
so
he's-
far that
Oh,
even
nice
if Oreo was
combo.
pressing a button, his 236C would whiff.
Oh yeah, Merc the grid generator.
I-
baby.
I'm assuming that's what he was thinking of doing, but you're definitely gonna
Oh,
get
we
smacked for
blocked
it.
that thrust in time.
Ooh.
Oh,
He did not
holds
confirm the
the
2B.
VO.
That unfortunately got him grid broken here.
Oh, force
He does still have a
functions
good
easy
chance,
and
though.
anti-airing this character.
Nice.
TRM.
He can't get the cycle. He's got to hold
Block the mix
this
up.
to block it.
No mix.
He doesn't have too much time though. He's got to do something,
Oh, I love the walk back thrust.
which
here.
means that he can potentially
man, she's
lose
out,
some
but
frame
doesn't
traps
convert.
real soon.
Oh, he doesn't
He's got-
cancel it.
He's got punished
Dead.
for no
I
canceling.
wonder if there is
Well, I mean,
any,
once it
like,
was 17
intri-
seconds, Merkava could not kill Oreo anymore.
Yeah, he
his-
does damage too slow.
His combos are too long, and his throw animation being multi-hit is too long, so he can't just loop throws either. Like he actually, that was a solved game state at that point. Riddle could not lose.
Like Merkava throwing you and you no teching is actually like 5 seconds of game time.
Yep, exactly. There was nothing Ost could do at that point. The life lead was too big.
like any weird interactions Aurier has with Merc that I probably don't know about because I don't know.
Ooh.
I can see like her force
Oh, he went for
functions
the.
just
He was going for a
become weird.
fireball.
I feel like there's
Yeah.
a lot of thrust blowing up.
Okay,
a
got
lot
the
of
shield.
things, but
He did get the Vorpal cycle, but he definitely didn't shield
Yeah,
the last
he
hit, so he got
does.
smacked for trying to oppose
yeah,
there.
Merc definitely has the buttons to anti-air this character.
Yeah,
though,
like, if
that's
you're
for
gonna
sure.
Challenge.
She's not gonna be doing her shenanigans.
It's hard to know that you got the last hit. So like, if you're
660,
gonna challenge, you gotta press your 5-framer. So if
Got
you're
a lot of
Ori, you
stuff
gotta press
to
that 2A
stop
if
Ori
you're gonna
jump.
choose to challenge.
I think the
Oh,
isn't the problem there
Oh,
that
got the startup.
you're more likely to like whiff him because he
Oh,
is kind of
nice
far away. I
pickup.
think he's out of
Let's
2A
go.
range, right?
Yeah,
like
he's
once he's
out
mashing,
of
he'll
2A
stick his
range,
neck out.
which is why I said like if you're choosing to challenge,
Oh,
choose the
nice.
thing that would beat him pressing a button
Okay.
because he would move his hurt box into your 2A is what would happen.
oh no.
Oh, he is
green shield
assaulting.
break?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, overhit him. Nice. All right. Oh, drops it.
Yeah,
though.
like keep in mind this is Seattle
Still
to
a cycle
Alberta.
advantage. Nice
These
shield by
guys
House.
are likely
catches
having 2-3
the,
frames to each
flippy do
other.
there.
All right.
Off he goes. So
Nice cycle.
I don't care about the cycle. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Can open
any
Ace
6B
oh,
that I ever
drops it.
blocked from Aurier
It's
is
unfortunate. I
thanks
would
to
have been like
playing
at
against
least
Riddle
5K
Ace
probably.
Shotgun.
Oh, I
Wow,
was sick.
safe.
And Aurier 3B having no
Wait,
recovery.
can Ori DP punish that?
I
I
learned-
don't think her DP's fast enough.
I learned how to
Oh,
fuzzy
you're
mash
gonna be-
Aurier
oh, 2-2-C?
just so I didn't
Oh,
have
you
to worry
could've
about
ran out. You could've saved
the 6B anymore. There's like a certain point where 5C hits you where you just mash and then it would interrupt 6B.
I was being very conservative. with
And
the
I
shield.
encourage that
Shield is
everyone learn
Thanatos,
that
I mean,
particular
looks like pretty
space.
Smart. Williams to play it safe, get the cycle advantage when he can. There's gotta be some decent corner carry. Worm set? Oh my goodness, this character's disgusting. Alright.
Yeah, Merc's got a big.
Yeah, the 3B.
And he's running out of time.
3B actually killed all the
clock
worms. That's
is
crazy.
ticking.
I think that was
Oh,
actually like a
nice.
peak time for
Took it
us to
over,
actually like
crushed
start
it.
matching because the
Does
worm
it-
homies like they eat the active frames and like he's
Microcharge.
actually safe to swing.
House is gonna run out of time.
And again,
You
we're at a
just-
solid
it.
game state.
You can just block this out.
Except, no, even with that, combo's too long.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah,
even like
wait.
Oh,
IWEX.
that's not enough.
Alright,
He knows.
He had delay tech charge VO.
Oh,
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Riddle with the
He
timer
didn't have the
scam.
meter to IWEX.
I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do there. I think if the cycle was a little bit farther ahead, he
His- Unironically, I think the only thing that he could have done to have any hope there is like just randomly throw out a VO, and if he started doing a charge VO, if he like hit him right at the end with IWEX, and I don't even think he had time for that.
Like totally kill him.
No,
Definitely.
he didn't.
Yeah, I was tight to make something happen there for sure.
2-0 Riddle.
Yep, 2-0 Riddle. This is a first to 5 for all of these matches.
Wasn't
by the
sure
way,
if that was a
so
safe drop.
Keep that in mind.
I want to say
Yeah,
Warrior was
set
minus
player,
there.
you know.
Yeah, yeah. By the 100th game,
I think so.
I'll have taken at least 5 games.
She whiffed that ADP.
I say that as I lose like 42-0.
I think. Okay, so I think he got shielded out, but he wasn't like he didn't check what is it called? He wasn't like checking 2B. He was just checking him running in, and he just didn't dash block well enough. Like right here, like he actually did shield the last hit, but then he just tried to dash, so he got smacked here. It wasn't counter hit. It just caught him before he actually got to blocking. Maybe he was trying to throw him. I'm assuming that he was trying to throw him there, because like if he's trying to bank off being plus and he got counter hits the last few times, I'd definitely be like trying to throw a little bit too.
Oh my.
That was unfortunate for Riddle.
Unfortunate,
I mean, it worked out.
picks
but,
it up
like,
on the scramble.
He definitely thought that he had
Almost
enough
with
meter to
a
do
slightly exaggerated meter advantage in the second round. Oh, that was kind of cheap.
You need like, I usually coast off like if I have 150, I can use a special. If not, I
Late
can't.
Thanatos pressure. Yeah, 5A. Frame trap. He can pick that up.
Ooh, okay.
Where's
Actually
so good.
really antsy on defense. Like you kind of gotta chill out, or you gotta go all out. You know, you gotta use that to succeed. Homie's dead. 3.
Blazing
mess up the first time we shall repeat it. I will get this confirmed.
Yep.
Riddle's
I didn't
very
know there
good.
was another. I didn't know there was another really good Aurier on the West Coast.
Oh yeah, Riddle is
That's whatchamacallit.
psychotic.
Psychotic, yeah.
Yeah, they're both in here. Psychotic's in play too.
Nice.
but
Very nice whiff punish right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Riddle's plenty of practice for me. That guy's very
Awesome,
good on
taking
defense.
advantage that Merkava's hurt box seemingly disappears when he
3BAD
starts
catches
flying.
and picks it up. Nice.
I don't even think that was 3BID. I think that was just him actually
That guy's
reacting.
very good
Because
on
like that was too
defense.
delayed to feel like a throw OS. Because like.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Meeting. Oh, 3
That was a really good anti-air.
Picks it up. Nice.
Yeah. That might have been a throw us, but that was
Cycle,
still,
though, mashes
regardless of
out.
what it was really good.
Says I don't need this.
I'm partial
No.
to being a throw us a little bit just because 6-6C makes him fall so fast.
Mix up.
Yeah, it's a
Block
26
this.
frame
Nice
overhead.
block.
Just a fast fall. Okay.
He has 6 blocks.
Riddle being
Yes,
really
he is.
patient, just chilling.
He's got
went out
full
cycle.
resources.
No
He can
need to
make
take
himself
any
plus
risks.
later.
Yeah, but no punish.
Very risky.
House
He's
isn't
lucky he
like
didn't get
trying
punished
to
there.
like tear him or anything
Ooh.
or make him scared.
This is no bueno.
Just gonna block it out. Oh, that's big damage. We know what do we need?
This is
Oh my
7K.
Oh my
It's a
gosh.
casual
Wow.
6.5.
Got him.
Nice. This might be kill actually.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
kept
that's
it
so
easy.
unfortunate. Getting a whole veil off. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
Vio
charge
almost
thrust and then
won
just
the round for
getting
House, man.
reversal by Merkava.
Completely just almost robbed that entire round. Okay.
I think it was like 4,011.
Nice
Oh wait, no, he just
And
went for
doing the
reversal
2A,
knockdown.
2A rebeat OP.
Springman hit me with that combo a lot. He's always like, yay, 4K.
Oh,
I love
disgusting. Yeah,
like
that's the second time
assaulting
he's
at
been
someone
hit
twice and then
that.
just
It is real hard to react.
going back to
I'm
making
gonna be
pressure
real
real
good, I'll block
because
that
people
offline.
are tired of blocking
Yeah,
after they block
offline
the
PC or
ball
offline
once.
PS4.
Yup.
Offline PS4.
Alright. Both
And
same.
the speed in which they get tired with assault actually varies
Anyway, I
per
was getting some,
character.
get
So if
some
I play it
damages
high,
back on the board.
I will
though.
assault you
Riddle
once and
still
then I'll just
has
not do it for
Warple,
like the next
but I
20
was doing
seconds.
pretty
And I
good
know
job
you think I will.
spacing him out. Oh, that was 5A gets caught.
That wasn't a punish. 5C 5A whiff is -5.
But I was doing a pretty good job spacing him out.
Oh, wait, hold up.
Wait, hold on.
Anyway, I was
What?
getting some,
I
getting some
wanna make
damages
sure-
back on the board, though. Riddle still has Warple, but I was doing a pretty good job spacing him.
Oh,
it's
no,
4.
that was
It's
that was
5B.
No.
Okay.
That's actually super minus.
Oh yeah, he freaking chain shift like right on the active frame of the 5. He was boned.
Oh, that was 5A gets
That
caught.
was actually a punish.
That's
Never
a
mind.
punish? Really?
Yeah. Merkava actually has 10 of our rebeats. It
Device
just doesn't
right is
matter because his
expanding.
range is absurd, and he has a million
didn't know
cancel
that.
options. So
Damn, with-
he just no cancels all day.
And he actually got hit right there because if you The tip of divine thrust is actually plus, contrary to belief of a lot of people.
Sucks. That shit sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, nice block.
Right, like right there. That was
Is it
minus
really that
14.
minus? Oh, damn.
Merc should have done a 6-6B.
Okay. Tries to anti-air with grabby hand, try to catch some force function shenanigans from Riddle, but
Yeah.
Riddle
Sadly,
played fairly
5C5A
grounded this
win.
round. Never mind.
-5
I
is
take back everything I said ever.
best.
Oh my god, that trades.
All of them are worse than that.
360 sucks,
Yeah,
dude.
his rebeat data is really bad if a person has one reversal set throw at you.
He does have cycle and 200 meter to burn here. Yeah, just
That-
meterless worm set
That
back
force
dash
function
to get
anti-armor
some
combo is
space.
pretty
Okay,
godlike though.
have to jump low. Nice rebeats in 2A.
Caught him
Sounds
out
right,
of flight
you
as
can
Aurea,
turn
you don't see that too
fine.
much.
Oh
Alright,
my
6-6C
If there's
rearing its
any
ugly
time to play
head.
like
You're
bitch,
ever
it's
minus,
right
this man
now
will
if you're
flip.
Mercado. Right now, you
No.
just run, the clock's in your favor,
that
you have
was-
35
he's lucky he
seconds,
didn't
it's time to
punish.
move.
This should
Or
kill.
just
Just
chill.
a 2B. Yeah, that might work.
Nice.
Actually,
Yeah, yeah, it's dead.
oh my god.
This deck is fucked up, man.
He-
This
Alright.
deck is messed
That
up.
was pretty good on time. Alice actually played really carefully when he knew he had a big life lead, and there were like 30 seconds left, which is still something you can lose, but he played patiently and he did let Riddle
Sorry,
actually
not
kill
I was on the
himself
board, sorry.
Yep.
with a good
Was it
with a
3-1?
good CS.
Yep, 3-1, Riddle favor.
あなたには犠牲になってもらいます。
Oust is a bit of a road ahead of him, but looking to make some
This
adaptations.
could be a long one. Could be a long one, boys.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness, just
6-6C no
throw.
cancel.
Ooh,
After the
charge
Aurea
Divine
player
Thrust
has
is clipping
established the
fireball,
other
catches the jump start
cancels,
with
it
another Divine
was
Thrust
quite
though.
strong.
Another one. Alright, and he gets a combo off this in the corner. Vorpal
Look at that
is secured. Oh,
In the
Thanatos,
Oki, oh my, oh
And
my
it's like
goodness.
especially
Oh my
good
God.
because if you
It's
want
alright,
to
they're in the same
one of the
region,
ways to
it's
call
only 2
out
frames probably, he can do the
6-6C
J's.
into
It's
Thanatos
fine.
calls is to green shield the
Yeah, play
last
like it
hit of
doesn't apply.
6-6C so that you
Yeah.
shield the first
Well, I
hit
like
of
the
Thanatos.
options, man. I like being able to pick who I play.
And
That's why
then
I
at
pick
that
White.
point,
2
you're
frames.
guaranteed to
I get like 2
punish.
frames with White Frame. Maybe
But-
a nice connection.
6-6C no cancel
Oh,
would
nice!
just would
Nice.
break that.
The TRM. I was waiting for a TRM this entire time.
Were
Please
you so
TRM.
cursed?
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
And they always tell you
Okay.
that, and they always make it sound like really one-dimensional, like you just
Well,
punish her, and then they're like,
Go back
However,
slightly.
the next layer.
Inflicted by that 214C.
Go back slightly.
That
Oh,
ender.
I need to point out what CG is saying in the chat. I warmed up Ost with my honest character, referring to Enkidu, so he wasn't prepared for a BG's character like Aurea.
man.
Nice.
Nice.
Finally, the TRM. I was
Thank
waiting
you for
a
pointing that
TRM
one out.
this entire time. Please TRM.
I love you.
Oh, nice.
The YU
Oh my
crew.
goodness.
Man, that's
Okay.
crazy.
And the mental damage inflicted by that 214C by Mercado, that ender. It's massive, I swear. Alright, yeah.
After 3
This is what you were
so
talking
fucked
about,
up.
right? Just space them out, make them
Yeah.
come to you. I
But
don't
the
care if you
clock-
go for it.
Especially since you
clock
can't
is
chase
in.
it, because if you try to like do
Oh,
a dash
nice.
block, he just swings at you. I guess you could kind of jump shield, but I'm not
Homie's
trying to jump
back.
shield Merkava when he like
Hit him
lands
with
and
the
4Bs me.
hits. It's
Ooh.
so messed up.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
goodness.
Okay,
they're-
I
Like I
lied.
said,
I'm not
Riddle
saying
knows this
how
matchup
Mercado can anti
super
or-
well.
I was lying. I was lying.
Yeah, I feel like Aurea is in the. Oh, whiff throws plus. And it grip
It's Aurea, Tom.
You know,
You can't
whenever
anti this character.
It's true.
It's not possible.
Whenever I try to grab Merkava, I just whiff a throw and get punished. Whenever Riddle tries to throw Merkava, he whiffs a throw and gets a grip break instead. Where's the justice? Where's the justice on that? I don't understand.
It'd
It's
be
whether the
like-
J is
The
the
commentators are
it'd be
hilarious.
like that.
It's like the
Yeah, Riddle
perfect
getting the
amount of
initiative
salt
round
for
start here.
commentary.
Nice
Yeah.
3C. Oh, whiff 3C.
Wait a
not
minute.
Going the way. I don't understand.
It'd
It's
be
whether the
like
J is he is and he's dead.
I want you to know how sad this makes me. So he's like, I
Yeah,
feel
Riddle
like he's
getting
gonna
the
mash here.
initiative round start.
So he does 3C.
Here.
But the way that Merkava like leans back, dodged the 3C, so he actually died to a low for using his low crush.
Yep.
Nice 3C.
Man.
Oh, whiff 3C. Not going the way he wants to.
If Riddle delayed that 3C just a little bit later, they would have.
He guaranteed the cycle with that thrust. He
blew
could
up
have
out,
potentially
Full screen
concentrated,
and
but
setting
he
a
might have
worm.
gotten
Now,
grabbed.
taken to the sky using worms
only
and
said an
fireballs.
A-word.
So now he does have the
I
health lead.
guess
Is he
I'm gonna
listening
disagree
on the
with
stream? I mean, I would be, just to hear my own voice.
He's probably not trying to get thrusted. He's,
Oh,
he's
almost
probably
gets the cycle
scared to
with that
do the B1.
concentrate. Really good effort.
Yeah, that's true. B1's pretty slow.
It's kind of hard to do that against
Doesn't look
Aurea because Aurea has the perfect like stop charging the move, you know. She can just thrust and stop any kind of
Yeah,
thing
the
like
throw
Nice
that.
redash
on the
throw.
cycle.
Gets the cycle. This is
You gotta
bad.
get counter hit.
Oh, yeah, that's real bad. Thanatos starter?
I think
Oh,
he could have
drops
actually died if he didn't drop that. Ooh.
it. Ooh,
You know,
nice.
I think
missed the
Riddle
micro
should have
dash.
spent the CVO there. I think he should have spent the CVO there.
Oh
to
wow,
get
that actually
combo
reached him.
first.
I thought he was
They
actually
would've
gonna be able to walk out of the way.
2B is like, it's so big.
Nice
just to
throw.
make sure it didn't drop, but now they're in a kind of bad spot.
Yeah, Riddle's, he stated that he's a
Will
fan
he
of
mixed?
using micro dash 5B for combo conversions with Aurier.
Uh-oh.
Much, you know, and it's looking like mixed results so far. But
Yeah, I
oh,
don't
clips him with
like
the Thanatos.
like even if he hit him there, he wasn't gonna win.
Passion, trying to.
He had
check
to
the
actually hit him with
260s.
like
Probably matching
63A,
260s
63B, and
hit him.
2DC.
So would have killed him. It's safe. might
And
as well
even
do it.
then, I'm pretty
If I
sure
was
he
playing
still
Merkava,
wouldn't
I'd
have
be
died in
slamming
5 seconds.
260 like all the time.
Oh, well, like,
Because I know most people aren't gonna
one
punish it unless I'm
thing
playing.
nice
Merkava
turn.
can do is,
Easy punish.
like,
Or
early
Elton-
going
Elton
into
would
his
be punished too,
236B
I'm
into
pretty sure.
236C by itself is
Oh,
like
what is this? Oh.
2.5.
Okay, that's not bad. I guess if he really wanted damage, he could have did like a EX hands afterwards.
Yeah.
Like really crank it out. But like he had to actually just hit him approaching, which is really unlikely because why would he be approaching with that much of a life lead?
Yep.
Ooh, it's a little too fancy.
Yeah, that was a little too much.
Okay, yeah, he has to take these plus frames. He doesn't have shield. Oh, now he does. Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
like
too
one
low to
of
get
the
the
one,
combo.
one of the things about like playing Merkava is like
Damn.
see them grid
That would
broken, you're
suck.
like, haha,
Yeah,
they have to hold my
version.
63A.
Nice.
But the downside
Comes
is
into the
like
corner. This
you're
close to it.
in just making them block 2 of them, their grid break
they're
state
not
is
broken
gone.
anymore.
Yeah.
It's too many hits.
Yep. I don't like doing that when they're grid broken because like I want them to stay grid broken.
I like this walk back
It
spacing.
just
like,
kind of
game
stinks
that
grid
Riddle's
breaking them when you
doing
don't have too
with
many
3C.
resources because it's
That
harder
was
to
some
capitalize.
neutral.
Just because like
Riddle in the 3C.
you're probably not
Kinda
gonna get them to
bait some
fall for
kinda low,
anything
you know,
that's
Merkava's
like
best-
too wild.
I think
And if
Merkava's
you didn't
best
like spend
matchup
bar
is
when they got grid
close,
broken,
so.
I'm just gonna assume that
But they're so, yeah, 2B's
you're just
like,
kind of
what,
backing
7
away from them at that
frames?
point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of nice. But,
Or
oh,
at least
nice
just staying
Neo,
like
okay.
right in 2B
VO
range if they
and
try to do something.
You're dead.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
dead.
good night.
Yeah.
A lot of damage. That
Would
was
have
from a
preferred to
6B
see like
overhead line.
CSIW just for the
That's
meter.
3.6, and it wasn't even done.
Or CS
I think
Sacred
Riddle says you
Spire
can get,
because I think you
what is it,
don't die until the
7K
last hit.
off of 6B with VO.
I think you die before
Yeah.
IW's over.
This anime Street Fighter, what do you expect? To get your critical art and it does a lot of damage. Well, like 5 people in chat.
that-
will
that
be better,
might
but
be-
that's
I feel like
without a
Riddle's
play.
definitely playing like.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you can
Yeah.
use meter here. Oh,
Cycle mind game.
Yeah, it was too
because
far.
Riddle's just so
And
confident
Thrust
enough
killed the worm.
to mash out against Merc.
Bird Fire.
Yeah,
was
that's
BGs,
what I
man.
mean right there from early on in the set. Merc just like
Cycle
walk
mind
back
game,
2C
because
is
Riddle's just
so
so
strong,
confident enough.
and like at
to
this range,
mash out
it's
against
good even
Merc.
against Aurier.
Because DNC was walking back,
So-
like he did try to start moving, even with her speed, like the fact that he wasn't walking initially
Definitely
is what got him
thinking a
caught,
little bit ahead.
as opposed to the first
I
time.
love the first CS gets in. Oh, there it is again.
And you need to OS. Please OS. That was the perfect
Maybe
time
that
to OS, I feel.
Plus 180.
Ooh, yeah, that was
Yeah.
definitely EX hands.
Still puts
Yep,
himself in the
that
corner,
was
though.
his input got crossed up.
Does have cycle. There it is. Sacred Spire. Yeah.
Sacred Spire does. I'm pretty sure Sacred Spire also does a little more damage than her other DP.
That was ticks out though.
Oh,
Sets
I like
bar.
that CS. I like
believe
that
it
CS
does.
worm.
I like the fact that he's just chilling here. Like
Nice.
it
Ticks
could go
the
pretty
throw.
bad, but he was doing so
Oh,
well.
and he
that
gets
cycle that he was
out.
willing to
Alright.
hold it for the sake of getting it. Then he backdashed,
The
and
rough
then he lost a
time
lot
is
of it.
not in your
Oh.
favor.
Now he's about to die.
Just block,
Big.
man. Just block.
Big.
No, actually, I guess
yeah,
I was gonna
Yeah,
say like,
just-
why didn't you spend meter? But like at that many
Oh,
seconds,
man.
Riddle couldn't come back.
He just went for a safe jump.
Alsa's kind of fighting for his life right now.
Yeah,
nice.
smack him.
JB is so
Let's
good.
go.
That button's so good.
Ooh, good purple shield baits. The fireball barely missing, just to
It's
stop him from
definitely
going
playing
forward. I
very
like that.
Patient. Why is that
It's
so
never gonna win his
active?
combo.
Why is
It's like-
that active for more than
Yeah.
my entire lifespan so far? I don't understand it.
But yeah,
I don't
hate
know
when
why
I get
it is
single
so
going hit
active.
to
I guess it's for
ruin my
combo
combo.
consistency.
Yeah.
Nice frame trap.
I
And
like,
charges.
I like the drop
to get
cycle for
cycled.
cycle.
That was
I actually really
big
appreciate
brain.
that. People don't do that
Back
enough.
dash. Yeah, I
Like when
like
they're
this.
clearly
I
like
like he
going
says,
to win
I've
if they
got
drop that right
cycle,
here.
I've
They're like,
got
nah, I'll just
meter,
lose the cycle
I've got the health
and get
lead,
DP'd
I
and
am
lose the
just
game.
gonna retreat. Oh, that's
no
unfortunate.
reversal right here, which is unfortunate
It's a 2v6
because
C.
that
You
could've
would have
killed him.
Nice
guaranteed
block
the
on the
one.
overhead.
Yep.
He had
Now
because he
Riddle's
had 200
in.
meter.
Now, got the
I'm
health
pretty
lead.
sure. It's like yeah,
I am
190.
just gonna
But
retreat.
I think he
that's
definitely would have killed him
unfortunate.
though because he could do like a what EX hands, 5C, 6C, and then
Yeah,
use
he just would have
fireball
done
up there.
he would have done the full route, which would have built the last bit of meter. Even with the EX starter proration on meter gain, he would gain 10 meter.
That's a 2-3-6-C. Oh, nice block on the overhead. Now Riddle's in.
Like right now, this is
Has enough
Ost's
time
game
on
to
the clock. Oh,
lose,
grip break
and
throw,
it's
yeah.
looking
Especially
like
now.
he's-
Yeah, that was definitely not the
At,
right
at least
time to...
at least blocking EX Thanatos Bowl, he took half of his grid break away. Oh my god.
Yep. Like go back. I want to see that grid break state.
Now Riddle's in.
Bro, watch
now.
this shit. This is great.
Has enough time on the clock. Oh, grip break throw,
break.
yep.
Now,
Yeah, that was definitely not the right time to...
boom,
to green shield.
gone.
Nice Tosoki. Nice tech, yep.
And like that's why I'm
Okay, swoops
not
out.
a fan of.
Alright, now you're in the
doing,
corner. Oh, mash is
multi-hit
out.
moves
He's
when
so
someone's
smart with
grid
these
broken.
mash out decisions.
Yeah, that was a true punish. I'm
No,
pretty
you
sure,
don't want to do
by
that.
the way.
Oh, well, yeah,
Ooh.
that's fair.
2B no cancel, I'm pretty sure that was a punish. True punish. 'cause that's
He
a
does have
6
life
frame.
lead. He just needs to
Different
keep wasting
5A.
time and like baiting fireball. Ooh.
That will not
Yeah.
And now 10 seconds on the clock.
What's your
What is
character have?
like Ost has to do something because he's been.
Alright,
Oh,
now
there we
play.
go.
Finally. But like, see how Ost almost lost that game.
Oh man.
House is
when
down, but
he
not
could've
just
just
yet.
killed way earlier.
What's this?
And he definitely got in more of a pickle just because of the 6-2C the 6-2-3C and the Thanatos ball. Like it didn't get him comboed, but it did smack him. Like it does a noticeable chunk even as like just a small poke just because you recovered, and that put him in a lot more danger than he needed to be too. I think he actually would have had a life lead at that last combo
Oh
he got
my god.
if he didn't get hit by that.
If Riddle did a 3B OS there, the game would have been over. But
That was a very good 5A8A.
Homie wanted to play it safe. And
Speak on the earlier topic of smart steers. Ori has one of the best ones because she'll be
if
doing her
Riddle
pressure,
did a
and I think the
3B
scariest part of
OS
her pressure is when she does 5C 5A. That is always my least favorite part of her pressure because is it going to be another 5A? Is she going to reset because it's only like -2? Like it's like the frame data is really good on that button.
-3.
-3. All right.
Yeah. But even still, -3 at the range that her 5A is at is quite good.
Yeah.
And the fact that she can now go into her smart steer.
Like even if it's like tipper 5A and she's like doing like more pressure, you get counter hit by 5B. Like C Thanatos
there,
allows her
the
to
game
actually
would've
get
been
like
over, but
a lackluster combo, but still a
wanted
combo
to play
nonetheless. You
it
take like
safe
3K.
and go for a
He just
180.
wants more games. He just wants more games. He's looking out for us. Oh,
So
man,
it made the smart
oh
steer
my
get
God.
even scarier in this version.
So
Man,
smart. Oh, that confirms.
I told you there was gonna be some cursed thrust interactions happening in neutral.
It's a 4C frame trap.
Nice.
oh man, he met her.
Gets
That-
hit by
that
the
was-
13th
That was
anti-air that
good.
Rakava
I do
has.
think that
It's
the
unfortunate.
sooner he just 4Bs to check that, the better.
And Oust has plenty of grid blocks to burn here. Okay, I like the patience.
No,
Okay.
I disagree with that.
Nice.
Hey, what's up?
Look at the amount of
Oust has
blocks Ost
plenty
has.
of grid blocks to burn here.
The cycle was
And
almost
then-
over too. He should have held it.
Yep.
Okay,
And
I
also,
like
like
the
neutral
patience.
CS,
Okay.
now Ori's at advantage because her 5A reaches.
Nice.
And Mercs.
Well, actually,
2B
I think
does not.
Oria could have EX canceled there. Maybe not, because she was still mid animation, but maybe she could have EX canceled. Not sure on that one.
Yeah, like all of this right here, him being in the corner and having to hold this was thanks to having done that neutral
Yeah, Riddle
CS.
getting a little spicy
Just
with these
because he
confirms. I feel
got
like it's
uncomfortable
making these
in the
games a bit
stare down.
closer than they should be. But you know what? I respect it. Man, Riddle's playing a zoner now.
Time is not in your
And
favor. You
that's
gotta
grab right
move.
there?
No. You
Yep.
gotta move forward,
EX
man.
grab.
Oh my god.
236C is
Because I know you can shoot Ori like it doesn't feel like it because the animation is just like her lifting like literally like one arm a little bit, but that move has a lot of recovery. 2-2-C.
Yep.
So like if you ever see it, like just swing. There's no reason not to swing at her.
strange.
Yeah, if you have a full screen move like that, you just swing.
360
It
is
doesn't
super
even have to
good,
be
but it
2
just
and
has the
4
one
C.
flaw that
I'm
I'm
pretty
pretty sure
sure
it
that
could,
was
it could have
so
actually been 2 and
kinda
4A in
sucks.
that case.
If
I
you
think he
find
had
a move
time.
that can blow up that move, you're basically getting rid of one of Merkava's like strongest
Ooh, unfortunate.
things
he lives.
he can do. So
He's very quickly at a bad
Yeah, when
bad
your
spot though.
one
He doesn't
major
have
defensive
Vorpal. He's
option
got
gets blown up,
big
you
life
don't really
deficit.
have any defensive options, do you?
He will get his Vorpal cycle as long as he's calm
not
about
really,
it.
but it's
Riddle's not
Yeah,
really
I really
concentrating.
like going
people
like
in
the fact that
check.
Ost went for
Yeah.
a fireball there was really good because it
Undercover
controlled
thrust?
space. Not
Oh,
the fact that
nice.
it covered thrust, it's that like
Catches him
when
low.
I'm like
Okay.
when you're zoning with Merc,
that drop.
a fireball is really good for controlling space because if someone does like a deep dash, they end up blocking that, right?
Mhm.
And by not going for the B fireball, they can't get a free shield out of it. So you're not giving up grid.
Oh yeah, because like when you dash and block the A fireball, it's very unlikely that you actually stop your dash enough to actually get a 1D. So it's like way harder to play grid against, which is why it's so freaking frustrating to play it with this guy. Because the instant you're like, okay, fine, he's not shooting the fireball at me, I'm just gonna concentrate. That's when the fireball actually comes at you, or you know, he just lands. You know, he catches your concentrate like right when you do it, 2-1-4A, and you're like, dang.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Merkava players like GG's, shake my hand.
You don't
Never
really
shake
have any
their hand.
defensive options, do you?
Not really, but
It's a good thing that every
Well,
Merkava player is
people
funny,
in
bro.
check.
I freaking
Oh,
hate
yeah.
fighting this character so much.
Oh, nice. Catches him low. Okay.
Oh, he messed with
Oh,
he messed with the
that
link there.
was
Oh,
so
and they got good broken.
Yeah,
just do
I
it.
very much agree with that. Messed it up
Fucks up the
though.
combo. He was trying to go for the.
He's got it in the
hammer
corner at the
confirm.
very least. Ooh,
Oh,
But
my
he's gonna
goodness,
die.
that happened to...
Oh no, he's not.
No, not
So
yet.
I think-
Oh no, that's not real. No. Oh, he doesn't know that that's
Okay,
not
and-
real.
And that's the end of the set.
that's actually an unfortunate way to go. The 2-2C knowledge check. Because a lot of people think that it pops up way fast. Like it looks like it's there faster than it is, like by a really big
The
degree.
animation is there before the hitbox actually appears.
It's because like she does her little like JoJo pose, and you're like, that's when it happens, right? It's like, nah, the bubble takes like super long to form, and like you see a super flash from Aurier, honestly. Like you just kind of you do like a delayed mash, because if it's EX Thanatos, you just block it. EX Thanatos comes out super fast, but if it's 2-2C instead of 2-1-4C, like you'll just
There
you'll just
is a
swing back
timing
properly.
that will cover that option. Because like if you do the delay mash, you'll still hit her out of her 2-2C, and you will block 2-3-6C and 2-1-4C.
Aurier actually has a lot of places in her pressure where you can just fuzzy mash. A lot of them are really weird looking though.
I feel like what your fuzzy mash options are against Aurier really depend on like the range of your character's buttons.
I was just mainly referring to like the Thanatos thing and like the 5C6B mix up. Like those are two really big ones that I think about.
Yeah, that's true. Because like 5C, or I think it's her like 4C2A, the one that they do to like try to get you to block high and you get hit low.
Mm-hmm.
That one definitely, like, there's a timing for that to mash between that and 6B, but I don't know. I find it decently hard, but maybe I'm just bad.
No, it's hard. It actually is hard. That's why it like sucks to do it like especially if you're fighting Aurier online. That's why you usually see it hit so much more. Like because it's either counter hit or people just aren't reacting to it, so it's like a double whammy.
Yep. Yeah, something that a lot of people should do is just like practice like having or like set up 3 Aurier bots, like have her do like thrust, 2-2C, thrust 2-3-6C, thrust 2-1-4C, and like make sure there's like a gap, and then just like practice the mash timing so that you block the ones that come out quick and still beat her 2-2C. And like that similar timing will will work the same off of any button, really.
And
That
then,
way,
when
like-
you practice that, like all the other fuzzy mashes, like that you'll find yourself doing in more like shoot, you'll find more. You'll be openly looking for spots where it feels like there's a fuzzy mash, and then it helps with a lot of matchups.
Yep.
Just like off the top of my head, like Hilda assaulting at you is a big fuzzy mash scenario.
Yeah, unless she like is backed up by a gloom, you absolutely should be fuzzy mashing that.
My favorite thing is when I fought Splunk Man, it's like sometimes I would hit him with like an ICJC and I just hear him sadly go, but I fuzzy mashed. Like he just did it slightly too late.
Yep.
It's so good. Let's see here. This was a 2-hour VOD. Alright. I close keep on rocking. It's over. Hold on. Friggin' dork. I closed it because I wanted you to see the other monitor, I remember. Alright.
Alright, what are we gonna watch now?
Let's see what else we got. We
I
have
feel like
Boston
I'm
Boston
down
Blue
to
Bee at the end of
watch,
August.
I'm probably good for like one more
Alright.
set to watch.
Good. We can watch something from Boston Blue Beat. I think that might be a good one. Freaking
I want to do Carp versus Venice.
all right.
Just because like there's a lot of stuff that I'm more than anything, I'm kind of curious to see like how Venice does Eltnum versus going up against a Yuzu, because like it is a pretty terrible matchup for Eltnum. But like obviously once she scores the hit, she can kind of bully Yuzu in the corner. But yeah, I just want to. I'm curious how that one's gonna go.
On the Eltnum, if you're catching up with a player, a lot of people say this. Okay.
Yeah.
Great start.
I hate Eltnum.
So I think what was that checking, like round start, jump back, force
If
function or
you're
something?
catching up with
Because you did jump.
Well, like the only reason I'm like not fully agreeing with Carp's round start is like against Eltnum, because her Aether Light ground will catch you walking back. You either want to just like down back or jump back as Yuzu. Jump back will destroy her gun and also Aether Light ground. Down back, for a quick moment, you can like see if she's going to be coming in to do something like run up 3C like she did here.
player, a lot of people say this. Okay, run up 3C. I hate Eltnum so much.
Okay.
I don't think you understand. But she's low tier.
I don't know what Carp was doing.
Right,
but
the
got
cameras
hit
aren't on. They
after
can't see
plus
me.
frames.
Right,
This
so
character's never known low tier in her entire
Oh,
outfit.
the whiff throw grab. I love that one.
Outfit.
Or the whiff punch grab.
Gunshots.
Right, Venice is very quickly asserting his dominance. He is just playing back. He's not trying to over push his
but
turn.
it is
He's accepted that it's
and
over.
now you have to
He
deal
tried to
with
use meter to
using
keep it,
neutral.
but you can only do so much.
Use a gun.
Yes, but you have to deal with using teleports in. Okay, hold on a second. Venice is contesting a lot of these like Vatos like successfully.
Oh, yep.
too.
Carp was going for 5C.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was
Such good spacing with
Yeah, the
strength
thing
with
on
Yuzu
the
is,
screen. Man, I'm so impressed.
She doesn't have
That
any
was
great dash
contesting a
checks that
lot
she
of
can do on reaction. She
So
kind
she
of
just kind of has to
sometimes
check
just,
out the 5C
use-
wall and hope for the best.
Yeah, a lot of times you just have to chuck out the 5C wall and hope not to get shot.
successfully too.
Yep.
Staying at a that was
That was a very good
That was
spacing.
such
though.
good spacing with
Yeah,
string
that
goes half
spacing
screen.
from Venice
Man,
was
I'm so
fantastic.
impressed.
It's Yuzu. Have you seen her go into stance and click a button?
Click.
Yes.
Okay, I like that. Just
Look at
jump
this.
back,
Is he
saw
playing
nothing,
tapping the
assault.
button?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yo,
Okay.
that assault over
But
into
it-
the charge JC was so smart because the charge JC gave him just enough float to go over the button.
Yeah.
That's matchup knowledge right there.
It's
Ooh,
really
that
cool
was
as like a
a
low
very
crush,
audacious
in
match.
that sense. All right, good teleport. Now you're good.
Nice.
Oh, I think he may have won the CS, but he just
Carp has, Carp
did,
has
like,
all the
4
control of like
DD
the
and got
cycle,
shot
so
or got slashed.
he doesn't need to do much as long as he gets the life lead. He's fine. And as usual, like one of your big objectives in neutral,
yeah, that was
to just deny the other person.
Very
right?
clear CS.
Like, as long as you get that,
Venus.
you don't have to deal with any CS situations. You can run your game like very effectively.
But he's that super on accident there. Now he's got no meter.
So many people clutch on blocking ones and then immediately smashing the hard CS.
Running up in,
so
tell me how you really feel.
Tell me how you really feel.
Yeah, Venus just got impatient there.
Which is very good for Carp because he's got a big lead and he's about to get the cycle if he can
Great damage.
trick him.
That was
long
actually
enough.
really good.
That was a nice.
None of Elton's options could have dealt.
I think that was 3C that Venus went for, and then like
outside of like
just above it.
neutral jump air throw.
We're chilling out. It's Yuzu neutral, baby. What do you
see.
Okay. Ooh,
That's crazy.
Do it. Let's go.
Catching Carp going into stance.
It's like
trying
it's
to, like,
bad
go for,
Oki, but when you're like wanting
immediate
to
jump in,
secure the
stance
cycle, that kind of thing is really strong. Because you're not like
it's nothing
giving them a
EX.
hitbox to block.
Good on Carp for blocking, for baiting the CS there to not get cutting synced.
No meter for 1%.
Oh, that's plus. Why are you mashing?
Not finishing the food there.
Ooh.
Do not want to give Yuzu a chance.
It looks like he's
Oh
not.
wow, that 2B actually hit. I don't even think Venus thought that was going to hit. He just stopped.
Comma. Okay, wait,
Oh,
never
no.
mind. We're dropping combos today.
You know what? I bet you go back.
Goes for the
That drop combo
Never
from
mind.
Carp.
Dropping
You know
combos
what
today.
this was?
However,
What that was is that the timing to start charging the J2C, if you are used to net play Yuzu, you're going to drop that because it's not like the timing is super strict or anything, but if you play too much net play, you learn the timing that works in 2 frames of delay up to like 5 frames of delay. And when you're back to offline, you are actually pressing, if you're doing the online timing, you are pressing it too early, and so nothing comes out.
See, that's especially why when I'm labbing, I still have no frames on, so that I'm still used to the baseline, and it just gets worse, even though that sucks.
Unless like I'm wanting to practice a specific matchup, stuff like this is why I just pretty much refuse to play Yuzu online.
It's definitely rough, especially with them hitting you with all the frame perfect things because they steal your buffer.
Yep.
You're like, dang, you really want me to do this offline, online, huh? That's crazy.
Okay, wait, never mind. We're dropping combos today. All right. Oh, try to go for.
Goes for the empty jump again. This man has no fear.
I think that was an okay spot to veil off, considering like what Elton's likely to do right there.
The last situation he did, he got
Nice.
rolled off in his face.
Right. Hold on a second.
Yep.
Speaking of IW now, to finish off the veil off, Whirlpool cycle currently is in Carp's favor. Let's see if that changes. Maybe a lucky little shield or two.
Ooh,
Oh no!
not
Okay, it wasn't counted. He's alive.
going for the free shields
working
off
so
of
well.
the B shot.
Good usage of teleports. Carp barely
Nice.
has the life lead, but
He wasn't
it
attacking when
can
he
change up
jumped
at
there.
any moment.
Ooh.
Venus is dashing up, really aggressive.
I very much agree with what
try to go
Venus
for
was
the
doing.
TRM.
Oh yeah.
Carp not biting on it. Oh, get caught on the
Unfortunately, he
flip.
got slightly on
This
his face.
could
He
be
got
the
headbutt
minute.
right there.
One.
Oh,
Yes. Oh,
Remember what I
Man.
said? She has a gun.
she does have a gun. She
Just-
does go.
Carp
shoot
should have
her
been able
and
to
then
kill if he had
shoot the laser
delayed
beam
his
after.
fallen
Yes.
JC more.
She loaded the laser
That's
out,
the worst
Because
part
Venus
about
was
it.
just so high up, he
shoots you, then
needed
goes,
more of a
"Hold on, I got a
delay.
little bit more, and then loads the clip.
and then she gets a combo after.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
yep, there we go.
good way of flash.
I can't stand
Yeah.
this character. Please,
I mean-
Carp, please do something.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, they're putting in a lot of work. This is very good for.
Oh man,
don't
you
I
just,
know
you just
what
did
they
it.
didn't
Carp
want
was
to
doing
charge
there.
to FF, so I think they were stuck there.
I think he was.
That was like
I-
force function startup, but I don't.
I mean,
he
they're
wasn't
putting in a
going
lot
for
of
the
work. This is
blockable.
very.
I think he was trying to hold it a little bit to be convincing, but Venus was actually just
Good.
fucking
Oh.
swinging. Like he was not
I
even.
didn't
He's
want-
not even.
Yeah,
He
that
was
might
the
have
force
been
function.
that might have been a partial charge force function.
Venus has brought a lot of interesting and varied options to the neutral of this.
Yeah, and like
So,
a gunshot
because he's
is
playing it
actually
so unconventional,
legit really good in this
Carp's
matchup.
conventional
Like,
buttons
you
are getting
think
absolutely blown
that
up.
On top of that,
the
Venus
reward
is
of
playing
is
quite
not
aggressively,
big enough.
but the use of 236A
because it's like 900
The thing is,
damage at
it
a time.
stops the zoner from getting away though.
Like, it stops the zoner.
shorter
Each
slash.
hit is a big
Kinda getting
grid
stuffed out.
swing.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize.
And like
that
the
some
1,000
of the
damage
funny
ish
haha
at a
options
time
that Elton
adds
has,
up.
you know, 2 and 4 B.
That
It's
is
like the
getting
same.
them close
It's
to
like a
the-
similar principle like thrust. Like divine thrust is like I think 1350, but shoot, that still counts. You know,
right there to
like,
cutting
that's really impressive for the same reason.
Take them all the way to the corner.
Yep. Good damage. A. Reload. All right.
Full clip with active
Oh,
reload.
he whipped the throw, but it was right after the cycle. Thank God, he almost lost it because of that. Got him.
Run up 3C has been
So
so
like,
effective for
go ahead
Vin
and
so
pause
far.
here. At this point in the set, Venice has done deep dash 3C
Like 4 times,
4 or 5
if not
times.
more.
Like, when I'm going up against an Elton, once they establish that they are willing to do that, I'm
You
just
have to do something like about it, like
I'm
because
just
like
holding
you
my
can swing
ground
at
and
him,
pressing 5C.
yeah. Because
Like-
he's definitely been trying to jump too much, considering how much him trying to jump has gotten him killed.
Yeah, like jumping is amazing versus Elton. Don't get me wrong, but like this is one of those things where you need to recognize when people are adapting to you,
Mhm.
and you need to start just holding your ground instead of trying to play where your character naturally is better at, and instead play at the place where you're better at just because of the options that are actually coming out.
Right. See what he does when he
We've
gets up
seen
here.
Carp try to up back
So I
out of
think
those
Venice
situations,
gets
maybe
the
try to go
cycle
like
because
jump up,
of
go
the
stance,
reload.
go
So
out,
this is something that Venice
keeps catching
does
them
a
out.
ton that is actually amazing. He will A button into backdash cancel when he's in Vorpal. And it's like it is so good at controlling the space in the corner.
And it's definitely good in the regards that people are actually really likely to veil off Eltnum when she has Vorpal just because they can accidentally mash into it more.
Yeah, so many
Because
of
of her Vorpal trait?
Eltnum's moves move her forward. Like 5B moves her forward and 2B move her forward. And both of those buttons are part of her smart steer, which means she can move forward 4 times in a single block string. And so like veil off is just amazing versus Eltnum. But that is where backdash cancel comes in. And it can bait it a ton.
And I think what happened here is there was a throw tech.
Situations, maybe try to go
Yeah,
like jump up, go
Venice tried to
stance,
throw it,
teleport
it
out,
actually got
but
teched, and he just
Venice-
knew, like off of the CS, Carp is definitely still going to jump. he's so solidified on the fact that Carp is going to jump that he just always goes for 3C.
Yeah,
He
not
got
just
it again.
3C,
3C again.
3C instant jump cancel. Like, he
6B?
knew.
Oh,
My man's
Yeah.
just holding up.
And these 3Cs have been so on point for
Yep,
Venice
that's
all
a
game.
cheeky reset or throw
let's
setup
see
from
what Carp has to
Yuzu
say. 50
because
seconds
she's
left on the clock.
-3.
Ooh, yeah, that's what I'm
Shot
saying.
her.
Get
I think
shot in the head.
Scary
she
to
dies.
mash.
And
Yeah,
that
she's-
is the
she's
round
completely
right there.
Yep.
Yes, there you go. Finish your food.
Uh,
Nice and
He
efficient.
killed with
Gets a
he
little
killed
bit
him with
of
non-EX
Yeah.
Aetherite. That's so rude. I'm surprised I actually killed.
JC hitting
Good
absolutely
check.
nothing.
Dear Lord.
And now you
I don't
are
agree with that
not,
FFA route
at advantage
just
in the
because
cycle.
you are not ahead enough in the
okay.
cycle to have that
Good shield.
be worth getting.
There.
Ooh, FF.
He had no reason to jump back there. Okay, he didn't lose the
Okay,
it
cycle.
worked
at
out.
least.
Saw the red.
Oh, that was
Very good
risky
reverse
just
tools
because
here.
cutting sync absolutely could have happened.
Another one.
Yeah.
Oh, dash.
Ooh,
The
okay.
positioning now
Okay,
for
got
Carp.
multiple
Like,
shields.
now
Like, look
this
at how
is so
how
good for
big
users
of a
who just
grid
kinda
swing.
back off,
Go back
play
to
very
just
defensively
before.
for Carp. Another one.
Before the
Very
EX
good
gun.
reversal tools
Yeah.
right there. Another one.
So he's doing
Because he
pretty
has
good.
like 3 right here,
Bam.
and he
Now
got,
look
at
like,
that.
he got like
Got
6.
two
Now
blocks.
this is so good for users.
You
who
can
just
still
back off,
see it through the
play very
Boston Blue
defensively,
beats. It's all
force
the
them
ping.
to come in,
Oh, did it
at
actually
very
go to the other
awkward
side?
angles Or force the aggression out.
It almost did. It
We'll
was
see how
like
this plays
filling
out.
the
Yeah,
7th
right now,
block.
Carp is backing up.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Lots of shield
So like
bullets.
Carp right there
Try to
showed really
maintain,
good understanding
Vorpal.
of like
I'm sure Venice
how
is actually
like
completely
how to
fine.
turn
The more
Eltman's
passive Carp plays,
advantage
the more
situation, quote
opportunity he
unquote,
gets
of
to
EX gun into
enforce
perfect
his will
reload
with his wild play. I've kind of noticed that
into
Carp is actually
like,
doing the
oh
best
shit,
when he's on offense. He's
now
not
she has to be
waiting for Venice to
careful
dictate the
about
pace.
like
Yeah. There is
the
definitely a
cycle
lot
for
to be
the
said
remainder
for,
of it.
how you dictate the pace against someone that like plays very aggro,
or just give up on the
plays
cycle
very, like,
completely.
forward.
It's definitely like a really big thing.
Oh.
I think a lot of people don't they don't think about it too much. Is like how strong it is to spend like 30 or 40 meter when someone throws like some EX move that just like is super multi-hit to make the person be like, man, I'm really that behind in the cycle now, huh? Like I really have to do something about this.
Yeah.
As much as it sucks to like spend meter green shielding, like it goes a long way.
CS, but nothing for the dive kick, and that's definitely drop. Wait a minute.
You did this.
No. Hold on. I did nothing. I did. And then you did it again. We're fine. TRM though to take the set.
Yeah,
Vinus.
Carp lost this game thanks to trying to switch from online Yuzu to offline Yuzu.
Oh yeah, the J2C like just stopped him.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting. I've always seen like cases where Yuzu would like jump there, and I didn't know that was why.
Yeah,
like
the
that play
buffer window on it, like it's not like tiny, but it's not very big either.
It's like it's lenient enough, but like not for the difference of 4 frames.
Yeah, if you've played too much online Yuzu, you have adjusted your like window so that the same timing works like 2 frames through 5 frames basically. So you have to go back so that it works from no frames to like 2 frames.
Man. That's actually crazy. I think that reminds me of a certain like the optimized 2C starter for Hilda. Like there's this 1.5C link that you will not catch me doing. If I see a 4, I'm not doing it. I know it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
And I only lose like 100 damage, so it's whatever. You still die in 3 hits.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yo, thank you so much. You were here for like what 3 hours? It's nice to have
I think it was 3 hours.
3 hours 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm down to do it again sometime. And like for people currently listening in chat, like if you want us to review a certain video, it doesn't even have to be your own. Like send it our way, and we'll go through it.
And that does still apply for the rest of the stream, because I'm gonna still stay on for a little while after Venice leaves. Or I called you Venice. I'm so sorry.
We were just watching Venice. It's all good.
But after Ruric leaves, I intend to stay here for a couple more hours. I'm gonna just keep it going.
All right.
Oh, we got one from Twisted. All right, I'll be looking at that one. Once again, thank you so much for showing up on the short notice. I was like, I want to see if someone else wants to, watch some games. I just like watching games. A lot of times I do this just like I watch a video with someone. So I was like, I know if anyone wants to do this on short notice is Ruric. I'll hit you up.
I'll catch you later, man.
All right, take care of yourself. All right. About to peep this next game here. Let's see. Okay, you're so lucky. You're so lucky I can see thumbnails before I click it. I almost fell for it, Twisted. I hate you.
So I stayed on the call just long enough to see if I could get your reaction.
Freaking Zelda.
I clicked on it and I wanted to wait.
I fell for this before, so I'm glad I hovered it. Twisted's always trying to get me at this video. Man.
All right. Now I'll catch you later.
See ya. Oh my gosh. All right. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna go a little chaotic here. See if the Korean games are up. Wait, what Korean games? Do you remember the name of it? The last thing we have is a Blood Veil that was on the 6th. Guri versus a Carmine. Wait. Shoot, how long ago was that? Oh, is it this one? Asia tournament? Do you have the link? Yo, hit me with the link so I make sure it's the right one. I don't know if Guri is tuna plus. Oh, before the stream you sent me a Twitter on. Okay. I will get it after this set then. I got you, Barris. All right. Oh, Tales of, let's go. Core A. I'm assuming it's this one. Let me see. Oh yeah, display capture on stream. It's dangerous.
없네.
I like this little illustration of Hilda on a stick. That's cute. This is Genshin Impact. Okay. This may not be the game that I'm looking for. Where's the Carmine? Do you have a... Oi, Odoko, do you have a timestamp? Alright, I'm gonna close this one and wait for the timestamp. I'm also going to extract that that VOD from Barry. Oh, shoot. I freaking deleted my browsing history before I went live. I gotta sign in and everything. That sucks. That's what I get though. I was like, if I'm gonna do display capture on a stream, I'm deleting my browsing history, and then I quickly remembered why I haven't deleted my browsing history in like half a year. I gotta sign in everything, remember my freaking passwords. Impossible. Let me sign in my oh wait, Twitter actually still remembers. Thank goodness. Just kidding, it actually doesn't remember. I can't. I deleted the login cookies, bro. I'm so mad. 444. Okay. Thank you. We're going back in. That's actually why I was having an issue earlier where I wanted to sign in and look at chat on Twitch since it updates faster than OBS, but I had to sign in to Twitch again, which meant that I had to get an authentication token. My signal in my house is ass. I would have to run outside for like 2 minutes, and I was like, eh. I was waiting for it to fix itself. Oh, they've been at it for a while already. We can go back a little further. Unless the set starts later. Oh, and you said it was 440, right?
아니.
Okay, yeah, it starts a little earlier. Okay. Wait.
야, 이걸 대시비를 한다고?
All right, here we go.
국내 최강 힐.
So this is actually really important to any Hilda players in the chat because this matchup is really bad. Because long story short, Carmine throws a projectile that doesn't go away even if he's hit, and it always puts dissolve down. That's a big clear change. And since the puddle's always on the ground, even if you hit him, that means he can do he can just do B dab, run full screen because he's so plus, and then actually hit you with a button that you can't like jump back from. So it's a struggle. So you have to be really good at blocking or just checking him with a bunch of fireballs to make him kill himself. So we'll actually see what Ruric does here.
힐다 대시비 좋지.
Just straight up aggression. That's
그건 그래.
Actually
이제 투시에
really unexpected. It was I think that was actually 666 too. This dude is actually crazy. Hold on.
야, 이걸 대시비를 한다고?
I think okay, so it was 66B. I think this is okay because you know, throwing 6B is better the further away you are, but I really don't think backdashing was necessary, but he will suffer for this. He'll learn.
이제 투시에 뚝배기 맞고 가는데. 야, 이걸 대시를 한다고? 모르나 봐.
He is being a Carmine player. He is mashing. He's gonna lose a cycle because of that FF2. If that's he's just pushing. He's holding forward, bro.
가드가 되게 좋아. 보면은 가드 때
What's
선택지가
he gonna do? He doesn't have a reversal that works.
아이고 이거는.
What is this? All right. He's gonna adapt. He's gonna adapt. He's not gonna mash every single time. There's no way. He did. That button at least beat 66B though. It's Carmine time. Bomb. He's gonna do the loop. Alright, you cannot FFA Carmine. That does not work. You have to dash block if he's ever. Okay, so this is really important. So he puts bombs down. right? I don't care who you're playing. You cannot do a throw list against Carmine if there's a bomb. I could definitely go over the loser final of that too. I just have to watch one more thing before it. We're gonna watch this set right here. It's losers finals, and then I have a Twitter DM that I need to look at, and then I will do yours third. But let me go ahead and keep my eye on that link. All right. So something really important. If you are playing literally anybody, this is not even Hilda exclusive. If Carmine is putting bombs on you, I promise you, getting thrown by Carmine because you dash blocked into his arms is infinitely better than getting hit by bomb start. Do not ever let this be you. Because as long as he doesn't drop this, this dude's about to get blasted. He's taking a fat combo. And, you know, VO strip, he unfortunately dropped it out of the combo. Air unblockable, you have to VO.
열리면서 잘 열어주고 데미지 너무 아픕니다. 깔아둔 다음에 잡긴 그래도 잘 푸는데.
That was a nice try. So what he actually did there, this is one of my favorite Carmine setups. I guess I'll just hit you guys with as much Carmine experience as I have since this character doesn't exist and I fight Spinach a lot. So what he goes for here is Carmine's wheel. Something you want to keep in mind is if he's standing or crouching, because what you should do to discourage him from throwing the wheel. And you won't ever discourage him. He'll always throw the wheel, but he'll throw it differently. If he throws it in the air, it always covers you when you land. And what that means is that it hits you frame 1 on recovery, which means that you will always get a purple shield. You only got to spend meter. So to stop you from shielding, he expects him to shield it, or at least do something that's like defensive, right? So he throws the wheel, and if you're crouching and he throws standing B wheel, it misses. So he's trying to throw him. He's trying to grid break. That's what that was. Usually the wheel will always hit you. And it was a good idea because if he hit that throw, he would have died. I'm assuming B Gloom. All right. Oh. He could have. Unfortunate. He just started chucking fireballs. Like he had a good enough life lead to just throw a bunch of fireballs and be safe. 3B catching he's checking for dive kicks, and honestly, Carmine's 3B is just a pretty decent normal, just having your block strings.
이거 안 들어갔는데, 오 다행이다.
He is backdashing too much.
아 뒤에 까비.
Carmine's problem with dash blocking up to Hilda is that his dash is like ass, but like good at the same time. Like he runs fast, but it takes him like a while to start running. And it's a really big problem for the character. It's why like most of his bad matchups like have issues in the first place. It's because like he can't approach normally. It's also like why you don't ever see Carmine actually go for throws unless it's like from like a deepish dash. Because like right there, like he has to commit to this whole ass dash startup. Like the dash startup was so slow that he actually reacted and just jumped. Like every other character just runs up, he would have at least had to tech it.
실수해버리면서 조져버렸네.
아 그냥 게이지 쓸 거야. 뭐하러 1타를 욕심부렸지?
그러니까 게이지 쓰지 그냥.
Oda goes in chat. I see you. Oh yeah, he was way too high to go for J2C there. You should have just 3C'd and lost like 200 damage and still get a combo. Dude, that was a good shield, but that was unfortunately still plus. He's getting checked by overheads. Let's go. Oh, he was just mashing. That's not even an overhead. Alright. Ruri's about to fucking die.
미안해. 너무 미안한데?
아, 게임 뭐야 저거. 모르네 게임을.
I don't know what he did. I think he tried to dash block. He just didn't block in time. Alright, that was good. He didn't point his orb forward though, so he didn't trap him. And yeah, the blood puddle was behind him. He had to move forward. That was actually a really good reaction from Guri.
Oh, nice. Oh, 망했다.
He's messing up his J2C timing really hard. That was a good that was a good grid thrust because that's like where Carmine always assaults, or at least it's where he pushes something at least. Big one? Nope. He doesn't die to a throw, so I don't think that was worth using meter for. Oh, he just hit him. Oh, let's go. This is super volatile. They both mash at like really strange places.
방금 투투시 했으면 들게 되는데.
Alright, he's checking him with a bunch of frame traps. He's actually being really patient. You have to be. The Carmine matchup is literally blocking for this character. And once again, you know, he tried to mash the throw. You cannot fight the throw. You have to dash block. If you don't dash block initially, he has no reason to respect you. And that's why he's constantly dying to the bombs, because he's never dash blocked a single time. Until he dash blocks, Carmine doesn't have to. He has no reason to care. He's gonna constantly just be, you know, popping the bomb back dashing.
Nice.
And he baited the grid thrust. Very understandable because of the situation Hilda was in.
누님
That was a
하지만
really good
혼자서
round for
보살
him.
뺏겨도 게임 정상적으로 굴릴 수 있는 거 카마이밖에 없음.
유질이야.
걔도 뺏겨도 상관없긴 하지. 안 가면 되거든. 안 가면 되거든.
있으나
Hopefully
없으나
there's some.
어차피
I think
똑같아서.
I'm pretty sure that in this next set he's gonna do another thing. Like there's this really specific. There's a few odd knowledge checks. So like one thing that's really big is Macarena.
안 가면 되거든.
This move is
있으나
really
없으나
good
어차피
because if you ever try to like move or like throw out like, you know, a fireball, like it catches you, right? But it's a low. Like it's actually coded as a low. So if you have a low crush and Carmine tries to do Macarena on you, this is actually a good point for you to like slip out a low crush. And Hilda has a good low crush because she has force function, which has low crush I think frame 7. So if he's in the air, he can do Macarena to catch you, trying to hit him in the air. So you actually want to anti-air him with this, with force function, because if he does Macarena, you hit him.
대공치나?
It's like a really small thing though, but like he does respect it. He gets out of range of like the spike immediately on the Macarena because he didn't want to get put in that block string.
그러니까 그 노력을
So he's mitigating like the really bad part of neutral by barely dodging it. But if Carmine like walks forward with like some buttons, it makes it a lot rougher again. And Carmine does consistently die to Hilda in 3 hits since he does have to literally kill himself to play neutral.
야, 내미네.
Time for Glumoki. He's blocking everything. Oh, he used 2C. That was too slow of a button. He's actually gonna die. Like, he's mashing though. Being stuck in the corner of Karma is something you gotta accept. It's just always gonna be there. He did not delay 3B. He could have gotten a full combo there. You can always combo 6B.
고인물도 원하는 원버튼. 저랬지.
오, 뒤에 있는 걸로?
Ooh, he almost got the shit. So this was actually a really good one right here. So Carmine's winning Vorpal by a pretty large margin, and the problem that Guri does is he doesn't actually start concentrating or just anything, right? And when he got hit by the first spike, he could have purple shielded that, but he didn't. The Macarena got him closer to winning the cycle, but even though he shielded, he still didn't win, and that's mainly because he did not shield the first fireball. So you should always shield Carmine's fireball if you're not like beating it with something else, because it definitely moves it moves slow enough to warrant just doing that. There's no reason not to. You just got caught being impatient. You have to be really patient blocking this character. Like at the very least, when he's doing all the stuff, he is dying. So that is the bright side. If you're winning the cycle, the most important thing to do when you're being pressured by Karma is make sure you know the places to shield. Otherwise, Carmine will not stop throwing stuff at you, because when he has Vorpal, he takes less damage from himself. So you want to make sure that he is constantly taking damage from himself if you can help it, because he just got out. He just escaped, right? He spent this whole round getting hit by Carmine. Carmine's taken a whole combo's worth of... Look at his health bar. He hasn't been hit yet. It's crazy. Like that's actually... It's crazy enough to form an entire game plan around. If you're good enough at blocking, you can beat Carmine by blocking him and hitting him like once. Like playing spinach is... It's like the matchup sucks, but when I actually survive like his onslaught, he literally dies in like 1 confirm. It's kind of crazy.
열리고.
이거 안 건지잖아.
Will he 63B? No.
쉴드 잘했다. 저거 CS는 건졌으면.
Oh, he tried to mash dab? I mean, yeah, he had a pool behind him. Ooh, he didn't use meter. Anti? No. I'm surprised. That was like a textbook place to use anti, because when Carmine's like plus, it's actually really good against Hilda. He got scared. He really thought that was gonna be ICJC. I know he did. Let's see.
저거는 이제 힐다 입장에서
Because right here, he jumped back. Yeah, he was definitely expecting ICJC, and then it was just a dive kick. So he like did a late video. He just wave punished it. But yeah, that's a really big thing to keep in mind here, Otoko. I don't know if you've seen all the times where he did like Macarena or he put the puddle behind Hilda, and Ruri would assault because it gets him out of the way. Because Hilda's dash startup is actually, it's a little slower in context of her moving, so assaulting actually gets you out of the way of the dab, the 623.
갈 수도 있다.
카슈카
So
여기서
it's a pretty
가나?
good option.
하지마. 아, 나가라 좀.
실세? 역시 한채일이네 키키읒.
잘 열었어요. 달린 다음에
This is actually such a violent matchup. These people are not blocking. It's so funny, dude. All right, that's actually that was good. So if you know, oh wait, I'm not freaking clicked in. This is a really big one. If Hilda's ever throwing gloom and you're like pretty confident that she's not pointing it forward, you can back tech, which is a lot safer. But if she's teleporting, you know that in the air you're actually safe. If you jump back and shield, you can always shield her attack, but in Carmine's case, like if you assault, you're gonna get hit by the ICJC. So he's like checking him to make sure that he doesn't do anything. Because now he's on the defensive, he's running away. And that's what Carmine wants, because now he has a better chance of throwing a 6B. And you know, there we go.
레브트는 이미 없다고. 레브트에서 행복했던 시브는
Got a dash block. This is what it is. There's no other like unironically, like if you want him to do other things to give you openings, you have to dash block. The fact that Yuri hasn't dash blocked yet is the reason that he keeps getting hit in the current pressure, and it's the reason why to win this he has to actually just be nice and neutral initially, because he does not know how to block Carmine, and it shows.
이거 마무리는 안 될 듯?
He knows how to avoid Carmine, but after he fails that part, he just kind of dies.
시즈님 베이로프 맞아 보면 약간.
Oh. Okay, he didn't confirm. That could have been really bad.
턴트님이랑 비슷하나 베르쿠가? 야 내미네.
Yep. Throwing wheel in a block string is technically fake, so if a person is just swinging, they will catch you.
약간의 지식은 있는 것 같은데.
No.
게임 끝났다.
오야 타이밍에 자주 맞았는데 한창 메르타바.
I don't know why he keeps doing micro dash 3B on. Wait, hold on. He keeps doing micro dash 3C on 2A starters, bro. He's doing like no damage. 22.
아, 어차피 써야 되구나. 70더라.
I'm not gonna mold. I'm not gonna mold a combo damage. That's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm here. It is a big deal though, especially on a character like Hilda, where hitting people hard is very important to your character. Because if he didn't do the 3B link, he would have actually died before that.
이건 진짜 좀 실망했다.
늙었잖아요, 저.
그렇긴 해.
That was a good 2GB to think he was jumping back, but he's been jumping forward, so I think the probably 2-2A would have been like a better read, judge on what he's been doing. But he did try to do 2-2A is non-committal, very non-committal. Good reward. Alright, he thrusted. He had to there. That was a good thrust. Alright, the 6B's on him. He has to hold whatever happens.
아방은 나이 40 먹고도 격투 게임 할
He's gonna bomb loop him. Carmine is taking a fuckload of damage, by the way. Like that's the important thing here. Yep, and he matched back. He still has not dash blocked, right? That's the really big thing. Carmine has no reason to be afraid if he knows that he can always play off of the bomb. He's never been dashed at to the point where, you know, he lost his pressure. Because the instant that bomb's gone, his pressure is no longer like actually threatening. That was a good match. I don't think he can reach.
아 그러네.
스피드 싸움이 안 되는데.
가만히 몰라서.
이거 속도 싸움 안 되는데.
따라잡고 마지막 게임까지 갑니다.
22. 그때까지 격겜이 살아 있을까?
So the problem is, the more this set goes on, it seems like Carmine is definitely figuring out how to get toward Hilda better, because to be real, that first round he was the first match he was actually not blocking at all. So now that he's actually like blocking, he's getting closer, and every time he gets in, like he's just kind of knowledge checking Guri. Because Guri is not blocking properly. Like he can block the fuzzies well, which is good, but he just doesn't understand the bomb. Ooh, he's also not respecting puddles. Like if he's not getting out of range of the puddle, he doesn't block it, right? Yeah, a bomb. Okay, he respected that bomb. There's finally no bomb. Oh, Jade, that's so crazy. That was actually great. Oh wow. That media actually messed up.
앞으로 10년 있네.
Ooh. Oh my god. This one is scary with buttons.
방턴.
Alright, yeah, it's a fake 50-50.
젠시프도 해둔 거 다이브 끼고 빠져나오고.
Carmel will take all this meter. Oh, he's on top of Hilda. She can't VO, so she ain't gonna do shit.
다시 한번 어설도 또 다시 한번 잘 막아요.
Oh, he unfortunately just won Vorpal and then swung. He definitely should have. I kind of want to say he should have grid thrusted there. Alright, he gets a 3C combo. He should side swap here so that Carmine can't run away. Because Carmine's backdash is kind of good against Hilda. Okay, he just jumped over. That works. And then he beat him with, you know, grid. I'm surprised that he wasn't afraid of like a VO there. Alright, there's still good purple shields. You know, even though you're having to block Carmine, he's getting the Vorpal cycle. So once again, Carmine keeping his pressure, he has to kill himself now because he didn't win the cycle. Now he has to strip, or just, you know, go for the double bomb pressure. Hope that he like grid thrusts. He's still got one more bomb.
일단은 카마인을 너무 몰라 다들.
저거 못 막으면
Ooh,
겁나
that's plus.
위험하지.
He's throwing a 2C too. That's one of your slowest buttons. Like Carmine's like plus I think 1 or 2. I think he's plus 2.
설마 경제?
Got a bomb on you. 2 bombs. Oh, he blew up both. Yeah, he's not dash blocking, dude. Like I don't think he's gonna do it. That was not my Discord beat. That was the video. It tricked me up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I have streamer mode on. I was like,
선윤 씨 끝나려면 멀었어요.
all right. So he whipped out a low crush and thankfully did not die. I personally think it's a good idea, but there's definitely a lot of buttons Carmine could have thrown out there that were not low.
시부야 그러면 안 됐다. 그걸 끝까지 내리냐? 야 이러면 더 안 됐다.
Just dash block the bomb, bro. You're gonna die. I want him to win.
모은 다음에 선택.
여기서 베이로.
Man, he's gonna die. Like not to this combo, but he's gonna get bombed. Oh, he's dead. That combo was kind of fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie. But yes, Odoko, the big lesson here: if you ever fight Carmine and there's a bomb on you, please, you have to dash block it. You saw what happened when you didn't. He literally died every time he did something. You have to. It's not an option. You must do it because until you dash block, he's going to keep baiting you to do stuff that you lose to. After that, he's gonna start throwing you, and like it sucks to get thrown, and it hurts the Vorpal cycle more and more. But that risk reward's way better, and there's more room for error on Carmine's part. All right, let me pull up this next one. I forgot my fucking Twitter password. Oh no. I think this is it. No? Oh fuck. I'm about to have to pull up Gmail. Where do you dash block? Just whenever you want to actually, when you want to do something, you have to just dash block instead of what you actually want to do. You want to throw tech, you want to mash, just dash block. Trust me. You gotta trust me. It doesn't sound like a good idea, but it's what you gotta do. Like every time the motherfucker has a bomb in the corner and you're like, I want to mash, I want to throw, I think I need to throw tech. No, you dash block. Always. All right, I forgot my password. I gotta freaking find my, oh. Give me a moment. I'm freaking verifying my Twitter account so I can get my password changed. I actually can't remember the password, dude. I've been auto signing in for like a year. But I need to get this next video. All right, I should probably do with people doing like RPGs and like actually write all of my passwords in like a book. All right, I reset my password. We're good now, guys. I just gotta freaking scoop up this DM. Wait, I don't see a DM. Hold up. Wait, who sent me a video on Twitter? Was it Barris? Did you send it to the right Untold Melody? Because there's a person named Untold Melody that's not me. It's like a burner account that has like 1 follower. Make a review Mbon. Bro, I don't know anything about Mbon. I'll just say, that dude got fucked up, Lamau. Are you kidding me? Right now, the VOD queue is, I have 2 more videos. I'm trying to find the one from Barris, and then there's one more from Meta. Blood Veil. Yeah, just send me the link here. I'm pretty sure you actually may have the wrong Untold Melody. Because I remember being mad at that account because they literally don't do anything. They don't post. They made the account and they never did anything. And they took the @ for Untold Melody, and I hate them. They're whack. It's not fair, dude. I just want my username. Like, Untold Melody's a pretty generic name, though. This is definitely like some, it's what you expect, like, Xbox Live to generate. They hit you with, like, a freaking, like an adverb and, like, a noun. See this. Close this. I don't think there's any chat because this is 11 September. Oh wait, okay. I'm just gonna freaking full screen it. It's a very long set. Shoot. 54 minutes. We'll watch like the We'll watch it until someone gets to 3 wins. Let's do it that long. Just treat it as a first to 3. Let me actually start at the beginning because I missed what initially happened. Alright, so the first thing that I really like is this shimmy game. I actually got to go back just because that was actually immediate. Whoops. Blink and you miss it. So immediately, walks forward, and then he like chills because he doesn't want to actually like get hit by like anything that's not gunshot, right? That hits a little bit slower. And they're both walking back and forth. They're literally like mirroring each other. It's kind of crazy. And because they kept that space, that's actually like round start is a space where I think 5C actually barely misses if you walk back literally slightly. So since they did that and he actually went for that 5C and missed, so it was just nice to see that they were actually so in sync there because that's really abnormal. But just like the caution and no one actually wanted to commit to anything. It wasn't dash blocking, it was actual walking. Like that was Street Fighter in our anime game. Also, okay, y'all just play a lot. Okay, that makes sense. So I have to really appreciate this Akatsuki pressure right here. So, going for this pressure here, this is definitely not a spot where I want to shield. So I definitely understand why none of them came out. And it was an A Tatsu as opposed to a B Tatsu. Because if it was a B Tatsu, straight up, he lost his cycle 100% because you would have shielded, right? Since he did an A Tatsu, he actually like barely got it. And he like actually like barely catches you matching like right on that because maybe you thought he was gonna like chill out because the cycle was almost over, but he did win it, so he kept swinging. That was a good shield. That is a punish. Oh yeah, you can 100% tell that you guys play each other because it's very non-committal and then someone just like randomly explodes. Very, very safe gameplay. Alright, it was a really spaced Tatsu, so it's hard to punish that one. I don't even think you can punish that one if you're like actually blocking it from far. He low crushed with another B Tatsu. He was willing to spend that resource. And he was definitely waiting. He's like, I have a big life lead. I am not going to do anything crazy and getting DP'd here. He blocked the veil off. Got a good punish. He dropped it, but it was still a good punish. So I think in this case, he definitely just spiraled because of a B Tatsu, like just low crushing you. So, I mean, it's to be expected. Like, if you do a delayed 2-2A in particular, like there is that big risk posed because like everything was actually totally fine, right? But like the instant you went for that little delayed shot there, because you always want to be super careful if Akatsuki has full meter, because you already know this is what he's trying to do, right? Because like you get hit by this, it's like half your health, and then it like spirals out of control. So, not that you should have did that shot, but it is like you have to know like just the inherent risk if you delay it a little too much. Like And that can partially be put on net play, just because, you know, sometimes you try to do some delay frame traps, it messes up. The low crush actually it activates, you lose, right? So like that's like, it's just something you want to be a little more careful of, because that's definitely what like spiraled like this loss, because he just absolutely just like went crazy with the lead off of that Tatsu, because he played calm and then he baited a reversal, which is really good. Yeah, the low crush for Tatsu, it's like, I think when it's active, it just like, he just doesn't care about lows. It's active fast, so like it's always a big threat, especially against Eltham, who is like 80% lows. It's a big struggle. And then Tatsu just being such a good resource, like especially with 200 meter, but in the corner as well. If he gets you there, that's no good. I do like how calm he is, like on all of his wake ups. He's not just trying to strike throw the crap out of you. He's like, he's actually definitely in a position where he's analyzing you, and he's using Akatsuki's great close up frame data to just kind of like feel you out, see if you're gonna do anything, hopefully whiff punish you, and try to check you if you're going in. I actually don't know the technicality, but I feel like with everything being like considered, I feel like this is probably a case where Akatsuki can actually definitely play very, very like, not aggressively, but just controlling, right? Like when he gets in like 2B range, I couldn't imagine like a thing that I would like legitimately tell you to do like every time, right? Because that's where he's the best. Like this is the close range character, and you have to play that close to him. Like you can't really play gun ult them into him, because you're gonna lose the cycle. He's gonna Tatsu, you know, he's gonna be on you. It's over. And like right here, you know, he's just using the Tatsu to keep himself in. He's gonna throw a few more buttons. One thing is, I think you should have been a little more patient after blocking this one, just because even though this is a far Tatsu and he can't reach you, you should still let him push himself out. Because if Akatsuki is ever like gonna like approach you, like he does right here, it takes him a little bit of time. So I think you may have actually been walking backwards. In a lot of cases, it's actually better to just like stand your ground a little bit, just because if you're in range of the sweep, like you don't want to get clipped by that. But if he's trying to come up too close for like a throw, it gets riskier for him. Like as he leads up to the 5-8, if he gets the 5-8, you have to block a little longer. But in mid screen, you shouldn't be too afraid of Akatsuki, just because it could definitely be worse. Like blocking him kind of bites to a degree, but as long as you're preventing yourself from getting put to the corner faster, it increases your chance of beating him. I'm pretty sure he just caught you walking back here, but sometimes you just have to know, like, you do want to crouch a little bit more, just because his 2C is actually kind of long. Like, he landed, he just immediately 2C'd you to stop you from walking, just because he didn't want you to walk away. But if you did block just a couple more normals there, you would have had a few more opportunities to not be in the corner. But getting this hit is gonna lead there, because he can use meter. Yep. And then that's still, it's one of the better places to expect a DP, because when you have a lot of life, you're less inclined to actually do something, even as like Akatsuki, right? Because if it's like he's fighting a zoner that can get out of the corner easily, he'll definitely want to push more buttons. But against someone like Eltnum, who's also close range, and when she gets close, like it's still fine for him, right? Because that's his range. That's where he wants to be, either close range or in 2B range, right? That's where Akatsuki likes to be. And if you're in that, it's good. And Eltnum literally just puts herself there by design. And zoner Eltnum's not really crazy great, so you can't really do too much to him when you try to mash back, right? So he's comfortable at blocking Eltnum, especially, right? So he'll definitely approach you a lot more calmly, especially with the life lead. I think he had like you threw him at some point. So he had a ton of health. Like you could hit him twice, and then you had to use meter on both those confirms, and then you would have the life lead on Akatsuki. So he's like, you know what? We got 56 seconds. I'm gonna chill out. I don't really have to. I don't gotta worry about anything. I can stall time and wait for you to make a mistake. So when a person has a big life lead, you do have to account that they are definitely expecting you to do something, like when you're coming back, because time's starting to run out to a degree. You have to make up for that life lead before it's out, right? So usually a way that it starts off is they just break through pressure with a DP. So DPs are more expected. So when people are lower, you usually get like more just like gapless pressure and then they just stop. And sometimes they just kind of wait in general. Like waiting is especially good when two characters have like the same effective range to a degree. Yeah, like that's the biggest struggle, just the fact that Akatsuki wants to be on you and Eltnum's buttons all put her closer to the enemy. Freaking rip Akatsuki's 2A actually being a low. Let me go back there. I think this shield was still okay because this was you calling out like a potential assault, because it was a pretty understandable place for him to do it to a degree, because he wanted to really get the grid cycle. But since he already had it, he was probably more inclined to just like I think he was initially going for a dash block. And then he just happened to see the purple shield, and he just confirmed the purple shield, because if you're really like playing Akatsuki, like usually those players are really good at detecting like shields, because it's a really important part of his game plan. If Akatsuki freaking grid breaks you, that is kind of trash, because a lot of his counterplay is from displacing him with shields and actually like suddenly taking him out of his effective range when he's not ready for it, right? So the instant you get grid broken, he can now actually run his game plan in a textbook fashion. Like for the next like few normals, you can't shield. You can shield now because you had to do a whole combo, but let's say he just like grid broke through you in the corner. You'd have to hold about like 5 seconds of Akatsuki pressure and you can't shield it. So he knows exactly where he ends up after all buttons. And that's the big thing Akatsuki struggles with. It's like, I'm going to throw a fire, like 6-6C fireball, and then you like shield something, he gets moved back. 6-6C whiffs, he dies. Right? He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. So getting the grid break is especially important. They are always looking out for it, I promise. He got you with the frame trap there. You might have been trying to jump. It wasn't a counter hit. Should CVO? Yeah. I think you might barely live. No, you're dead, you're dead. Okay. This definitely, it's just rough dealing with Akatsuki though. Like, it's a lot of guesswork, and when he gets close, it's just rough. Especially since like, it's generally just kind of hard to like do Eltnum stuff, because Eltnum has a lot of frame traps and lows, and you know, one frame parry is a force function. He just has to make sure he does in the right direction, and then, you know, a low crush B Tatsu. It makes your life hard, like for sure. It's uphill. That was a really good match, because with you both having 5 frames, if he's trying to do anything, he might have tried to be normal. So that was a good check right there, because your 5A definitely would have caught him assaulting there too. Like the only thing that would have like beat you there was like force function. I don't think he's willing to do that, because he was already at like pretty big life deficit. So that was a good round. You really that was a good like way to just wait 5A to stop him from doing anything lame on that CS. Ooh, okay, I see you. We'll put him back in the corner. Alright, when you reload, you will have the grid advantage here. Ooh, you do get hit by the DP though. And you do CS because you're like, I'm gonna lose it. That was a good idea. Like you accepted it. That's fine. It's actually, I encourage thought like that. You're like, you were very conscious of what the cycle was, and you made that decision right there. You're like, I'm just gonna give it up. I'll get some meter. The only problem is it's just harder to dump the meter because you'll have to be blocking for a little while longer. So I always think that even if you're not doing it for meter, just CSing to see what's happening before you get hit. Because let's say you got hit and you didn't CS, it'd be like, damn, I wasted it, because the cycle is going to go away during the combo. So I definitely encourage using it before losing it. Even if it seems like nothing happens, you just don't want to be too predictable sometimes, because some people do look out for it and there's like, I want to bait it. So and that's why when you have Vorpal, people are like a lot more shy around you. They're not trying to get hit by like, you know, CSDP. So they get less like aggressive. So you can sometimes use that to get more aggressive if you know that the person's consistently playing that way. With Akatsuki, it's just weird though because he smacks you. I actually don't know too much like what you would do that's not just like general stuff against Akatsuki, but the problem is you're just too close to him. It's always really dangerous. Ooh, unfortunate. You lost the mash off. Kills with CDP? Yeah. Okay, you actually block that. Let's go. Blessed 2-frame connection where you can not get hit by a Tatsu 2A. Man, that stuff makes me so mad when it hits me. Ooh, okay. So something funny about DPing in a case like this, it's where you take it a small amount. Oh wait, let me go back. Like you take a small amount of damage, right? Like that last time you DP'd where you got like blasted by like the 6C when you were like, I think just like a 2A combo from death. The reason that this one feels a lot more successful is because you've only been hit like twice, right? It's like a throw in like a lame combo because it was like a force function starter. But the reason that this one's a lot more likely is because you're not like losing, right? Like you just been hit. It's like, yeah, you're at a setback, but he's still confident to press his lead more. So when you're actually at higher health, like not below half, I'm pretty sure people are like, just generally, like it's just how people play. They're more likely to mash at this point, where you're not like you're not gonna die in the next hit, right? But like you got like 2 more hits until you die. And they're probably going to try to, you know, be more cautious with their pressure. They're not trying to get hit by anything that's not a DP, right? They're not trying to get mashed on, but they're going to throw like frame traps. And it's usually the best time. Yeah. Playing against people that are like this, like when they play the cycle really well, they play super cautious, like slow and methodical in uni. It's hard. Like it really is, because like it's just a lot, and it goes by so slowly. Some games are actually like so slow in the way that they go that it actually like hurts, like that nothing's happening and you get like it makes you nervous, and it definitely leads to like execute like moments where you actually just make a bad idea because nothing hasn't happened in too long. It's something that I experienced playing Grand Blue a lot. That game is slow as fuck, and since that game is so slow, it's like a lot of times people just start running for like no reason, even if they have like a life lead. And like, you know, things like that get them killed. You just gotta play more carefully. Like you gotta stay slow. You gotta take note of what the person's doing and try to figure out if there's something in your kit that you can do to exploit that as much as you can. The problem is like with Element into freaking Akatsuki, it's just more difficult. And he did just immediately go for the CS. He didn't have, wait, how many blocks do you have? Actually, gotta see. It's a big deal because it's better the more blocks you have. Alright, so he had like a block, so he only gets 20 meter, but I guess he was definitely not trying to get hit by anything. I think he was probably like about to buff for a CS, and then he saw a button, so he like just definitely did it. So he went for a force function starter here. You do want to be careful if you use a move that has too much startup against someone that has a Vorpal and a DP in particular, because if you use a move that has long startup, it's not even a point where they're like guessing, do I need to chain shift? It's like I definitely see him doing something. 6B slow, right? It's a decently speed overhead, but as a move, as an attack, it's slow. So all that startup is something you want to keep in mind, because when the dude's waking up, when you're waking up in like a fighting game, you're just looking at the enemy. You're trying to see what they're doing because your character is doing the same animation they always do when they get up, right? So you want to see what they're going for. If he sees the overhead coming, he's like, I'm just gonna smack her. Make sure that it's not like him whiffing a jab and like trying to bait me into like DPing. So he CS, he saw you, and he got you, and now he has the corner back because of it. It's little things like that do go a long way in like rounds though, because like the fact that he called that out put you back in the corner when you could have potentially made something more out of that successful DP that you got, and it did make you spiral more into a loss there. Oh, I went past 3 games, my bad, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next one. But that matchup is rough. you will struggle. This guy, or you know, Ruric actually just had me watching his Akatsuki recently. Like, it was actually the first VOD that we watched. His Akatsuki is good, so don't worry. You're fighting a talented player. It's gonna be difficult as you're like learning like more stuff. But I think you're doing fine. You just want to be more careful and just keep in mind the power that can be had with the Vorpal state, because a lot of times you should adapt more decisions that you make based on what's happening with the grid cycle, because it does a lot. Like it lets you cheat. Literally. See what my next one was. It was all right, that was the game one. The losers final from meta. All right, here's the next one here.
Ah, parece que va al tiro.
All right.
No, ya no. Con esto me confirmo que no fue al tiro.
Alright.
Money match.
Yeah. I was smoking a boo for a moment. I was like, what's he doing?
Tenemos acá el FT3, nuestro pana Berries contra pana Black.
High versus Eldom is actually.
Bueno, esto ya lo vimos antes.
Lo vimos, sí. Este es el rematch. Uy, ese combo me recuerda al combo de misión, pero el de combo de misión es mucho más difícil y pega menos.
I'll just say it early.
Uy,
bueno, esto ya lo vimos antes.
Lo vimos. Like when you do Aetherite, you approach them, and if you do like just an icy kick like this, it's really easy to think that she's trying to throw you, and getting hit by this, even if you shield it, this stuff is so plus, dude. Commentating the button check is like, bro, they're just throwing buttons, bro, they're wasting the cycle. But this, like charge JCs that usually move people up, and clear, they changed a lot of them. Ones that come to mind: Eltnum, Mika, and not Phonon. Eltnum and Mika are the ones I can think of at the moment. Their icy JCs make them float up when they do it, but if they're assaulting, it just doesn't. They just fall anyway. And these moves are just plus, like no matter what, like they're always gonna be plus. So the fact that he went to Aetherite and he was immediately like, I'm just gonna make myself super plus, I'm on top of him. He was willing to take that risk for the cycle to put Hyde in a bad spot, because Hyde has a 5 frame, but when people are approaching him, his approaches are pretty they're rather limited, and then high risk beyond 2A. So it's kind of scary to be put in a throw situation as Hyde, even though he does have a lot of good options. And since he, didn't even want to get to that point, he got a good match.
Este es el rematch.
A lot of leverage.
Uy, ese combo me recuerda al combo de misión, pero el de combo de misión es mucho más difícil y pega menos. Bien. Basado.
Here's DP. Get his ass.
Uy, dos hackers.
No le salió.
No le salió.
Okay,
definitivamente un
DCS. Okay, he's just playing back.
Pero
he's got a life
ese
lead. This is
starter
what you should be
lejos
doing.
uno de los mejores starters de
una cantidad estúpida. Yo lo estaba pescando mucho con eso, pero recordó hace un rato que Marco se estaba haciendo mucho esta JB. Sí. Entonces se lo estaba ponichando con Nerflo, ahora se lo estaba ponichando con otra cosa. Lo mata.
Se no lo tiene la sorpresa. Yo lo estoy esperando.
No tiene bala. Me acabo de cuenta de eso.
Bueno, igual está bien. Yo quería
I guess he didn't want to spend it because he was so far back. So I get it, but I feel like he probably should have tried a little longer.
Estaba esperando el J, sorry bro, quería ganar, sorry.
He does have the meter saved up though. However, this is where the problem comes in. Oh, first local? Alright, I got you. That makes more sense. So, assuming that he was not wanting, that he was wanting to save meter for the next round, something big that happens, 178 meter, right? You get hit. You are going to overflow before the combo's over, right?
Oh.
So, since he didn't use the meter, and since he didn't use the meter back then, he's going to be in a position where he should use the meter. He especially should have used it right there because he's at 200. Everything he does is wasting meter at the time.
Ojito ahí con el uso de chill. Childear un botón A no es muy recomendable.
He used it here, so that's good. He got Vorpal, he waited. Oh! Okay, so this is a really big one. Oh, okay, I see. Because I did just start off with the Grand Finals. The Grand Finals was a little bit faster. So this is something that Black Bass actually does a lot. That I think that y'all should tell him about this, especially because this is like a common Hyde problem. Like, especially this dude's grid broken. He literally can't shield anything, right? Hyde has Vorpal. This like doubles his chip, or something close to that degree, right? He should just be doing damage. Like, it doesn't matter what he does because he can probably do like 2,000 damage with this setup that he has right now. But he CS's and he loses that extra chip damage immediately when he had 100 meter. He could easily have used the 100 meter, still have the Vorpal cycle and chip a lot more than he did. he only did like 300 damage in chip when he could have done 2,000. And that's damage that they can't. That's damage that Bears can't do anything about. He has a hold it. And keep this in mind. If Bears gets hit, let's see if he has 2,000 damage. Let's see if he has 2,000 health left.
Bueno, avanza harto y también está la opción de cancelar.
Le ganó de la pelea a Vaqueras. ¿Va a ir por cambio de lado o no? ¿Va a ir por daño?
No, no hay cambio de lado.
Right now, if he did all that chip, he would be Bears would be a throw away from
recarga.
make his pressure a lot stronger because he's afraid of the throw.
Está haciendo el asalto del otro. Probablemente ya en el próximo Black va a tirar un DP o algo así. No está dando mal el ciclo nomás.
That was a good CS there. Like, 6
6B para matar el antiaéreo. Le salió el Palebringer. Esto definitivamente era un Palebringer. Porque Palebringer quizás mataba.
Like 100%.
Uy, balazo, plus range. Tenemos recarga.
Está 100% plus, igual que en Merti.
So, like, you know, just not using the chip
No,
for high
es un Mesipot. Es un Mesipot.
No,
es un Mesipot muy...
No lo puedo creer.
El peor Mesipot que he visto hoy día.
Que la ata. Bueno, son cosas que pasan.
That was a good call out with the 5A, but the problem is, if you were going to... something I think is really important to keep in mind. He did a rebeat, right? I don't know if he was actually initially trying to do two 2As and he just accidentally did a freaking 6A when he was turning his thing around. Misinfo VO, I feel you. Sometimes that stuff gets heavy. You like a lot of throws as I do. If you do it too fast, you actually VO. But a really big thing here is he hit his 5A, right? So if you do like 5A 6B or just like smart steers or whatever, he needs to like. If you're throwing out 5A in neutral too, because this is a 7 frame, right? If you're scared of getting hit, you're gonna get hit, right? So just be ready. Just like throw your button out. If your 5A missed and you got hit, you got hit, right? But if you hit him with that 5A, because you're definitely catching his landing, you just keep swinging. Because if you keep swinging, you definitely got a whole combo here. Like a really big thing is a lot of people throw out pokes, and they're like good pokes, but they don't commit to the poke. It's just the poke. So like. Just make sure you're like following through if you're throwing out like a risky thing, because 5A and neutral is, I'm not gonna say it's like bad, but it's like a 7 frame. Like it's relatively slow as far as like some pokes in this game. Like as you can see, it's long, but then you have, this is the same game where Ori and Biok 5A exist, so it's just something to keep in mind.
Bueno, son cosas que pasan, cosas de fútbol.
That's a good backdash. He got out. Like he didn't really want to be in if he assaulted, he would have gotten out. Like, this is a great shield. It was a scary shield because if it was 2H, I almost said 2H. If it was 2C, it could have caught him. But at least he was ready. He made a big risk with a cycle, and it went good for him. But unfortunately, it was literally like a frame late, like right. Like right before he swung was when he won the cycle. So this was a good shield, but it was unfortunately like actually perfectly timed from Varus, so he didn't win the cycle anyway. Because he like won it like mid kick, like right when he started it up. He's right there. So that's actually really good.
Pero no fue suficiente para... Bueno, no es castigable, tengo entendido JC no es castigable si está cargado, incluso un chill.
No, sí, tienes toda razón. Puesto C cargado, no es castigable.
So you see, CS actually looks like it's better than I think it is. I've seen you get good results.
No tiene Morpal. Una buena opción, había estado tomando de peso el rato. Ya lo terminar, no lo va a terminar con Infinity War. Tiene mucha vida de resto todavía. Tiene harto que jugar, sé paciente, solamente esperar, siéntate. Te quedaste, se comió JB, pero no sigue el combo. El problema en JB Hyde es que hay algunos personajes, él no lo incluía, en los que si lo pega justo arriba, cuando está en la parte más alta de la sala, no puede seguir el combo.
That's what you should do, to a degree, because Hyde does a lot of chip damage, so eventually you still do have to do shit, which is why I hate this character. You can play time with so many characters and Hyde just,
No, esto mata. Es que Black no lo pega, mata.
No, se lo mata.
La mantuvo siempre, está bien. Sí. Tenemos 1-0 por parte de Black Bass. Parece que se ha ido adaptando bastante bien, compadre. Pero se la vio el matchup después que perdió.
Sí. No, el Berry le jugó un poco en contra el altero muy bien, matando a Stantex.
He definitely does like pretty well. So I definitely do encourage the getting some assault pressure until he starts doing a different thing other than stand tag. Then you'll be able to hit even harder.
Ganó el Vorpal, ganó el corner.
He still stand tag.
Es un combo bastante bueno, no tiene que gastar barra ni nada. Si es que no quiere. Va a gastar probablemente la barra para... no, recargar más. La barra la tiene para seguir la presión.
Ahí, pensándolo.
Es de JFF. O sea,
So, something really big here is you do want to be careful when you're going about your pressure because while Elden's force function is really good, it still does, you know.
recarga más.
It
La
still
barra
is a
tiene para
force
seguir la
function,
presión.
has, like, you know, the benefit of losing the grid. Right here, you actually could have potentially you could have potentially like did one more thing to like try to win it, but since you did the force function, it pretty much guaranteed you were gonna lose this cycle. So I honestly think that at that point, instead of even redashing, you could have just did like a gunshot CS. That way you at least get to close the gap safely and get closer. And if he did anything, you would have had a combo, right? So if something you do want to keep in mind is just try to keep your eye on the grid cycle to see if you're gonna lose, and if you know you're gonna lose, you should just use it, because now you didn't get anything off of your effort of getting the cycle in the first place. Like at the very least, getting to approach Haydn, getting like 24 meter, it's something, right? It's better than nothing.
Es de JFF, o sea, SFF es una frag trap, te pega botón ahí, te vas de counter y es un combo starter como de 4000 y tanto.
Sí, y aparte lo podéis cansar entre medio con un overstep.
Es bastante estúpido.
Tensei. La Tensei.
Claro, es Tensei.
He's taking a lot.
JA Daiki.
Y eso funciona mucho ahora porque en realidad nadie tuvo que lidiar con eso en el pasado. Acá por lo menos.
Mira, ahí está el problema de la Fireball de Hyde contra el no.
Que lo deja con un recovery estúpido, y el ricochet le pasa por encima.
Y el ricochet se lo ignora. De semi-turno, para la casa. Esto es muy buen start. Balazo morado, counter. Son 3 lucas.
Por lo menos. ¿Va a terminar con el throw? Sí.
No, y está en una muy mala posición. No tiene balas para... pero recupera balazo.
O sea, 5B.
Let's go, Bears.
Estamos 1-1. Llegó el Gunfield con una raid de 16 personas de estar mirando.
No, claro, sí interactúa, pero pasa por arriba. Ese es el problema. Pasa por arriba del proyectil.
Sí, el problema no es si chocan o no chocan.
Actually, okay, so this is actually really slept on, but I want y'all to know why this play is really nice. So he jumped, right? He didn't jump button. He really waited to push his button. If Hyde was running up and just doing 3C rebeat, there wouldn't have been a counter hit at all. There's no way, because he did it like so late falling down. So the fact that he waited, saw Hyde jumping, he's like, all right, I'm swinging. That's a really good jump approach, because a lot of Hyde players will just rebeat their 3C because they're waiting for you to fall, because counter hit's really good in that regard. Like, they tech when they hit the ground. So Hyde players like, all right, 3C rebeat, I keep him out of the sky. And if they don't, he's got that. Oh, you're back? Yeah, I'll call you.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? Let me turn my screen back on for Discord here. Right now, I'm watching another Blood Veil game. It's the one where Barris was fighting Black Bass. I think this is the one where he Black Bass wins because he was in finals. Because we watched Grands. But yeah, there's actually a few good interactions that were going on in this one. I'm actually gonna go back to the beginning of this round because there's a jump that I really want you to look at.
All right, let me pop this out so I can also keep an eye on chat. All right, I'm good.
All right.
Llegó el Gunfield con una raid de 16
there's a really sick jump that goes on here.
Estar mirando.
No, claro, sí interactúa, pero pasa por arriba.
He gets hit, right? And then he wake up jumps, but he ends up hitting him. And something I really liked about this particular jump, like I just talked to Chad about it, it's the fact that he delayed it so much. Because Hyde's always doing 3C, right? And like right here is where I would expect a 3C. But like he doesn't, and then he eventually commits to an assault. But since you gotta wait for that startup, he gets falling JB'd. And since he did like that JB so late, it like beat the potential of getting counter hit by 3C, and I thought that was pretty cool. And I like to appreciate little delayed jumps like that.
No, yeah, I definitely agree with the decision to delay it, because like you said, most Hydes will rebeat that 3C, and if unless they're playing a Batista, they're not ready to immediately jump cancel into the J6C.
Pasa por arriba del proyectil.
Sí, el problema no es si chocan o no chocan, es que pasa por arriba, que está bien timeado.
Tenemos balazo, recarga. No sé, ahora los ricochets de él sí tienen propiedad de proyectil. Antes era de golpe.
I actually like the fact that he was losing the cycle, but he didn't commit to a throw because he was really not trying to blow up there.
Yeah, I was gonna comment something similar. The only thing that I would say is like, if you're already committing to being okay losing the cycle, should have been doing more pressure instead of like as soon as he got the cycle, kind of like became passive. But then again, like maybe was expecting an instant chain shift. So I don't know.
I still think that even in that case, if you're gonna do that, just like throw some pressure and then just do an A normal and just stop. That actually does work a lot when people just win the cycle. Like people win the cycle, they look at it, they hear the noise, they're like, I'm about to use it. Like it actually happens a lot when people are blocking like immediately when they win. They just want to smack you. They're like, this dude's hitting me, I don't want to block. Because a common thing people do is they'll block something and they'll just be mashing just 2D, because if you keep doing lows, they'll auto block it until they're out of blocks done. So if you know people are doing that, just don't do anything. Just let them waste it.
Yep. It feels really good to bait people.
Y eso era
they get nothing out of it.
Bien curioso. ¿Qué quiere que le diga?
No eran buenos juegos.
And like, you know, maybe single block string.
Es igual, es muy difícil de monichar, a menos que sea, no sé, Yusuri
I don't care about.
Uy, me pilló el asalto con un balazo.
¿Alcanza a estabilizar? Sí.
Yeah, that doesn't do
La
anything.
monster, obvio
He
que
like
lo va a
throws a
estabilizar.
fireball. I'm like, okay, it's far away. He has to awkwardly
Oh,
throw a
lo que
fireball,
están piqueando ahí.
and he'll probably do something
Parece que ahí le
dumb
está
and lose the
cachando
grid
la maña
cycle.
que en realidad Black Bass
Es
bien estantequea, así que...
Estantequea bastante Black Bass. Black Bass tiene muy buena defensa, pero a la hora que uno empieza a jugar el juego de Strike Throw o los cachipún, como le
I don't speak the language anyway.
Es donde se empieza a morir.
Además con personajes que tienen Doa Low, el Doa
I have to
no el Low.
focus more on Chilean Spanish just because the
Te
dialect is
obliga a
different enough.
agacharte. Personaje no está lo mismo si te agachas o no con tu personaje no tiene valor, pero...
I unfortunately can only speak like German at a 5th grade level.
Este botón, lo único que estaba esperando era que estuviera el rango suficiente para poder pegarle el 2.
I never get tired
cambió la
of
otra
watching that
Lucas.
side swap.
Estaba esperando que te el 2B.
It just looks so funny.
2B, el mejor botón que tiene el lejos. DPS,
Oh,
no
yeah,
alcanzó a
that
hacer
was
el
pretty
mini, pero
early.
canceló el
wasn't,
DPS. Muy malo.
he definitely prepped that for just like an instant tech.
Yeah. Honestly, like as good as ADPCS is, after like watching Dennis like take advantage of backdash canceling,
Hubo un intento
I'm just
alguno
like,
ese
man,
como el S
ADPCS sure is safe, but like there's so much more opportunity with
claro,
backdash cancel stuff.
lo que yo he tenido que separar. Pero de todas maneras ahí no hay motivo para pararse.
Muy buen
Oh, really nice veil off there.
That's actually really good because a lot of cases with Hyde's force function, people they get shook up because you know they want to punish it, and that one wasn't Vorpal, so he actually could have died on block for that one because it's more minus.
Yep.
But Veiloff consistently hits Hyde because he to say he extends his hurt box is a really big understatement. He is the sword. So if you see IC force function coming out, everyone can just veil off. Like that is something that you can always do. So for people who are like ever having trouble with Hyde's force function, if you see it coming, like you can veil off. It's always a punish.
Coquito va a ganar el CS, sí. Entonces si lo usa de manera defensiva, que se viene.
That was prime 6B range. Yeah, you gotta respect that.
2-1 para Black Bass, creo, ¿no? Sí, 2-1 para Black Bass.
Veamos si es que Berry se logra hacer el reverse 3-2.
The entire 5A, let's go.
Yeah, Altman having a like high reaching. It's not like quite like Seth or Wag 5A, but it's still very solid for that kind of thing.
It's a good like assault checker for sure.
Botón bueno.
Meanwhile, Seth's out here just getting people jumping normally with 5A. Can't believe this dude.
El 6B de Hyde.
I like the fact that he has a fat life lead here, so oh wait, hold on. I had the volume knob instead of the video. So this is a really good play. So he's already losing the cycle, so he's not afraid to backdash, but he's already got like a pretty fat life lead, and he can chip a little bit more just to make sure that he's at the point where he will actually kill him from a throw. So he's like, I'm not even committing. I'm getting to the range where I have 6B and all of Eldum's buttons suck.
Yep.
This backdash is really good.
Yeah, at this range.
The only problem is he gets to that range and then he goes for 2As instead of 6Bs. And that's what gets him hit here.
if Black Bass here had stayed outside of Eltnum 2B range, he would have absolutely maintained all the advantage. Because like,
y ya vimos cómo se juegan los mirror fight.
if outside of that, like you're forcing Eltnum to commit to like 2C if she wants to challenge,
or even like 6-6C, which is very dangerous. He didn't have Vorpal at the time, so he couldn't do it safely. But since he didn't do that, he got put back in the corner here, and I think he actually loses here. Once he drops the combo, I'll curse him from the past.
Yeah,
we shoot him.
Bien ahí, gasten la barra, este juego caga barra.
No, no hay motivo alguno para no gastar barra en este juego. Por favor, háganlo.
You're just checking him from moving forward there. He will lose the cycle for that though.
Intentando saltar la presión de proyectil, le pegó el
I haven't taken that hit. Okay, that throw no, wasn't able to properly shield that.
That green shield definitely did lose a cycle.
Something that I do just to make sure I don't accidentally shield a fireball late is if I'm like watching a slow moving fireball come at me, I'm shielding actually with 180. Because if I'm somehow off on my timing, I don't get green shield.
Yeah, and that's a good habit for fireballs in particular, just because, you know, once again, you're using 10 less meter for purple shielding instead of green.
Yep. And it's also really strong against like Yuzu.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I need to do that more. Definitely get green shielded a lot, and I'm like, man, my purple shield timing's trash. I just 1AD. What am I doing? Yeah, that's the really big thing. People usually only think about 1AD as a close-up throw situations, because it's like, oh, you get caught out 1AD and you block something, and then, you know, the little blue circle calls you out. It's like, this dude's 1ADing, bro, and they're like, and then they just delay throw you, because like they know that's the approach you're going for. But you can definitely actually use it to your benefit if you're blocking like zoning, which I need to put in the script for another YouTube video I'm making. Because I've never thought about that.
1AD is also really good. So I use 1AD to sneak in shields against characters that naturally are incredibly good at baiting green shields. So like, if I am going up against a strong Wagner player, you know how amazing Wagner is at baiting green shields, right?
Yeah.
She just has staggers for days, and they're big buttons, and you want to shield them, but Wagner wants to say no. In order to be able to get Wagner to like commit more if she doesn't want to lose the cycle, I will sneak in 1ADs in her block strings when she's staggering her big normals, so that she doesn't get a chance to rebeat. And like the only counterplay she has is starting to go for like 60s, at which point like you now have mash opportunities against her. So yeah, it can be very strong. Obviously it comes with risk, because if you do it when they choose to 60, you're gonna die. But it's really worth presenting that option.
Right. And I actually can't wait to.
I do it versus Hyde too, especially because the only overhead he has is charge force function, and so you won't want to do it as much.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, meta. I do it when they're outside of throw range. Like I'm actually just sneaking in a shield that I know they won't be able to just run up throw unless they like had immediately rebeat and plan to do that anyway. Like they cannot react to this with throw. If you get good break thrown on this, it is because they were already going to throw you anyway.
I feel like this could have some merit in Hilda too, because I always tell people the purple shield as much as possible.
And it's like you don't want to do it a lot. You sneak in 1, maybe 2 shields at most, and that is already such a big grid swing that then you can go back to just regular blocking everything, and they have to take a big risk if they want to win the cycle.
About to abuse the next Wagner player. I see it's over. Then it's gonna be Red Blam's gonna lose anyway.
Bueno,
La 2-2B, 2-3-6C porque espera que uno salte el 2-2B.
claro. Buena opción de hecho.
Es bueno.
Porque una de las debilidades, en teoría, de Hyde.
This is actually okay. So this is something I really like about hide pressure because a lot of his buttons are actually just like borderline punishable, but the fact that 6B can be linked into like all of his best starters makes it so that you don't want to do anything, and by the time you process it, like right here, like let me get like this is the point where he could special cancel, right? He passes it, but by the time you actually process it, he's like starting his recovery. And if you're too far away, you get hit a lot. So he just tried to dash up. He actually caught his dash block with a vacant shift, which I'm shocked that even hit him because it was B shift instead of A shift. But no canceling on hide after like dealing with like standard hide pressure for so long, him making himself -8, I think that's -8, is really minus. It's actually like super powerful. Like you can't see it in time and like mash it. Especially from like the far distance that you get pushed from hide 6B. Like I'll fight Isaac, he'll actually do 6B no cancel. It's like, all right, you're definitely not gonna get close enough to deal with this second 6B. You get hit, you're like, man.
Teoría de Hyde es que uno le puede saltar gran parte del juego de Fireball.
Lo pilló con el 2-1-4A, Miri, eso no lo había visto nunca. Lo pilló lamentablemente mal parado.
No one's safe.
Un poquito de presión. Los vidrios rotos y en corner, esto puede ser.
No tanto, fíjate. El daño de él sin balas moradas de una Assault Counter Hit no tiende a ser muy bueno.
Nice. Grid broke him again.
Me paro con grab. Mi infancia.
Shoot, half of Hyde's health was just off 2 throws. They're both grid breaks.
Oh, tengo que ver.
Alright, very good punish here. Who's definitely not respecting the Vorpal cycle.
Please drop your combo. No.
Algunos duelen más que otros.
So the reason you ended up winning the round anyway, but the reason dropping your combo would have been amazing there is because Black Best was grid broken at the end of that cycle. So dropping your combo early to concentrate even a little bit, just to get out of that transfer state, would have guaranteed you another Vorpal cycle.
Oh yeah, because you can't get Vorpal after like a chain shift combo, right?
Yep. Until the combo is done, and then you wait a little bit, and then you can start gaining grid again. So like early combo drop to concentrate to speed that up to gain just the tiniest amount of grid would have guaranteed it because Black Bass was grid broken.
Yo creo que Beres igual se está percatando un poco más de
like it worked out and you won anyway, but like for future situations that are similar, it's really worth knowing when you can just take a cycle like that.
El strike throw está siendo medio débil y eso sigue siendo una meta muy fuerte de este juego. Y bueno, de esta escena igual.
Baiting the purple shields.
Plus on whiff, by the way.
Baited him a little too much right there. Oh, he did get the cycle with the SLG. He did throw that. He threw that Vorpal away a little fast for my liking, though.
Are you talking about 13 blocks? 14 now? You telling me that is throwing away a cycle?
No, it's because if he was at least gonna give him 13 blocks, at least do 2k damage, My man, oh. Look at those blocks.
Okay, I gotta say, Barris, at this point, you have zero reason to be shielding anything.
Yeah, when the grid gets to like the center of the meter, it doesn't actually do anything for you anymore. Like the maximum amount of blocks you can get is a 7 on your side.
Yeah, just
or meter wise.
Stop gaining more blocks because like every shield is an opportunity for you to get grid broken, and if you're far enough ahead of the opponent, by not shielding at all, you're putting the entirety of the onus of like attempting to win the cycle on them.
I think do you remember how many blocks it is to reset like bounces, which people don't do, but it's like a little Easter egg that they put in the game.
I believe it's like 7. It's like as long as you're past the center mark, if I remember correctly.
So for people who didn't play freaking old Uni, like in the first iteration of the game, if you chain shifted, it took all of your bounces and reset them. So like you have to have like the full amount of blocks. I'm pretty sure it's 7. It's just all of the blocks on your side. If you CS, it resets your bounces, and it's just really goofy. You don't use it, but you can. You see it in like Twitter clips and nowhere else.
Yeah. The only time I've done it is a meme DP punish with Merkaba when I had enough blocks where I do like, a block DP, dive kick as the punish, into dive kick, CS, dive kick, dive kick, dive kick.
Oh my god. Friggin' Hilda.
And it's a real
Hilda
combo.
has one. It's like her best combo. I think that she can get is like, obviously it's a 7 block, full charge VO, red health, anti-dis in the corner starter, bro. It does so much damage. It's like 9,000. Like Seth just dies.
Yep.
You were trying to reduce a chip by shielding the sword attacks. Well,
I get
that has some merit, but the thing you want to note, if they are not Vorpal sword attacks, they really ain't shit.
Yeah, like I would agree with trying to prevent some chip damage against the Vorpal hide, but that wasn't Vorpal hide. That was just regular shitty hide.
If you want to weigh in the risk of what you're doing shield wise, you should actually look at the hide Mizumi, since I have actually updated the chip values on all of his normals. If you want to see like a general gist of how much damage he does, I put it down for all of his sword normals. The Isaac told me later that there's this really whack system in the game where every character has like a chip modifier, so every character takes slightly different chip. So it's based on Wagner's health bar, but you can get a general gist of how much chip he's doing with everything and what you want to shield the most. And the thing you want to actually shield the most is just like 2-2A. Like those do the most damage. Just like
you can
when he like
react
stabs the ground for Shadow Scare.
2-2A and shield though.
Yeah, and force function, you get a big telegraph for that one, so you can always safely shield that one at least.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, speaking of like the chip damage modifier, kind of fun fact, Hyde takes the most chip damage in the game.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever seen like the Twitter clips of like Hyde doing like 4K damage and just chip after doing like wake up veil off and gets Vorpal and just does a true block string for like 4K, that's just because it was Hyde on Hyde.
Yeah, it only does like, I think it does like 3K to everyone. Like it's that crazy. You can chip for like 3K, 3.2 if it's anyone else, but like Hyde, whew, he dies.
Yeah.
His clothes are not cut resistant at all.
Nope.
It sucks to be yourself, bro.
Dios que tiene Hyde.
Nice.
On the bright side, you did get like all of the meter from that, 14 block chain shift. So you had the EX shot there.
Sí, no, sí fue un buen starter.
Fue un buen starter, sí.
Acá Black Bass gana un round más
y pasa y vuelve a Grand Final para enfrentarse con
Yeah, I actually like that
esta vez con
backdash
su
quite a
pana.
bit.
Good confirm.
Because by doing that backdash, Varus was actually now at a range where Eltham's buttons were just better, just because 2C and gunshot now were a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you like go back to like just before Varus did that backdash, like and compare the spacings of like what, yeah, like right here, went from Hyde 6B range where Hyde is very much the dominant one, to where now Eltham is way more dominant, and
because
like that
because Hyde has to like react with 6-6C, and he just didn't have enough time. Like even if he did 6-6C on reaction, he probably would have still got shot.
Yep. So like that kind of like decision making is really strong. Of just always trying to put yourself in a position where your buttons are now better.
Vuelve a Grand Final para enfrentarse con su pana. Esta vez con su pana.
And then he did it again. He did it twice.
Después 4 balas más, reloads.
There is a problem right here in this pressure right here. So this is a good spot. I think that you should have waited for Hyde to have done something here, because the cycle was so close to over, and it was on your side. He had to assault or just do something that was risky to win the cycle.
Yeah,
but
like
you kind of gave it to him by going for this throw here. He teched it and then he got it.
Yeah, like
so that's really big for him.
If I'm you at this point, I am holding down back and literally just waiting to see him assault and 3-Seeing. Like if you focus on just assault, you can absolutely react. And like at this point, there was enough space between you that like anything else that Hyde would do, you would just block. So
now we shall. Now here's hoping that he actually chips before he CS's. Yeah, he gets the throw, so he's got him in the corner. That was for security, but like actually, I do understand that one more than the rest of them.
But yeah, like so many people do like end of cycle assaults that I'm generally just on the lookout for.
I know Spoinkman does it like 80% of the time.
No, eso fue.
I just have to hit him for like 6,000 and then he's like, alright, fine. He stops. And then I can't get him off me.
avanzan un poquito. Es una deck relativamente nueva. Pero...
He put himself in a bit of a pickle there, putting himself in the corner, but it didn't work out.
Nice
so
tech.
he's grabby. He's gonna lose this cycle for that. He's trying to throw too much.
No le salió CS. No le salió CS.
Like, that was like quite literally a scoot. Like the way that he got in there with that 2A, man. That was a really narrow one.
No le salió CS.
No le salió CS.
That was definitely a 2A that was just like checking a person before they even go for the throw OS. Because like it was like it wasn't tipper, but it was like middle of the hitbox. So he was just like, I'm not committing too much. Like if I get hit by an assault, I'll live. I think. Like I think he would have survived the C-Vol route there, would have been close. But he was definitely being more non-committal. He wasn't trying to get hit by a B normal as easily. So I think that was a pretty good 2A. Especially since he was about to get Vorpal. Like if Barris got Vorpal there, or if he was expecting him to like use his chain shift, like, you know, dash up 2A never fails. Like it's the go-to. I think that was the last that I had there. Let me see, because I already watched the Uno games. If anybody else has a clip, please do let me know. Like, if you put it in the chat, I'll just start playing it. But I still can keep on rocking.
Did you see my message earlier that I was wanting to watch the Star versus Chalk? So.
Oh, Star versus Chalk. Yup.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, we got one from Paragon too. All right, we got that one right after Ultimate Eunice. Oh, this one's old. Dude, that one's really old. All right, I got that one after the Chalk TV video. Let's see. I'm excited to see that one. I don't remember if that's when I was playing the game. I'm not gonna spoil myself with a score or anything. Let's see what Chalk even does. I actually don't see Gord Yuzu enough, but I know that Rusty Nails is good.
It's good, but like
it's not like it controls the entire game. It's just a good option.
No. It is way better, obviously, in Vorpal. Yeah, pretty normal round start there. Because, like, absolutely Gordo does not want to commit to, like, Reaper. Okay, I like seeing Trock immediately recognizing that green shield and then just letting it whiff.
Dude, that was actually a really good one.
Yeah, so...
Alright, this isn't quite peak Gordo because he doesn't have, you know, resources and meter. Now he does. Okay, now he doesn't have one, so, like, you know, it's in that spot. I think Gordo is actually, like, peak strength with 100 meter in CS. Because you actually can't really pinpoint what's going to happen.
Yep.
So if he like sacrifices like the one before he has like full, it's more like Luster.
Go back a little bit. I want to like because when it went from Trock controlling the cycle pretty well with that green shield whiff to him getting just steamrolled, and I want to like see if I can pinpoint where everything went wrong.
It was definitely literally right here where I stopped because what happens is he when he was in the air he got hit by Reaper and back-teched.
You see.
So right here, he based the green shield, right? So he's got like half a block lead right now. Or Star does. Right?
Oh, and now it started a Reaper too, which is like the safe on block one.
So he clips him with that. Oh, okay, Chalk does not back tech. I thought he did. So he gets an assault. He gets an assault and a starter.
Yeah, and then got his 2 AD destroyed. And then that's where everything went downhill.
And then it's Gordo, so you know, a little bit more grid, slurp, bam.
Yeah, and then it's like sometimes you just guess wrong versus Gord. The rest here, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It was those 2 decisions before that blew up Trock. Like all of this is literally just sometimes you guess wrong versus Gord. Yep.
Still,
yeah, and I really
that's good
like
for the
that.
grid though.
The Trock doing dash 2C is amazing because it is faster than Gordo's buttons, and if Gordo decides to check with nails, he just gets blown up.
I like the fact that Trock was like, I'm not dealing with Gord RPS. Like that walk back was actually so good. He's like, no, we're just not dealing with that. No.
No, like getting the CS out of Gordo like that is super strong, especially when you are out of EX sim range. Because at that point, like if Gord wants to do anything here, because like right now at this range, Yuzu is at full advantage. Yuzu's 5C and 2C are faster and bigger than anything Gord can reach with.
I mean, he still does have 200 meter though. This is a pretty likely time for him to do like Reaper meter bar.
Yeah.
No, meter.
So
meter
like,
route.
yeah, and like from the perspective of like Yuzu fighting Gordo, if Gord does Reaper 236C, that is a net win.
Because you make him like, you're making him waste a lot of resources.
Reaper is a free shield.
And so like 2 free shields.
It's 3 because
3?
EX Mortal is a 2-hitter.
Oh, do you actually want to shield both?
Oh yeah. The reason for like lab this out later, but the reason you want to shield both hits of EX Mortal is because that pushes you out so that if you backdash immediately after you shielded the second hit of EX Mortal, 2C just barely clips you and he can't combo. And then you're out. You're back in neutral. So like you gained like 3 shields of grid, and Gord doesn't even get to play as RPS. Like if Gord wants to call out your backdash, he has to do something way stupider.
He has to do 5C.
Yep.
Oh man, that's nasty.
So like it is absolutely worth practicing like on reaction to the super flash, shielding twice right there. It just makes it a complete waste of 100 meter for Gordo. He spent 100 meter to go back to neutral, essentially.
What's the fun I'm doing next time I live this game or I launch this game? It's actually that's criminal. Oh, actually, shoot, that would have beat Reaper, right?
Yeah, that would have beat Reaper, and since it's 4B counter hit, you can OTG. But you know both of them got crumpled, which means it's again back to neutral, and the 4B dealt more damage. So net win for Trock here.
I was definitely also expecting Reaper after CS. I was like, bro, he's gonna do it. He did something else. All right, so he's got.
Hold on, go back a little bit. So like after that counter hit,
oh whoops.
Yeah, I think you went too far.
Is this like right here? Yes, right here.
Yeah. Okay, so Star does wake a backdash into another backdash. So like here, Star is just completely giving up the space and the cycle. Because like at this point, Yuzu is able to enter stance safely. Like at any matchup, Yuzu's goal is to enter stance. Because as soon as she enters stance, you know that everything she does is bigger and faster and will confirm into over 3k damage.
Right.
So like Star, by having done that at this point, like is giving Trock such a big advantage.
In my honest opinion, if he was going to wake up like this, because he had 3 blocks, right? I cannot see Oh wait, hold on. Okay, I was behind. So, backdash. He had no blocks in the first place anyway, so he couldn't lose any. So, double backdash isn't too bad here. But if he wanted to go back in, I think he should have done one backdash, realized that Chalk wasn't doing anything, and then started to go in. The second backdash really suggests that he wanted to concentrate, but he just did not. So now, instead of concentrating and being ahead in the grid point, even if it's just a little bit, to make Chalk have to take a little bit more of a risk in neutral here, now Chalk is at the advantage. So Chalk's probably about to bait some green shields. If that works out, like, the cycle's his, but since, like, it's just better for Chalk than it could have been.
Mm-hmm.
I actually kind of like that. He went Veil off and was still hoping to, like, bait some kind of a reversal, even though it's like, you know, you don't want to waste time when you're Veil offing, but, like, you don't want to be too predictable and die. And he still managed to use meter twice, so I'd say that was still a good usage of meter. No, okay, so to give a quick explanation, if you backdash in this game, you don't give them blocks, you just lose it. So it's not like it's shifting the grid cycle, it's like you're literally just losing blocks that you had. It's not going to them, you're just losing. You're actually just losing.
It's not like force function where if you spend it when you don't have grid, you give it to your opponent. Backdash, just if you don't have grid, you just don't lose anything. So yeah, it's not as bad, but still.
Especially like since he just had a counter hit trade like off of CS, so he technically had to wait a little bit anyway. So like the backdashes was still it's probably still the best time to backdash.
Best time to backdash once. It's the second backdash that I
the second backdash is kind of weird. Now backteching, I think backteching gives them a block, right?
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to look at that later.
Yeah, setting up the spacing for getting the plus flip.
That was a good check with Reaper right there, because if he got that, he was definitely at a big would be in the life lead, but it did not work, so he had to take a risk. Ooh.
Yeah.
Just play time here.
Yeah, at this point, there's nothing that can really be done. Like, if I'm Star at this point, I would not have done that. I would actually just be like dashing forward and then just to gain a little more grid, and then CSing for the meter and then calling it around.
Yep. And if he really wanted like a combo, I think he should have just did a Reaper follow up, because it's a lot more stable. Because Chalk was actually just too high to do anything reasonable. But doing Reaper cancels on Gordo is kind of a pain in the butt, because you want to do just Reaper CS because
Chalk
it's better
messed
damage.
up the combo. It doesn't matter. Got to reset.
Yup.
Yeah, doing the TK route in the corner can be hard.
Chalk's nice though. Until he whiffs and I say he's not nice. Ooh, okay. Yep. Wait, hold on. I feel like that was a miss. Wait, what could that have been?
From Star?
Yeah. Because
214C.
Because I can't like TK EX glide, but I don't think that's invuln. I'm just assuming that was supposed to be a different move entirely.
EX glide is invuln.
Or not glide, aim. The one where the helicopter like on the ground it is, but I don't think it is in the air. I'm just gonna assume that this is not what he wanted, because like full screen grab is like it's not even the spot where it grabs hurt box, so I'm assuming it's just a misinput entirely.
And then this is an absurdly good starter. Like even at that range, without counter hit, it's 4K. With counter hit, it's like 4.3.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's a metered starter.
Yeah. I'm just used to so many characters like freaking Akatsuki and Hai with like their EX Fireball, where it's like it's obviously supposed to be a pressure reset, so they made it a poo-poo starter. And by poo-poo, I mean like still more than 3K.
Yuzu's is not a pressure reset. It is basically a metered whiff punish tool, because it's 14 frames and massive, compared to like her non-metered long slashes are 17. So like it's. Go ahead.
And then Hilda has like all these like pressure restarters and like little bait catches that are like generally still like plus or like barely minus from a long range, and they all do like 4K.
I'm just Hilda being absurd.
So I get mad at that's why I get mad at people when they say your damage is not good. Like literally everything. I've never found a point where I was like, man, my damage is not good unless it's like level 1
Who
pin.
has ever said Hilda doesn't have good damage?
There's more than you would think.
Really?
Like it's not even,
I guess that's something that like I don't see since I don't play the character. Just like you don't see like the shit people say about Yuzu.
Mm-hmm. It's sometimes it's based on how the players are going to. Like we were just watching games from Guri, and Guri kept doing 2.2 damage off of 2A instead of 3,000. So players not optimizing definitely hurts like people's perception of Hilda's damage. And then like Angel walks out, I walk out, and they're like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on?" Yep. He just 2A'd me for 5,000 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's similar like watching Akatsuki players. Like there are some like even some really good Japanese Akatsuki players that are like even in the corner not breaking 4K.
On Akatsuki?
Yeah.
Bro.
And I'm just like everything else about their game is like actually phenomenal. Like it is like, insane how good their everything else is, but then they're just not getting reward.
Like Boogie's one of my favorite Hilda players to watch neutral wise, and then he just never uses meter on Hilda. I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Freaking crazy, dude. Oh man. Yep. I hate this character.
So what happened here was, and like it's something you have to like be aware of when you are fighting Yuzu. Right now, Yuzu is crossed up and whiffed slash.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that Yuzu can do here is dodge and pray. So like when you're fighting her, you have to recognize these situations and just wait. And then hit her, because after dodge, she's in counter hit state.
Is it until she hits the... How long do you have to hit her?
Like after dodge, I think you have like a 12 frame window, I want to say, where she's in counter hit state. And then after that, she's just in regular stance where she can't block anyway.
Okay. Poor
and
Star,
like
though.
the only reason that this worked is because Troc, just hit dodge because it was literally the only option he had. And thanks to successful dodge, that undid Troc being crossed up.
Oh, so she just turns around instantly? That's cool.
Yeah, only on successful dodge.
Okay.
Otherwise, she needs to wait until she lands to uncross herself up, or like do like a stance dash, which is a very slow thing to do.
Let me actually go back like 20 seconds. I missed a lot.
Yeah. Right now, just like
just holding his grid blocks he already has.
Back, just a little bit, because I want to explain what Troc is doing here. So like, Troc at this point is decently ahead in the cycle thanks to like scoring a few stray hits.
And that green shield.
And then now, since it's end of cycle, he's in stance and just zipping around instead of throwing hitboxes, because like Yuzu regular block on her slashes is half a block. So shield is 1.5 blocks. So like, if Yuzu is ahead in the cycle, you can bet that she is likely to just be zipping around doing like stance dashes and shit, so that she doesn't accidentally feed you grid. Which means like if you're ready to call that out, you can just like dash up and like smash some button, and it will probably hit, just because she's committing to things that don't actually put out a hitbox.
I wonder if Star knows about Reaper follow-up CS. Because I don't see him use it too much, but I think it would definitely be something you want to use for Yuzu. Because you wouldn't have to use as much meter. Because he's using CS and meter. And like that starter is not really that great. Because like the 2-2-Z, I think the scaling is just bad on it.
Alright, at this point, the game is won. Yeah, like, Star eating that hit, at least he gained some meter from eating a hit.
That's true. That's why you just hold 4, you start running at people, and start blocking a bunch when you're about to lose to time. It's so funny. Unless you have more meter, then you just do nothing. Right, he can get on top.
Yeah, against a character like Gordeau, it is a lot riskier to be doing stuff like 6x staggers. Like against characters like Gordeau, I will often like enter stance with like an actual slash. If I'm thinking like they're really looking to DP, and then I'm just holding stance because I can then react to the super flash with dodge. Yeah, went for the side switch. But yeah, it has to just give it up because Vorpal plus 200 meter.
Yep, and he just recovered. That was good.
Okay, I don't know what Trock was doing there.
I think he was afraid of a command grab for that last one. Looked like he was trying to jump. Not sure about the first one though. I think he might have just got caught trying to like move. Ooh, he didn't match that.
It's because the 6-6C whiffed, which kind of makes it awkward if you're like expecting to react to like the contact.
Because like if it's a round start, you should typically just fuzzy mash it because they usually don't dash because like Gordeau's his dash startup is actually too long, but like you know sometimes you do just like barely miss it because it is a small window to hit on. Because like thank God he can't do like you know dash or like a deeper dash into it because his dash startup is actually like doo-doo cheeks, so like it's really bad. Like Gordeau like does not go anywhere.
Yeah, his dash startup is 7 frames, same as a Yuzu. I don't agree with that CS at all from Trock. There's nothing to be gained from that. Okay, going for the optimal, close to optimal, but went for a stable route, which I'm totally cool with.
True, you still did a lot of damage. Ooh! Good, he got him to grid break himself.
Yeah, and like Croc to back tech, wake up B slash, like. And,
yep, he couldn't.
Yeah,
he couldn't threaten a Reaper. He didn't have meter. There's definitely like really big capitalization off of making him use the meter for the grid thrust there.
I feel like in general, Star is eating a lot of hits that he's backdashing in places that would work against other characters.
Maybe
and then
Yuzu just
eating
can't.
slashes.
Yeah. You can't backdash these things. And if you're timing backdashes so cleanly that you're actually like dodging all the slashes, you might as well just be purple shielding them, to be honest.
Well, like a lot of times, you will absolutely backdash through the slashes because there are only 2 active frames. Okay, yeah, went for whiff routing, get a little extra damage. I like that. And just 6-6B for the knockdown. Yeah, and stayed out of the EX sim range. That is really smart. Messed up the safe jump setup.
Ooh.
Doesn't matter. Double overhead.
Wait, hold on. I thought he was standing when he got hit there. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It's just because he was still in like the initial stun. He was crouching. It just didn't look like it. Freaking played me like a fiddle for a moment. The Chalk spacing is actually like really good though. It's like right in that range where it actually sucks being Gordeau.
Yeah.
It's something I finally started doing because I was thinking about some stuff you said. I actually want to go back to it because a lot of people don't think about it. I think it was around here. He did like B right here. I actually look at the little picture of the sword to see if they go away to know if I can mash or not.
Yeah. Go back like 20 frames. Like, yeah. So like, as she's doing that, look at the little bubble that appears around her.
Oh, that?
You see that? Yeah, that's the visual indicator that she's exiting stance. Every single time she exits stance, that bubble appears.
Oh, so is that a good way to like see if she's decanceling?
Like in neutral, I absolutely am not looking for that bubble. I feel like there's too much going on to notice something got faint. But for flips, there's nothing else going on. You can look for that bubble.
So if you see the bubble, does that mean that you can mash on her, or
all it means is she's exiting stance. So like in this case, Trock didn't do the flip at TK height, which means he is currently 0 at best, but I think at the height he did, he's probably like -1. So like recognizing that height that he did the flip, and then seeing that he left stance, which means no matter what he's minus, is something worth noting.
Wait, so if you leave stance on flip, you're just minus?
If you leave stance on flip at not TK height, because TK height is +3, a little bit above that, will be 0, and beyond that is minus, right? But like so like it's just a matter of recognizing the heights that she flips at, where she's actually plus or not. And like obviously, like playing Yuzu, I can pretty much always tell when it's minus or not. And so at this point, it only would have been plus if Trock held stance. But like if you go back to what led to the flip, like that's already used up 1 mark. The only thing that would have
I love the smear frame.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been left here is his C mark, which meant if he held stance, the only thing he would have hit you with is 6C. He wouldn't be able to pick up in stance on regular hit. Counter hit, yes. So like here, I'm like probably smashing throw is what I'm doing.
Okay.
And like you notice, like Trock recognized that he was not plus, so he just held it. And then Star didn't realize, like Star didn't immediately mash, and so then it was just like an awkward stare down that Trock lost. Like Trock probably could have greeted his turn here, just because Star clearly doesn't know how to tell the difference between plus flip and minus flip. And like when I'm like from the Yuzu perspective, that is one of the like knowledge checks I am looking for is, can you tell the difference? Because we can't always set it up so that we flip at the right height. Sometimes it's just too dangerous to do that.
Because if you try to get too close, it gives you more instances where you can actually get hit out of the air.
Yeah, like especially against a character like Gordeau, like we have to like fall, and that's a lot of frames where we're just not hitting them. So like then we're open to getting hit by Rusty Nails, by Reaper, by 5C, by whatever.
It's more intense than it looks.
So like yeah, like I could tell Trock was thinking about that. But like sometimes we all like as the Yuzu player have to like be able to just recognize that the other person doesn't know how to tell that apart. So in the future we can just be more belligerent.
I'm gonna roll this particular Vorpal cycle back. I kind of like this one.
I don't really agree with that CS usage. There was no meter to be gained, and it just made this cycle not winnable, even with scoring that hit.
I think that right here, I can definitely understand that Star wanted. He wanted Chalk to jump like really badly, but I think he should have waited about 4 more seconds for the cycle, just so he could have a safer Reaper. Just because like he like pretty much he was gonna win the cycle, right? Like I don't think anything was gonna stop him. Like he still wins it after this combo, but he definitely could have safened that up a little bit. All right.
Yeah, then Trock just stayed out of Reaper range. Doesn't matter. He doesn't care about the fact that he could CS, because like Reaper whiff CS while Yuzu's like far away in the air, and that doesn't matter to him.
All right, yeah, he knows about Reaper, spin. He wasn't doing it earlier. He was like, all right, fine, I'm not gonna get this confirm I want. It's too high.
Going for a restand? Yep. Called it. There's no other reason for Gordo to do mid combo ASIM CS than unless they are about to press like 5A 6B.
The real trick is those 5A people do nothing.
That was some footsies.
Yeah.
That was nice. Yeah, like just 5A nothing is great against people that know the knowledge check, but like you have to do the like real mix first,
Right.
Yeah. And
got him. Yeah, that throw setup makes me so sad. My character doesn't have a 5 frame, so it just feels rough. Even if she's like even. So she doesn't like actually just be high. It's kind of hard to get her to consistently do that though.
Okay, like go back to where Troc did FFA. Yeah,
was it right there?
Yeah, right here. I'm not really. Yeah, like there to me was a bit of a waste to CS just because like you had one more slash available to you before you absolutely needed to, and like leaving just a tiny gap where you slash CS can make it so that like if they're doing something like you can veil them off, or like you can potentially get a better counter hit starter, but that's just me. And like that's if I'm planning to use CS.
I think it kind of looked like Truck was trying to burn some meter there from from Star, because he ran some more pressure and then he kept that distance where he was never actually in like throw range.
Yeah,
and it was like always in Gordo's B range. So I think it was kind of to reposition while like resetting his stance, maybe.
I mean, it is part of the matchup to like we're like part of playing neutral against Gordo as Yuzu is we want Gordo to burn meter. Like anytime that we get him to burn meter, we get a chance to go ahead in the cycle. We make it so that like the next hit doesn't hurt as much. We make it so that it is more risky for him to reversal, because if he only has 1 bar versus 2, it's like that's a lot of resources, and like Gordo is so resource hungry. So like I definitely understand like just trying to get Gordo to just bend a bar. Nice.
I like the non-committal 5A check there for the backdash. He didn't get punished by anything. Ooh, okay, that's close. All right.
And like here, yeah, okay, Troc got hit, but like whenever Gordo does like Reaper CS, even if I blocked it, I'm pretty okay with it. He no longer has nails.
Should die here.
Yeah, absolutely. That is absolute death. I'm actually surprised Star didn't tech that.
He was probably expecting him to space himself, because Truck has been spacing himself pretty well and making it kind of look like he was going to throw, so that when he suddenly just throws, he's probably just not ready for it.
Oh no. Right there. Star needed to 2-2C.
2-2C?
Yeah.
Shoot, even EX Reaper, right?
Yeah, EX Reaper doesn't matter. Just 2-2C or EX Reaper doesn't matter.
I think if he did 2-2C, he could have kept the corner. Or he could have put her in the corner.
Yeah, that's why I said 2-2C. But yeah, like one of the besides like the shitty hitbox on Yuzu's EX flip, part of why it's bad is because since it's metered, people can just react with their own DP, and like she runs out of invuln before the hit even comes out. So like, if you're doing like string into special, it is very good bait against that reversal. I really like that 6A whiff there from Trock mid-string. Oh, no punish? Come on, Trock. That was a free 6-6B starter.
Peter.
Punish? Come on, Trock.
I think Star was trying to CS there. I'm pretty sure he was thinking about CSing there. He just lost it at like the last moment, like right when he started flying, like right there.
Oh yeah.
Because I know he definitely would have spent a resource there because he always does, right? Like you don't want to just throw it out.
Got hit by the second hit of 2C.
Nobody's safe. Never forget.
Like, ooh, the only thing he could do to like blow meter in a way that blows you up is for him to like EX reversal.
He did.
If he like delays in 236C, he's the one that's getting counter hit.
Word.
236C is actually pretty slow startup, so he has to cancel it really early. In which case, like your 6-6B input would have gotten eaten. It's like, you know, Gordeau players will like talk about like the quote unquote RPS around like Reaper into like delay cancels, and it's like, no, you just smash your dash button, and like if he delays into anything, he's dying. If he does it instant, you're fine. You just block. And like, I personally do not care about eating like 2K from a reversal from Gord.
Yeah, it's definitely the least of your problems when it's regarding to getting hit. I'll take the reversal any day. To like a freaking corner mortal slide starter.
Yep, Trock recognized that whiff and decided to just CS. Yep, they're both gonna get it.
I'm surprised Trock didn't get it just for being closer to the middle.
It was a bit risky on Trock's side. Like if you go back a little bit, like look at the timer. You know, like at 18 seconds with Trock having, like Gordeau does not really do much damage in combos, right? Like Trock or Star can't kill even blowing everything here. Like it kind of worked out, but like if I am Trock at this point, I'm probably playing a lot more reserved and being ready to like blow Vorpal on grid thrust.
Yeah,
like I can like if he sims and does CS, he can't kill me, and I'm still ahead on life. If he sims and doesn't CS, I no tech and waste a shitload of time. So that's like what's going through my mind in this kind of situation. Love to see it. Guard late frame 24 frames on one of the long slashes. Hell yeah.
He was probably I'm gonna assume that he was trying to run up and get a Reaper. And he's like, you know, he's got hit, he's like, ah shit.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Oh.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. Again, I'm surprised that you didn't tech that, but I suppose it can be scary to like challenge. Oh, death.
Baited.
Oh, come on, Troc. You can do a better
he didn't do
starter than this.
236. He didn't do 236. He started wrong.
I mean, he's gonna die.
He's still
anyway.
dead. He's still dead. Slice.
There are very few times when you can do like Yuzu's actual max damage starter. So like I just love. So her absolute best starter is 236C. Her best meterless starter is counter hit J236A. Counter hit J236A, like you know the air A slash. If you do the DP punish version of the route, it's 3.9 meterless.
What the heck?
It's like you need to do, you know, a jump A slash. So like they have to be at least minus 24 to get that starter. So it's like exceedingly rare to actually get it. But like when you can get it, it feels so good. Troc, the only thing I'm like picking on you for is not the. It isn't for not going for like counter hit J236A. It's for not doing at least 236BA as your starter, because that is a stable route that does like 3.85.
Should we watch just another cluster? They do multiple sets of 5.
They do one more first to 5 if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I'm curious if like after a bit of a break, if like Star comes back and is like able to adapt a bit more.
We shall see.
So go back just a little bit. I absolutely love that like Troc did that slash, held stance just long enough to realize that okay, Star is currently just gonna down back and like try and gain grid. So he's like, all right, I'm not gonna slash anymore and just go in. And like being able to recognize that kind of thing is really strong.
He immediately went on the offensive and got like a block out of it.
Yeah. Like, oh, he's just gonna down back.
Yep, he got 2.5 or 1.5.
Yeah, thanks to the backdash too.
Ooh, and he gets a grid break.
And like all of this like situation here started with Troc realizing that Star was going to be defensive. Yeah, that corner DBZ is so hard to do.
Ooh, okay, we're blocking everything. Let's go. Oh.
Yeah, I don't blame Troc for not mashing there just because delay CS is a real threat.
I think that was also A Reaper, B Reaper, so that one's a little weird.
Okay, you're gonna kill? Apparently not. IW could have killed, but
hit him with the
Troc
wall.
was able to get meter. Or keep meter.
Ooh, okay, he got hit too high.
Yeah, that spacing like on Troc slashes where he puts them out just outside of Gordo's range so that the only way he gets hit is if he runs into it is really good. Because it prevents them from even getting a chance to shield while still actually covering all of that space.
He shouldn't do another mortal slide. All right, he did.
That was a 4B attempt.
Because I was like, if he does mortal slide, he might actually get caught out, and he did something a lot faster, so that was a good one. Oh, 1 frame.
Okay, like we've talked about like not greeting for the cycle too much when it's a lost cause, because you can like get yourself killed trying to do so. That was one of those moments for sure. I want to say that 4B was a misinput, but we'll see, because that was like too cheeky.
Ooh. Oh man. That one.
Yep.
Got one more chance. Let's see. Bill off.
Yeah, just wake up Bill off.
Might actually just be able to chip him here.
No, Yuzu does no chip.
What does she even do that chips the most? Isn't it just like EX slash and nothing else?
Yeah. Like her long slashes do a tiny amount of chip, but it's like about the same amount of chip as like blocking like hide 5B. Like,
oh no.
It doesn't do anything. Oh. Okay, got the cycle. I was waiting for that, like a combo drop to. Oh no!
Oh, that
come on!
Oh, you push him.
Okay.
That was definitely. I actually like this particular situation because like, there's only one clear way to like win the cycle here, and it's not worth it. So he didn't do it. He had to shield and like probably get command grabbed.
Yep.
Not worth the risk.
Honestly, like I think Troc shouldn't have even tried fighting for that cycle. It was too long of a lost cause, and instead would have had way better opportunities just doing regular pressure and just accepting that the cycle's gone.
Uh-oh.
Since that was a 2-2C, I don't see that as a miss input. I think Star was thinking that Troc would finally go for the punish. We all know Gord players are like the biggest dice rollers in the world.
Yeah, but I think
please CS. Okay.
Yeah, but something really big about the Reaper here is that he if he was trying to bait a punish, he did it a little too early.
Yeah, he instant canceled. But like, there's no other reason why 2-2C should have come out.
Right.
And Troc, where are the shields on these mortal slides? What the hell, man? Yep. Rising J2C is very strong.
Is it as strong as Seth's J?
No, absolutely not.
Man. Seth's J alone makes you want to play the character. Spin the meter, you're almost out.
Yeah, like the Rising JA stuff like is one of the things that like lets me know just like how far ahead of us Japan was when it was at the Unist 2018 at Evo.
Mm-hmm.
Because the if you watch like Ohito, man was holding up forward after every knockdown. Like man was not blocking at all. And it was just working.
Now we all understand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very good. Like immediately after like buffering 236B out of Mortal Slide, it would counter hit Reaper if he did it.
Ooh, elbow.
Yeah, I like that.
You're checking the checking Reapers. Ooh, and he was too high to get
that
hit.
was meant to be a dash 5C.
Okay. It still worked out. He's too high for Mortal Slide to confirm.
Yeah, it's just like Yuzu
It's one
is
of those,
not
it's one of
doing.
those nice misinputs.
The reason I like said that it was supposed to be a dash 5C is because it's generally like somewhat risk free to shield against Yuzu's pressure. And 6-6C is like minus 30 on hit, or sorry, on shield, and she can't cancel it. It's like, it is a very big risk for Yuzu to be doing that as part of pressure. It is like okay-ish as Abare against like grapplers, like Wald and sometimes Gord, but more than anything, it's just bad. It's just combo fodder against most of the cast.
He's not taking any risks. He's playing slow and methodically. There's no reason to run into Gordo and die. And it leads to a lot of timeouts because of that. It's definitely something you should do as a zoner. You don't have to force yourself into fighting it. Like, a lot of people, I see it where a character outzones the other one and they have like a fat life lead and they actually still try to like fight. You don't really have to.
Yeah, so if you want to go back to where started the VO strip, like Star has been just getting manhandled like this whole game, but I completely disagree with ever Vorpal stripping against Yuzu unless she has 200 meter. Because what the fuck is she gonna do? Like, her reversal's non-existent. So she just has Veil off at most if she has 100 meter. Like, there's nothing to be gained from Vorpal stripping Yuzu unless you're Wagner, but you're not doing it to Vorpal strip, you're doing it to enter Veil off. I love that.
Oh man, what is she doing? She's panning.
That, like, Trock is feeling himself and knows he's not being challenged. Because that's so fake.
That was a good CS. Straight up punish, unconfirm.
Oh, yeah, Trock mentioned there was a controller desync.
Okay. Yeah, that was where it was. Truck says I definitely was feeling myself.
Yeah, like, when a Yuzu starts going for shit like that, you already know that, like, they can tell that you are too afraid to challenge anything. Like, they've successfully conditioned you so much that you can kind of just do whatever you want. Like, right there, where, like, Trox 2A traded with Gord 2A. Trock pressed 2A on, like, minus 30. But he's conditioned Star so much that, like, he's not recognizing anything. Yeah, I went and saw the green shield, went for the throw. Yep, I very much agree with that. Flip into 6C CS for the side switch. Plus the mental damage because it's all of that.
Yeah.
Like, so much of, like, playing Yuzu is just trying to mentally break down your opponent.
It's a good thing that Yuzuria's kit makes it really easy to do that.
Which, like, ends up being why, like, you know, a lot of people, like, hate fighting her. Okay, Trock has the life lead, and he's just gonna hold stance.
Oh.
Okay, why did you not IW?
He should have weave IW.
Like, the purpose of that slash is that, like, you can EX cancel it or IW cancel it. But, like, the point of, like, checking with a long slash.
He probably just messed up the input. Reaper's flash is pretty fast. I'm gonna assume that he just messed it up, because it looked like that's what he was going for.
Yeah, like honestly, like what I'm doing in that situation of like in close life totals, and I have a bar. I am checking with 236B the same way that Troc was, but I am OSing with 6A and into 214C. Because it's basically like a neutral option select where if the 236B whiffs, 214C comes out. And if 236B connects in any way, you get the like rebeat and you're fine.
Ooh, unfortunate. I actually thought that slide was gonna hit, or at least connect.
And I don't know, like Troc, do you do that OS much? It's like I do it, and to my knowledge, I'm like one of very few users that actually uses that OS like as part of my regular game plan.
Ooh. Side swap?
Yeah, like me, whenever I plan on rebeating, like doing 236A 6A whiff, if I'm planning on doing that anyway, I'm just inputting the OS because why not? Like when it comes out, like people think you're godlike when actually you were just OSing. The only bad thing about the OS is it's like murder on the hands, so like it really lowers how much stamina you have for games. Nice.
Catching the low purple shields, trying to catch some Batos.
Yep.
You suddenly come with some assault J2Cs, especially right in 2C range. Peak spot to get bonked on.
Troc's lucky he didn't. The star didn't shield there. 4C 4B is a fun block string, but if in the corner and they shield parts of the 4C, 4B whiffs and Yuzu dies.
See. You can die to anything now.
Yeah, throw will kill, everything will kill. I don't agree with that. You just gave him the out. Okay, but it doesn't matter.
It's gonna take too long. He can't do it.
I mean, the nice thing to do is here is for Troc to just run up 2C just to end it. Yeah. Good thing that he has the follow-up now.
Yeah, the follow-ups, I love that thing.
And like, I can tell, what the hell was that force function? You were like about to win the cycle, and then you pressed force function.
He's like, what if I didn't?
Like against a dice rolling character like Gordeau, I actually like doing meaty force function a decent amount. And the reason I like it is because you can partial charge it, which means you can adjust for different wake up timings. So it's not as risky as like doing like an actual 236X.
Can you still cancel it on whiff?
You can still cancel on whiff.
Man, why?
It's like a special. Like any of her stance moves have that move or have that property, except I guess like her 6Xs. And like on block, you can just like dash cancel forward, and now you're 0 on block out of stance against Gordeau, which means you're effectively plus.
game's wild.
Yeah, like I'm definitely a person that like I think Yuzu's force function is like busted. But, it's a decently big grid swing, so like I can't abuse it as much as I would love to.
Ooh, got him.
Yeah. Up back assault, C teleport to get to the ground is so fun.
Ooh.
It's something I saw Troc do earlier is whiff punish the nails with 236C.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, Star literally just gave this up. He's gonna die. Yep.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Like all Troc or All Star had to do was block.
Pesto is also a force function truther. I think the move's I like the move. Like it.
It's very good.
Big.
Like,
covers so much space too.
Not as like a lot of Yuzus don't like it as much as I do, but I am a force function abuser. Man, that like full screen walk back from Troc was so good, because it like basically convinced Star to like dash up Reaper and just give up Vorpal, and now he's like, all right, cool, I'm back to running my game. Oh, where was the dodge? Doesn't matter. Like Star, like this whole time is like struggling to convince Troc to mash with a sim, and then Troc is mashing every time. Like it's like Troc is conditioning Star on his own defense.
Yeah.
Like you know, Gourds want the actual big hits. Meanwhile, like Troc is here just kind of like being content to just block. And like when he senses a frustration from the Gourd, that's when he's mashing, because he's like, okay, they're about to sim, and then they do.
Yep, that was a good place to see us. He was gonna lose.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm liking like these dash up like tip range 2Cs. Okay, cycle's gone.
Oh yes, he won it.
Because Star got hit. Like Star is making plays at like all the wrong moments. Like he's about to win the cycle and then he just doesn't. Yeah, good block. That like all of that like teleport. It's not even a teleport. It's her stance dash, but like she can cancel force function into stance dash. She can only canceling force function is the only one of Yuzu's moves that that allows her to like dash cancel, and so like it sets up like funny cross ups.
You ever think about how like cranked out force functions gotten clear? Like a lot of them. Like it's not even all of them. It's just like a handful of characters. They just like added so much stuff to force functions for like no reason. Like Hyde's force function can cut 10 projectiles in a single slash.
Yep. But like his sucks because it's like on frame 18 that does it.
Yeah, like they still like gave it to him though, right? So like if a person's throwing fireballs, he has that.
Yeah.
Like Hilda has a frame 7 anti-airing low crush that's -6.
Phonons is just like absurd.
Yeah, but she also loses like 8 grid blocks, so that one at least checks out. Hers is like the one that got really good that feels the less crazy, because you watch the bar and you're like, I'm just not gonna do anything. I'm gonna let you lose this cycle. But if if she has a life lead, you're like, shit. Like I can't do anything. That's why I'm glad I still play Hilda, because she that matchup still seems very good for it. Got better, actually. Ooh, unfortunate.
Yeah, that was supposed to be Reaper. At least I want to say that was supposed to be Reaper.
It could have been, hold on.
It could have been 214C, just he didn't realize that he didn't have the meter anymore.
Because when he got hit, it was, let's see. I'm pretty sure that might have been what it was.
Yeah, I think that was supposed to be 214C. Yep, he just ran out. I don't know what was with that 4B, but like he could have been punished way harder.
Cool. He should have waited for the rest of the cycle. You still win it though.
Ooh, nice. Okay. There we go. Okay, he's getting some Sims finally. Okay, counter hit throw.
Uh-oh. That was dash C instead of dash 5B. You can kill.
What? Star Y. You literally just needed one bar and you had like a bunch of CS blocks. You could have ended this round with 200 meter.
Honestly, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. If that killed, it was definitely worth it. It was so close.
Like, can we go back to that, like, because it was a throw starter, right?
Yeah.
So
I definitely, like, I definitely would have believed that it would have been really close. I probably would have tried this too.
At worst, like, go back slightly. How much meter did he have?
He had 170. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that now, because it was a throw starter. But he let Troc hit the ground, so that scaled it.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, that should have killed, but he let them touch the ground. And CVO scales horrible. Troc, did you really just assault teleport?
What the hell? That didn't even really. I didn't think about it until you said something.
Like, assault into 15 frame move that doesn't even put out a hitbox. That tracks the opponent, so like wherever Gord would have smashed. Let's say like he was somehow late on it and the teleport happened. Whatever button Gord would press there, Yuzu would reappear and get hit by it.
It's crazy.
Okay, so like this time Star didn't bite on the like, let's go back to neutral bait. So like go back slightly here. Now if I'm Troc, after this like little return to neutral, what I'm doing is I'm entering stance there and then stance dashing forward and then just holding stance and looking at him. Because he has to like not concentrate in order to he has to concentrate in order to win the cycle, but he has to block in order to not die. So like stuff like that is how Yuzu actually controls Vorpal. Like in my opinion, she's quite strong at it because if she's ever ahead, just her stance is so menacing that like her just holding, just looking at you there makes you not want to risk trying for the cycle.
Oh my god, that was in throw range? That was kind of cursed.
I think that's more like Gordo's body being wide.
Yeah. It's especially noticeable because Gordo also has like doo-doo throw range.
I mean, the thing about it is throw range is actually universal across the cast.
Oh, just because he's wide it feels smaller?
Yep. So universally, throw range is 200 pixels. Except Wald. Wald's throw range is 250, which good. Like he actually legit needs it. But yeah, everyone else in the cast has a 200 pixel throw range. It is just kind of like some characters feel like they have a better throw than others just because of like how wide or how narrow their hitbox is, and like the throw box projects from the like collision box basically. So
and then you also have to account for like the freaking nightmare that is dash speeds in this game and how different they are from everyone.
Yeah, so it is absolutely not like people have different throw strength even on their normal throw just because of like dash momentum throw, and like different characters having better dash momentums than others just because they have better initial speeds. Like Akatsuki and Byakuya dash throw is like
super strong,
insanely strong.
And then Hilda's dash on throw tech in particular is really good because you CS, and she does not look remotely in throw range, but she will be. Like you can throw immediately when the super flash is over. Your throw will connect, even though it just does not look like it would at all.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
It's because her dash is like, she has a 0 frame dash, but it takes her a while to actually move, and when she moves, and then she slows down really hard.
Okay, I don't know if you're able to put this on the stream, but I want you to see this and show others if possible, because I just want to ask, what the fuck?
Oh, you scared me because it was Bacon Shift?
Oh, no, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, turn that down. But what the fuck?
What's happening? What's happening? Wait, hold on.
I want to know, like I want to slow down and look at the stance marks. Okay, that's the enter. 1, 2, 3. Cancel. Why? I'm confused.
Wait, they're gone.
Where did these other slashes come from? What is happening here?
Training to put. We'll never know a secret.
Sumo, please.
Man. Oh like, my god.
I want to know, like, can I unlock this and abuse it and bust it out of climax?
You're gonna get her nerfed, bro. Just kidding. They're gonna be that's gonna get it nerfed just like fucking blink storage.
I don't know that you can nerf Yuzu, honestly.
No, I'm definitely saying they never will.
Yeah,
because they're also probably never getting rid of blink storage.
I don't think they are either. Well, actually, blink storage maybe. They did confirm it's a bug, but then again, like Byac 3C was a bug.
Yeah, I was about to say Byac 3C, bro. They said that was a bug too. Still the main reason I'm losing that character. 4-frame Byakuya is doing 3C. It's not fair.
It is funny when like I run into like Big Black online and I'm like doing well against him, and then like it's always like partial charge 3C into a low that gets me, or like sudden force function. And it's like, you know, I'm north west down to, and he is southeast, so like we do not get a good connection.
I think I have, like, I'm Midwest. I have like 6 frame with Big Black.
I have 5 to him, but yeah, it's bad.
I think I had 6 frame with him before I went fiber though, so I mean, it's still probably not gonna be good.
No,
but it's probably better. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a good set. I absolutely need to steal against Gordeau, just whiff punishing his nails and mortal slides with 236C. I feel like that was a really strong takeaway from like me watching that. But like, yeah, besides that, like, I don't know, like, Star just needed to do better decisions around the cycle.
Yeah, that was definitely a big one because like a majority of the time he would get hit like 3/4 in the way of a cycle that he was winning. So I think that was definitely a big a recurring mistake that could be considered.
Yeah, and like Trock was very much telling Star to just waste his Vorpal, and Star was always happy to do so. He'd be like a 200 meter and do like half screen deep dash Reaper TS, and I'm like, why?
It's the Yuzu frustration. You were just working off that. Ooh. Also, before I forget, I need to pull up a freaking Paragon's video of freaking Ultima from 2019. Is this the one where I'm pretty sure this is the one where Duessa smoked everyone? Like he just randomly showed to St. Louis.
Let me go grab another
one.
beer and then I'll be back.
This is actually a game I like because there's not even gonna be too much to commentate on this one. It's this is back when I played Hyde instead of Hilda, and I clearly did not know what the fuck Chaos did. This dude smoked me. Oh, this is one of them. Yeah, this set's actually pretty funny though. I'm gonna wait for Ruric to come back so he can watch this. It's pretty one-sided. He actually this is Grands, right? And like I actually got completely outclassed. I lost the first 2 games like instantly, and then I just switched to Gordeau and lost. But I lost a little slower as Gordeau, and it made me more mad.
Alright, I'm back.
All right, so this one was just Paragon finding an old set. This is like when I actually like straight up sucked at this game, and when I used to play Hyde. So I'm fighting Trill. This is like my first time fighting Chaos, and it's Trill. This shit is hilarious.
Plays Final Fantasy 14
I can't wait to see how freaking bad my grid management is here. I don't even think it's gonna be grid management. I think it's gonna be getting hit.
14 players and their macros.
I bet he has a macro for when he reses
someone.
Oh,
he gets the throw setup combo.
So like now, like these days, everyone is ready to tech there, just because
dog
it's
shadow.
like the setup,
I don't even know that,
right?
I don't think
so. Like you're looking for
actually.
throws so much, you're actually basically reacting to throw at that point. Because it's not like you can get hit by overheads from Chaos.
Blocks the push. Ooh.
Can't just be throwing projectiles against Chaos.
That round, it's actually just like I don't even know if it's 5 minutes of that. Like I die so fast, dude.
That's like clearly you have no idea what this character can do.
So fun. Best
Like that was like me seeing that 6C or like your orbital toss. Like
the fact that I'm throwing orbiter at Chaos instead of 2-2A.
Yeah.
The fact that I didn't J6C. Oh my god, bro, what's wrong with me? It's fucking 2 years ago. It's fine. It's fine. I'm having a freaking aneurysm watching myself.
You should be doing to get in on Trill here.
Yeah.
He looks scared.
It's always interesting to see like really old footage of like
even back in the day. I don't do I would prioritize my meter before the cycle. You see, I still had it back then, bro. Let's go.
Plus frames here.
I probably die really soon. Book. He actually did point blank book. He didn't have CF.
Oh wow.
He knew I was gonna do something stupid.
He knocked him back into the combo with that air to air. Oh, this will probably
and
kill.
now I'm gonna throw from death here. That was kind of a weird meter usage. So I think he could have just. It's whatever.
Oh my god, that was desperation.
That was definitely a.
That was definitely desperation. They say.
You're only supposed to do those when you're on winning
I actually
sides,
love that particular Christmas. My brother gave me the jacket. That's actually Leon's jacket from Resident Evil 4. He sent me a cosplay.
I knew I recognized it. That's sick, actually.
Show you're not afraid.
Just remind them you have a DP.
It's like, hey, I'll do it.
Hey, man, I got this sword. I can go up.
Oh, he just kind of slides right in past the dog.
This book is smoking me, man. Oh my god. Yeah. Unironically, if I ever go to like a fighting game event, I always try to either dress really nice or just wear a silly t-shirt. Like I think at Mosh Pit I wore like that little t-shirt where it was a yin yang, but it was a black cat and a white cat.
Too scared.
But like if it's anything else, I'd like to dress real nice.
Yeah.
To destroy it.
because even though until
You gotta be cute for the FG homies.
So afraid of his matchup, he doesn't want to risk it all.
Yeah.
Oh man, this footage hurts.
Oh, you can't pogo over there. That's risky.
That's a good counter hit though.
Oh, he's taking him to the corner though, so this might be the.
He's gonna veil off.
Swing and what's the phrase? Oh my god.
Swinging.
Momentum.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You're confusing me now, man.
Yeah, he just blocked everything. He still took a lot of damage, but you know, I got whiff punished by book again.
That book is
doing work for Chaos.
I'm definitely letting myself get carried by forcing my way in with meter. I definitely lose this one. I do not beat him at all. That's Lance laughing. Lance has a really loud laugh. It's great.
Blocked by Trill. He just been throwing the ball.
And the best thing is, I guarantee you, Lance is across the room. His laugh is that loud.
Alright, Trill VOs.
Alright, he's getting all the meter.
I think he
I'm about to
VO'd
get smacked
so
by the
that
dog.
The next hit from the
or
dog
book?
would kill off the combo.
I'm assuming I'm gonna die to a book. I'm really good at dying to book.
Is Chaos able to still do Aussie inputs while he's in VO animation?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's
the book prevails.
You'll have to ask Trill about that one.
Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that one.
Oh, there's
All right. Thanks.
All right. Twitch chat confirming
I'll
that
buff
the
the
answer to
commentary a
that
little
question is
bit.
No.
Twitch chat
thank
saving
you,
us once again.
Horatio.
So here at this point,
Oh,
I'm like,
he's
I've
gonna
already
go
lost.
Gord.
So I just picked Gord. I
Alright,
don't
so
play Gord.
congratulations
As
to
of
Trill
this
for
clip,
winning
I did not
Ultima
play
5.
Gord like at all. I knew his 3-1.
I'm not really sure about this.
Sometimes you're getting your ass beat so much
not.
that you just gotta try
maybe he
something.
just wants.
I think
I'm pretty sure my Gord did better than my Hyde did.
Maybe he just wants the bigger
I
reach.
can't remember. Actually, no, I think I just lost again.
You play Hilda.
Well,
this is also around the time I started playing Hilda because I was tired of getting outranked
exactly
in this game.
as expected.
That went exactly as expected. I just got smoked.
At this point.
But this particular bracket was really stacked because usually it's just the people that were like local in the St. Louis area, and Trill showed up, and
not really sure why
the Duesta
chose to
and I think Splugie.
I thought you were going to say Pitt Gordeau because I was still thinking that.
I mean, I've got a lot of
really
questions,
cool.
but
Just having everyone pull up so
Melody with
quickly.
Vorpal here. Let's see if he can make something happen.
He's just going rusty nails. Runs into the assimilation.
That assimilation is
Whoa.
interesting.
All right.
All right.
Show me you're working with something.
I hit him with a combo. That's better than my Hyde. Well, I hit him with 2
Let's
combos.
go.
Let's go.
Show me you
I
know.
dropped the combo.
Doesn't know the confirm for that, but
who did I
it's
beat in
okay.
losers? Shoot. I'll look back. Actually, I don't remember.
I'm not really.
We're not playing Unial. Don't do that.
I'm kind of confused as to why Trill CS there in neutral.
Oh, this
and
is
just kind
it.
of gave the cycle over.
I
But
mean,
it looks like
he's
it's not
way
really
in
going
the
to matter
advantage.
here.
Yeah. Oh
I think
man.
that's plus as well.
So like similar to like this, but when like the
Plus
Seattle
range,
scene
setting
was like
down.
getting
Alright.
into Under Night.
Until
here's the
he
confirm.
won't have enough time to even
like,
bring it close.
A bunch of us picked up at the game at
Definitely
the same
not out.
time, right?
Yeah, this is,
But like we were all
that's
like
This is game.
super new to the game.
Trill could
obviously,
take his
there were
hand
like
off
a
the
few
controller
people that
away.
were like French
Alright.
bread heads.
Still gonna
They
win
were,
by
like,
timeout.
playing Melty and Dengeki Bunko, that kind of thing. But like
Congratulations,
none of them
Trill.
like really were competing in Uni, right?
Mhm.
So when we started
Trill,
adding Uni,
Congratulations to
Seattle
Trill
Five,
for ultimate.
what happened was we would like, since we in Seattle are like 3 hours from Vancouver, BC, a lot of the Vancouver players would come down here and like they would compete in our other games like DBFZ, BBCF, that kind of thing.
Right.
So like it was a bunch of us like getting into Uni, and then like when it came time for tournament, the bracket was like a bunch of people that were like a month or two into Undernight, and then like the rest of the bracket was Slam, Klim, Wind God Dude, Drunk
Man.
Suika. I was just like, because Klim would really liked coming down to compete, and like he would just carpool anyone that would wanted to hop in his car. So like we would just get destroyed by the BC players. But like I think that helped like Washington like catch up really quick as a scene, just because we had like such strong neighbors. But yeah, it was still like it was hard, man. Trying to go to my monthly down the street and like having to deal with fucking
it's always
Clem.
swole dudes. I had the scene was already pretty strong when I started in STL. We had a cheesy Omicron Austin who did play Phonon. Who he doesn't really play clear that much anymore, but I think if you like really try to get him to, he can. He's just sad that Phonon's weaker. Like if you like look at it, because I mean they took away like a 5 frame. Like that's actually a huge deal because like a zoner having a 5 frame like that.
Yeah.
Got, like it did more than people would imagine in a lot of matchups. Like even for things like Gord, not having a 5 frame is a problem. You can't check 6-6 C2-2 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You need to throw and then lose to his throw and and command grab.
Yep.
Freaking wild. And then like the damage fall off got better. Distance Inspiration definitely hit her pretty hard. Her roots, she still does a crap load of damage, but they made the roots like really hard. Or at least I think you could do similar roots in ST, but you didn't have to is the thing. Like she just did a crap load of damage.
You didn't have to, and so you just did easy roots that just shit out damage. Now I think Phonon's damage actually went up. It's just now she has to work for the damage.
Like there's so many like crazy places to drop comp. Like I was learning, like I played her for like a couple weeks and I was like, man, this is crazy. Like that number though, man, that shit was big.
Yep. Yeah, I was trying to see. I might have to like ask later, see what like some of our old sets were like, because like there's definitely like exhibition sets of like me versus Clem and getting like 5-0'd. There's like sets versus like me versus like local players and also just getting completely blown the fuck up like when I was still learning the game.
You'll have a good night, Trog. He's out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's interesting to be able to look back at sets like that and like see just like how far you've come. Just not just like in this game, but like fighting game fundamentals in general.
Mm-hmm. Freaking a really big one was I noticed it really fast too because we had another scene that was like an hour or so out of the way in Rala, and playing Spoinkman and like Spinach all the time and in Austin, like they made me get so good at the game that when we went to Rala, it was kind of like what Shrill just did to me.
Yep.
Like all the time. And it came to a point there was a joke. Cheesy was like he was running everybody's fade like in bracket, and then like they beat him, right? Or no, I think he actually he won one of the tournaments, and then he brought us all there next time, and he was like, if you thought I was bad, I'm the Napa of STL. And I was like, oh my gosh. I've never seen someone refer to themselves as the Napa of anything, but I thought that shit was so funny.
Godlike, actually. Yeah, like you hear stories of like an ST or EL of like Lolly Maiko going to a tournament somewhere and just like jump looping people to death and like people just not knowing what the hell to do. And it's like as a community, like everyone has like leveled up so much that like Batista just can't really get away with that anymore. It's still really strong, but it's no longer the like massive knowledge check it used to be.
Oh, back when people just lost to only that?
Yeah.
Or Byakuya ICJC. I remember seeing that all the time. Stuff was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's almost 11:20. I've been doing this for a long. It's been like 6 hours.
Yeah, like I have to take a break.
Yes, that's definitely probably gonna be the last video for me. I want to do this again next Saturday. Do y'all think Saturday's a good consistent day for this?
I would assume it is. Like, usually not too many events happening on Saturdays. I'll be out of town next week, so like hopefully you'll be able to find someone to talk through sets with you.
I'll either have to pull it solo or I can try to get Mosin. I know Mosin loves talking.
Yeah, you should definitely try and get Mo for sure.
Like, cause I talked to him about it earlier. I was like, hey, like, you want to like come in one of these one time? He's like, yeah, just give me like the heads up. I was like, heck yeah, dude. I actually love Mosin so much because like the way that he handles the way that he handles like neutral and like strike throws I mean it still follows the grid cycle well, but I like the way that he handles it a little differently, and I like the way that he like elaborates even though we kind of play pretty differently. It's super cool, and you know he freaking plays Ankh, so that automatically gets props from me because all Ankh players are cool. Try to get Frost yet, bro, maybe if we can get him to show up for like one of these, that would actually be really cool.
Yeah,
I'd be really happy. I freaking miss Frosty, dude.
But you know, he has a lot of like really cool shit going on in his life, and like
his life's all good and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, so like we can't fault him because he's like, you know, hella working out. Like he's happy with his wife. Like he's just living it up. I think the majority of the uni scene knows who Tanner is.
Yeah. You got anything to say before I hop out of here? I'm about to take a fat I was gonna say nap, but it's almost midnight. I was gonna sleep.
No, at this point it's called sleeping.
Man.
Nah, I'm good. Like people in chat for one reason or another, like at least know who I am just from Discord. So
I guess there's kind of like there's like 3 reasons people would know who I am, I guess. Cause like I really just try to like do a bunch of things. I like to mess around and like pick up a bunch of different hobbies. So I don't get too tired of one thing. I just gotta do video editing better. It's hard for me to like do it in a time efficient manner.
Yeah, like these days I'm more grinding. I started getting more into Strive, and it is nice like playing a game with good netcode.
Yeah, I freaking played Plus R. I came back to uni, dude. I was so mad. I almost quit the game. I was like, I can't believe they've done this to us. Plus R's out here feeling like this.
And I mean, the thing that like has me kind of feeling like that is fucking like Flycast. Like, can we do that? Like, uni runs on a potato as it is. Like, can we brute force some rollback, please?
We need something, dude. People are. I want people to pick up the game again. We were doing so good.
Yeah.
I actually can't remember what cap Uni's on. Do they even if I remember correctly, they made it so you can't even like find the like what the original game, like freaking Uni B. I remember people like wanting to be able to go back to it. It's like they can't even find it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
I definitely don't know what type of cap it's on though. Like it's foreign for all versions to me. Uni B, freaking. It was just something else, bro. The game was ass. Like Hyde had or Waldstein had an infinite where he just did, I think 6C over and over or 3.
I mean that was an EL2.
Oh, that was also an EL, and they patched out at like the end.
Yep.
Freaking Hyde had like 6C 2B loops. He could combo after freaking like gyro vortex, CS reset all of your bounces. People got hit with like 80-second combos constantly. The game was trash.
Yep. So like I see like Twisted Sick in chat saying like everyone that plays Unity is a purple square, and like I would say that you can get that misconception if you are like getting games from people in Discord too much, because like the people that are in
usually
Discord
people looking for games are the strong ones.
Yep, the people that are in Discord grinding have been grinding, so they're good, so they end up with purple. Like the vast majority of Uni players are like yellow or below. Like, not even kidding. It's just you don't run into them in ranked once you're past a certain point, and like those people are not in Discord fishing for games. They're just like queuing up for ranked and running into other yellow or green squares.
And then another problem is sometimes their connections aren't too great, so you don't want to play with them when you find them.
Yep, that is another thing. Most like it is very common in any delay based netcode that you have to get a certain amount of skill before you can start playing players with wired connections. It's just because people that care enough to wire up tend to be people that also care enough to like learn the game.
Yep. And then you have the Wi-Fi Byakuya.
Yeah. Or my Wi-Fi walled.
My walled scene's technically delay based just because I'm intoxicated. It's like internal delay based.
It's man.
Vodka makes walled stronger.
One time I was playing like 6-frame games with walled, and then like the next day and then the next day I played walled offline, and I was just like, why are my combos the same? Why do they work?
The Red Viper is the red lagger. That's what I call him. That. I
don't know that I've ran into the Red Viper.
His connection makes me mad. He freaking lagged at me and tried to add me on Twitter. I blocked him. It was livid. I should undo that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Like for me, I have to just find enjoyment in like just finding shit to improve on, because otherwise you just go insane. Like you can't count any of these online games as real.
Yeah, like it sucks because you want to practice and improve, but you also have to like use a lot of salt with everything you take.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just get mad at everything.
Mm-hmm. And like you end up just like having a tiny like circle of training partners that you know you have a good enough connection with, and basically you just grind and grind with them, and that's it.
And then one person shows up with like that one character you haven't been grinding with, and you're just like, oh.
Yep.
Or get smoked by some random Mika player from like Minnesota.
Yeah. I tend to be that person just because not many people play Yuzu, or at the very least, like not many people play Yuzu and are able to like have good enough Vorpal control to like make people work. But yeah, as far as online goes, I'm just mashing with Akatsuki and Merc. Unless I run into Hilda, like I absolutely hate playing Akatsuki against Hilda. Like that is actually suffering.
It's trash. I can imagine why anyone would want to do that.
Like that matchup makes Akatsuki fighting Yuzu look good. It is so bad. Like I don't know if it's like bad manners to like after running into Hilda's and ranked to like go back and switch to Merc. But like I just if I'm trying to just mash for a little bit, I'm not trying to run my Akatsuki into Hilda at all.
You shouldn't feel bad for a Hilda player. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. They definitely need to. They need to feel the other side. They need to feel the other side of the game, where it's like, man, I'm freaking struggling to do something. It's like, yeah, you better.
Yeah, just with Akatsuki, it feels extra bad just because. So, like, obviously Akatsuki, struggles to get in, yada yada, whatever. That's not even the bad part. Bad part is Hilda's is so good at dealing with Akatsuki's offense that even when you're in, it's not even a great position because it's like, oh, I need to stagger if I want to like try and get you to open up. But if I stagger, you're gonna force function, so half my buttons no longer work.
To be fair, a lot of if Akatsuki's ready for force function, he has a lot of things to actually beat it because Akatsuki's 2A is one of the only lows that actually hits high enough to catch force function before the low crush frames.
Yeah, that is true, but like his 2B and
everything
2C
else
sure
sucks.
don't. Yeah. Everything else sucks. Like just not having access to my 2B and 2C really is bad.
That's why your freaking your pressure as Akatsuki literally turns into 5B, and then you either shoot a fireball, do a Tatsu, or 6-6C, and you're only allowed to do those things. You were not allowed to do anything else.
Yeah, and that really sucks, which means like you can actually just down back versus Akatsuki because he's too afraid of you doing force function or doing up back dive kick or
anti when he throws a fireball or just assaulting over the fireball, like all that general shit that everyone can do while also dealing with Hilda.
Yeah,
and then like you're like, okay, if she keeps doing anti, then I'll just do like EX Tatsu, right? And like that would be a good idea, except 2-2C exists, and if 2-2C hits you, she's invincible, so the fireball doesn't hit her. And if she does like 6-2-3C, even if she gets hit, it still comes out, so nothing happens.
Yeah, it's real bad. Like I always hesitate to call something worse than like a 6-4 in this game because like overall the game is pretty damn balanced. But damn, Akatsuki Hilda is the only thing like I can think of that it might just be like a 7-3.
I'm pretty sure the only reason I have a hard time playing like against Akatsuki at all is like sometimes when he gets close to me and I'm trying to like react to things, is the 4-frame goes a really long way in his benefit.
Yes,
but that's it.
Akatsuki online is absolutely stronger than Akatsuki offline. He really benefit like me, having picked up the character and like starting to have been playing more offline uni. Like I legitimately see the difference in like what people can deal with online versus online. I don't think Wald Yuzu is 7-3.
I think Wald Hilda is way worse.
Yeah, I could see Wald Hilda being way worse.
I'm actually about to boot, I'm about to boot up Uni to show why. It's terrible.
So I don't think Wald Yuzu is 7-3. The reason for it is because Wald has ways of challenging Yuzu that most of the cast does not. His 236A is 17 frames, which means it is the same speed as Yuzu's long slashes. Only, unlike Yuzu's slashes, which cover a narrow angle, Wald's 236A covers literally half the screen, both vertically and horizontally.
He actually just smacks everything in front of him.
Yeah, and it's air unblockable, and he can confirm that because of the buff and clear where he cancels it into the little swipes because they buffed him and gave him a swipe follow up to that. So from that he can either cancel into 236C for a 4K combo into the corner, or he can cancel into 214C and be +9 because that was another buff he got in clear, and now he's in on Yuzu. So like before, like in ST, yes, I would call Wald Yuzu 7-3. Now that he has safe cancel options that are actually beneficial for him, he can fight her. in some ways better than a lot of the cast.
Well, a lot of big things that makes Waldstein really bad for or Hilda really bad for Waldstein. Also, thank you for the follow, Shinzo. Freaking, I can't find the button. Okay, so Hilda's 5C is a really bad button, unless it's Waldstein. So
are you showing them Under Night right now?
Yeah,
you,
let me switch over.
That?
I have it on the wrong thing. All right, so as you can see, the space that 5C takes up covers the entirety of what Waldstein wants to do to approach you.
Yep.
If you're at tipper 5C, you stop like everything that Waldstein does. If he jumps, you catch him out of the sky. If he assaults, you catch him on the way, because when he assaults, he's actually so thick. Hold on. Assault. He's so thick that like 5C consistently hits him on the way because his hurt box is so like big. Like even if I mess up and he's like really close, like look at that. We literally call this the stop sign. And you don't even have to commit to anything. You just do like that. And like if he gets hit trying to do like anything to like get closer to you, like 236, you catch him with 5C. You can confirm with 22B, and then you always hit him. And then Waldstein has even more problems if that wasn't bad enough. He has a stop sign stopping him from literally doing anything. But it gets worse. Dash. Okay, so Gloomoki, right? It is a universal thing that you can guard timing during. Alright. So for Gloomoki, a universal thing to do is if you think she's pointing the orb forward like this, you wake up, you dash forward, you get out, right? Waldstein cannot do that. He is too slow, he is too big. And this actually applies for both glooms. If I do B gloom and point it forward, oh shit. If I do B gloom and point it forward and teleport, he can't dash out. This always works. There's nothing he can do about it.
What about a move that moves him forward like his 236A?
Maybe?
Like against A Gloom.
Oh, okay, so if he's fighting A Gloom and he's calling out the jump, the only thing he can do is 3C because it's a grab, right? And it like he's invincible through it. So that does work. If we're talking like getting out of the way, like 66B might be the best answer if we're talking like him just moving out of the way quickly. But if he does that and he's wrong, he eats 4K. Let me see. Where is this move?
It's 236A, so...
Dash B. I want to check dash B. Just to be,
I would assume dash C would be better for this, because it moves them way farther forward.
Hey!
Yeah, like that, if you attempt to jump, you're dying.
I've definitely never seen a wall do that, but
I mean, so like,
as you can tell, that's very high risk.
no, it's high risk, but like,
but it does like it can turn the tide because it's actually kind of hard to get him off.
Yeah. So like switched Hilda over to Yuzu, and like I just.
Where's Yuzuria?
Right there. All right. So be at like tip / range. Have them do reversal 236A.
All right.
So do like 236. Yeah, have them block. Have them block and do 236B. And then decancel and then 236B again.
Some ass. Like if it's like a form right here.
Yeah. And right there, that's 4K that he's going to deal. to Yuzu and he has you in the corner. If Yuzu tries to zone in the air, same thing. Like, I cannot air zone for very long against Wald because that move brings him forward and covers so much of the screen. Like,
he also just covers the sky really well. Just look at this.
Yeah. So, having that, like, Wald now having a legitimate YOLO option versus Yuzu makes it, like, I'm not going to say that the matchup is good for him, but it is no longer the no future matchup that it used to be in ST.
It's still really good for Hilda because he can still do this to her. +9, it sucks, but everything he does is evenly, like, the risk reward is even. If he messes up, he gets hit just as hard, if not harder, every time. So it's just a bunch of RPS that he doesn't want to do, but he has to.
So right here, Yuzu doesn't have anything that low crushes fast enough, so like she just has to hold this.
I just hope that I consistently win the Vorpal state, so that if he ever does this, I usually just grid thrust. Even if I grid break myself, it's usually better.
I personally don't like it, but I also don't have like great reversals.
You don't have the stop sign too, so
yeah, I don't have the stop sign. Like Yuzu in clear has to interact with Wald, and like it can feel very oppressive for Wald because like she is kind of oppressing him, but it is no longer the belligerent thing it used to be.
Right. Freaking. I can't wait till like 2 patches from now Waldstein's OP. Because I don't think that's gonna work because like the characters that like beat him like functionally like just do so much crazy stuff. Like Akatsuki in a Wald is pretty funny.
So Akatsuki into Wald, one of the things that I find funny about it isn't even the matchup itself. It's that both Akatsuki players and Waldstein players are so used to being oppressed that they both think the matchup is their favor.
That's crazy.
Well, like if you look at a Wald player like matchup list and an Akatsuki player matchup list, both of them put like the other character as an easy matchup. Yep. So like I personally can only conclude that the matchup is even.
It has to be.
But they're so used to being oppressed that an even matchup feels winning.
Actually wild.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine playing a character where it's a struggle for like 80% of the game.
Yeah. Like I enjoy playing Akatsuki, but I feel like part of my ability to enjoy Akatsuki is the fact that if I'm ever tired of people's shit, I can fall back on Merkava. I can fall back on Yuzu. Hell, I can fall back on Line. I don't have to put up with that shit if I don't want to.
I've got freaking Hilda and Hyde. And then like all the other characters I mess around with but wouldn't really play too seriously. I'll play Hyde seriously.
Yeah. Like, I cannot imagine being an Akatsuki only main. I can see having him as a main as long as you are willing to get subs for some matchups.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Mika. Oh yeah, no, Wagner. I forgot about her. I do play her. I don't play Mika as much because I like the way she does strike throw, but I don't like how risky some of them are in the matchups that I wouldn't want to play Hilda in. Like the bad matchups for Hilda, Wagner and Hyde would cover a lot better. Mika still does well, but it's just more effort.
Yeah.
But Mika's funny, so sometimes you gotta put the respect out for her.
Yeah, Mika's funny, and like I like that in clear, her strike throw game is even better than it used to be. because now like she can TRM off with her A grab and combo.
Can?
Yeah. In ST she couldn't do that, but they increased the like hit stun on it, so now she can actually combo. She used to need CS for it.
And
so like you'll see like Mika's do like run up 2A, 2A, 2 on 4A, and it's like better hope you didn't input an OS right there.
And there you CRM
Yeah.
2 times. You hit him with the command grab.
And then you're eating 3K, and then you're back to the same situation.
And then her drop kick's really good too.
Yeah, they buffed their drop kick, so it's no longer punishable. Because it used to be that like she was insanely minus on it, right? Now it's like -7, but super spaced. So like even if you shield it, there's nothing. Like you're not punishing that shit.
They really gave her that, and then they gave her like assault ICJC not floating, so that she's just plus like 11
on shield.
Yup. Disgusting.
Yep. What do you mean you're telling Bolt Strike on us?
It's because I said I don't play Mika as much.
Oh. Mika is really, really good this version. Like I wish
I'm actually surprised that like nobody's playing her. But I guess it's like you look at Clear Wagner, and I guess it kind of makes more sense.
The way I see it, like there isn't anyone, at least in the US or in North America, pushing Mika as a character and enough that like is higher profile. Like I absolutely think like locally, Aki is absolutely pushing Mika. Like I don't know if you've seen any of my like sets with Aki, but like she makes the like Mika look so strong. But like Aki isn't like a high profile person in the scene or anything. Like unless you are familiar with Melty, where she is a like I don't know if she's quite a top player, but like she like gets top 8 at enough events like that are majors that you know she's up there. But like I feel like a lot of North America is like are doomsaying on Mika because I don't just because they're not seeing Mika get results. Right?
I definitely think she has like I'm gonna start cyberbullying people with her and see how it feels. Because Mika's one of my favorite. Like her A normals, dude. Like that was the main thing that had me playing her.
And she has like good staggers on all of them. From ST to clear, they buffed the shit out of her 2B so that one has a massive stagger. She's basically like she has like almost Byakuya level staggers on all her normals, but doesn't need web to TRM you into 3K.
All right, I'm about to make a tier list. I'm gonna. Do you want me to make a tier list for like what I think Hilda matchups are, or just what characters I think are the best overall? Because the latter will be a little more inaccurate, just because I haven't seen everyone as much.
Do whatever you want.
Because I think I made a Hilda specific one recently, so I think I'm just gonna like do general. So yeah.
But yeah, the like main thing or the last thing I wanted to say with like Mika is I see her at similar to like what people thought like clear phone on was at the beginning before Silence started pushing the shit out of clear phone on. And like once Silence started like showing like how strong clear phone on is, like suddenly people were coming back around. Like early on in clear, everyone dropped phone on. And like now people are actually back on her.
I kind of want to put Merkava in S tier. I think he's really good.
I personally would put him in S tier.
I'll just have like a top 3 S tier.
Yeah,
I think,
but like my personal list always has Batista in her own tier, just because like I see her as considerably stronger.
Hey, you can
like,
make a new tier.
Yeah, you can add a row above. Like
war crime.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. No. Yes.
Yes.
Turn this into S. Let's see.
And like
that
personally,
was the problem. They nerfed Batista and then reverted them, so she was just much stronger.
Yep.
And she was already top 1 before that.
So this might be a hot take, but I don't personally put Seth in S tier.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
And the reason for that is I think that too many people don't know how to fight Seth, and you end up thinking he's stronger than he is.
I definitely know how to fight him, but I just thought he was like just good. I feel like the way that he sets stuff up is just like, if it's anything, it's like low S, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I would dead ass put him behind Wagner.
Yeah. Landrekia, like to me, at least A.
I think Landrekia is good, but I think he's corny as shit. I think he's as dry as Hyde. I think Hyde's better than Hilda.
You know, Lon is just Mr. Good Buttons. Which like kind of a boring archetype, but like it's needed in a fighting game.
Mm-hmm. It just sucks because we already had Aurier, and just like having what feels like the same character is kind of whack. It like it's not literally Aurier, but like you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Though they do it a little bit different because Aurier does it more with her walk speed, and Lon does it more with the fact that his normals
move him so much.
Yeah. And yeah, I would absolutely agree with Yuzu being up there.
I'm not putting anyone in D because I don't think anyone's that bad.
Like I don't even think Wald is that bad.
I could actually probably put him next to Eldnum. I do think that Eldnum is like one of the lowest.
Yeah. My somewhat of a hot take is that Gordeau is the worst character in the game. And I only say that is if you are solo maining Gord. If you have subs to back him up,
I don't think you can do that like securely. It's so unstable. Like some of his matchups get really fucking bad.
Like it,
and it's a lot of them.
And like Gord against Line, Mika, Akatsuki, he just gets trampled. And it's like they're common characters. Yeah. Like for like tiers, I tend to like think, you know, if I solo main this character, how can I do in a tournament? And like Gord, if you like run into a Line and then you run into an Akatsuki, GG's.
So Pesto, I'm gonna tell you why I think that Carmine's like B tier instead of being really high. His pressure is kind of like super frustrated, just like I'm not gonna say borderline, it's just fucked up. But when you survive it, because it's not like, you know, legit like 50-50 setups or just like some super crazy stuff. It's just a bunch of fuzzy blocking, right?
Yeah, and they're hard to block.
When you figure out the proper way to dodge Carmine and you block him, you'll realize that by the time you got out of his block string, he's lost a third of his life bar.
Yeah, like he in trying to open you up for like 3.5k will eat 2k himself.
And he has to do that because if Karma's not doing that, there's no reason for you to play the character. He has to constantly kill himself.
Yeah, all his plus frames cost life.
I think it's Hilda's worst matchup, and I still think he's down here. Like, because I know it's specifically just because he's trying to zone and then he has to handle that. Like, imagine he's fighting a character that has any chip. He loses. Like, that's why Hyde is the worst matchup. Hyde can avoid a lot of stuff, and he chips Carmine while Carmine chips himself. So Carmine, realistically, if he gets to jump on Hyde first and does a lot of pressure, and then Hyde puts him in a 10-second block string and then gets a hit confirm, one hit confirm, Carmine died. That's why I don't think he's good.
I always thought Batista and Linné were the two worst. Like Batista being the absolute worst, Linné being the second worst, and then Hyde.
So those two are really bad because they're too short for his Apex J to actually do the fuzzy setup. So he can't do the best thing about the character.
It's not just that. So like he can only do the universal fuzzy on Batista and Linné, but Batista with flash kick invalidates a lot, and Linné's force function
Akatsuki's really bad for him too.
Yep, Akatsuki is really bad for him too.
If you have a good rising JA, you make his life suck when you get on top of him.
But Linné, besides her force function, like into like roll being amazing for just bypassing his shit, it's also that her 2B and 2C just low profile his like a lot of his stuff, and it's like Carmine can't do much about that.
I legitimately think that Ori is a great character and she's only held back by her damage output being lower than the people that are above her.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, I think Byakuya is good. Yeah.
Yeah. I personally see Mika as also being an A tier just because she plays fundamental. Yeah,
she's
really
she's definitely better than Gord. Let me see.
She like
I could have another person A.
The reason I like see Mika as like bottom of A tier ish is because since her command grabs can combo now without resources.
That you might be right because the last time I played Mika was an ST and I still thought she was up here.
Yeah,
so.
No, like she to me like where I would personally place her would be like middle of A. Like I see her like close, like just slightly worse than Hilda is where I see her.
Right now, if we're thinking about like ST and like me thinking about like the significance of like the drop kick, ICJC, and this, I don't want to put her above Aurier. Because I think the Aurier spread is better with everyone in the game.
I'm trying to think of like who Mika would like really struggles against.
It's like the only time it's like bad is it mainly comes from the Mika player being like too impatient and just like not respecting like people's turns being longer than they want it to be. So a lot of Mika players like technically struggle against Hyde, even though like it's really not that bad, but you just have to be patient.
Yeah, but like Mika's kit is incredibly strong against a lot of people. So like her B tornado having projectile invulnerability and head and dive invulnerability starting frame 4, and it goes until the end of the move, so it can be like 40 frames of projectile invulnerability and head and dive.
Wait, so projectiles like, too?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Her tornado just goes straight through that shit.
What the fuck?
And like
I don't really know where to put Chaos. I'm putting Chaos
like,
high B.
Like I would put Chaos in S personally.
I don't fight Chaos enough to know. I think the matchup's also good for me because I don't have to like interact with him as much as Hilda. So this is definitely like a skewed perception. I just don't know where to put him.
I could see that. But like having reversal safe, having reversal safe that are also safe on after the correct guess 50/50s is incredibly strong, since and like on success you loop into the same thing. Really just sandwich and not just the 50/50 part, mid-screen sandwich setups make it so that you don't have the corner pushback, and what little pushback there would be mid-screen is halted by Ozzy being behind the character. So like you are being threatened by throw by 5 to 8 2As in a row that aren't pushing Chaos out far enough. So he's just like staggering 2As over and over again. At any point, it could like be throw RPS. And you're like kind of having to guess over and over and over again. It is legitimately scary.
I feel like I should just put Chaos in like a question mark tier. I haven't seen him.
Like, if you, I don't know if you've fought like Snappy or Wind God Dudes Chaoses, but
not since ST. But like,
yeah,
I don't get put in those situations too much because Hilda can like the space in which she can stand and like do bullshit is just so far that it makes it hard to notice the really good things about Chaos.
Yeah, like I definitely feel like you're skewed on it just because of your main. Chaos is like so cheap. It's actually insane.
I'm about to put him in a question mark tier. Yes. I think that like, Phonon is good, but I think she bleeds way too much fucking grid, so I have to put her low. That is too big of a weakness to ignore in a game like this.
How much do you play like Silent, honestly?
Not too much.
I think Phonon has better Vorpal control than you give her credit for. Like, I put Phonon as similar to like Yuzu in terms of you think she's a grid bleeder until you fight someone with good grid control.
I'll probably try to get a game with them soon.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. Like yeah, I can only compare Phonon to Yuzu in that regard. Like a lot of people think that Yuzu's a grid bleeder and you just have to block and win easy cycle and then start your turn. But then you fight one that like has good grid control and you're like, why the fuck am I losing every cycle? What is this shit?
Putting Nanase lower than Ankadu just because her pressure is really good, but she like actually doesn't do any fucking damage. But like if she like her pressure is so disgusting that it makes sense that she doesn't do any damage, but not doing damage is like
her neutral is also disgusting. It's so good.
My character also ignores it. Again.
Yeah. Like for me, like against a good Nanase, if Yuzu and Merc can't ignore her neutral, I see that as like really strong neutral. Like really fucking strong neutral.
The problem is a lot of people that have strong neutral like have to play some kind of projectile, and if you have to place a projectile, Hilda just puts out gloom, and that's way better than whatever the fuck you threw at her.
Yeah,
Seth and Nanase both feel that really hard.
Yeah, Hilda is definitely a matchup that like warps what everyone else like deals with.
I think there's a few things to change here. Merkava,
and like I'm absolutely of the opinion that this game doesn't have anyone worse than B.
I could just put like, Wallstein at the bottom of B. it feels wrong to put him all the way down here because like Clap being +9 was a big deal.
Clap being +9 and also having the swipe follow up, which made
the swipe to drag you in to be as close as possible for the +9 clap.
Yep. Yeah. Also,
I definitely think range. I unironically think he's better than Eltnam.
They also buffed the range on his A command grab. It's now right now Wald's A grab, his 3-frame grab, is the size of EO Asim.
It's 3-frame down.
Yeah. I don't know like how much you kept up with like what the JP Gord players are doing, but like since clear, most Gord players are now like dual maining and Kidu / Waldstein, and then between those two, like they cover all their matchups.
That's pretty good.
Because like Gordo is already like a hybrid footsies / grappler player.
And then Ankh and Wallstein do those things just more solidly.
They're just those two things just separately. And they each do those things way better than Gord.
That's crazy. That's like this sucks for Gord, man.
Yeah, it sucks for Gord, but I'm just like when you see Kyo playing Enk/Wald in bracket, and you also see the same thing for Hayao's always just played Wald. But a lot of the JP Gords just went Wald/Enk.
Actually, now that I think about it, my outlook on Photon might be skewed as well, because once again, it's a good matchup. Because I've always thought Photon was good, and losing a 5-frame is one thing, but I still think she still does the same thing. It's just she can't mash out of certain things anymore because she doesn't have a 5-frame.
Yeah, but one thing about Phonon that made her better is her 6FF is, while it is a bit of a grid bleeder move, allows her to do reversal safe Oki, which is huge for a character like her. None of the meterless reversals reach her when she's doing 6FF.
And if you use the meter, she can react with 623C.
And if you use the meter, she can react with 623C. That's exactly it. And it's not even bad on block, especially considering the range. It's -6.
Yeah.
And it's
and you're not matching a no cancel with that move.
Yeah. And having different follow-ups off of it, one of the I don't know if you've ever seen Phonon's rob cycles with 6FF, but because it's multi-hit, if she makes someone that's currently in Vorpal block, she'll do 6FF into the C follow-up, which is the bonus whip slashes that's only -2.
Oh, and it's don't you get penalized for blocking too much when you're in Vorpal? So
yes.
You actually lose.
Yep. Exactly. And it's you're a little bit scared to shield because she can do the overhead follow-up.
You shouldn't. There's no reason to be scared of the overhead follow-up.
No, I know, but if you are shielding and then she, you're always your mental stack goes up a little bit every time you press that D button to green shield. And so even if you're standing and gonna be ready to block low, if she goes for the slow low, it's still on the risky side. And you can't grid thrust it, you can't reversal it. So there are many points
which slow low are you talking about?
So in order for her to do the low, I want to say it's the B follow-up that she has to do and then cancel into 2C.
The problem with that is it's hard to get hit by, just because the timing from the overhead and the low are actually so far apart. It's really easy to block.
Yeah, but it is still decently harder to I don't know, maybe it's just me, but once I green shield, it suddenly becomes harder to react to shit. But yeah, I've seen Phonons rob cycles. I've seen Phonons time people out, just doing 6FF on repeat with a high enough life total.
I actually want to time people out with Phonon. I fucking love playing fighting games at the time, and he'll just kind of encourage to, ape you.
Yeah.
So it's nice to go to the other side where I actually I get the life lead and I'm just you can't get over here. Good luck. And then there's Mika, who just, runs at you, but that's what she's like. It's kind of her function. She's she gets a few nice grabs, and then she just doesn't commit. She gets the life lead, and you walk up, they think you're gonna grab them for 30 seconds, but you just don't do anything. It's so funny to play Mika and actually just hold a 2A turn for like 30 seconds because they're like, I really don't want to match Mika, especially if they don't have a 5 frame. I love playing Mika into that.
Yeah, and like Mika having so her 2B, her 5B, and her 5C all bring Mika forward.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you're always like kind of scared of her.
and freaking 2B is a 6 frame. You can't freaking
it's 6 frames and it's 9 frames active.
It's so cursed.
Yeah, and like for how big the stagger window on it is, it's only -6. Like Eltlam's is at least -8. Like Eltlam has to commit to that no cancel. Mika's like, nah.
I don't know if I want Akatsuki in front of Waldstein. I think I want Waldstein in front.
I feel like both of them are pretty similar.
I feel like they're like I feel like they're almost in the same spot though.
Yeah.
But they're both like above Eldon and Gord in my eyes.
I would agree with that. But yeah,
I feel like I could put a few more of these people over in A because I think there's so many characters are good, and then there's characters that are just like, why are they doing this? And that's when it gets to like the S, or just like high A.
Let me like quickly put like roughly what my list would be, and like show you.
Pesto's
like,
right. Gordon Eltlam are they're the duct tape holding them together is like net play experiences. They're all right. It's just everyone else is better. Like it's fun to play Eltlam and Gord, but as long as winning isn't fun to you, I guess. I guess you can keep playing it. It's generally more rough is it. Like they're fine. They could definitely be better. Like they shot a few things for Eldon in particular. Everyone just got really good to make Gord. Like Gord was already kind of. I feel like he was already kind of having a hard time with everyone, and then everyone else got better, and he didn't get too much. They just gave him like better stagger windows, and then like Reaper follow up, which has a lot of counterplay in itself. Like Reaper follow up can't be canceled on whiff, so it always loses to veil off no matter what. If you see it, that's a huge deal. But Reaper follow up did stabilize a lot of stuff. And then like you compare like Gordo got Reaper follow up, and then what his stagger windows, and then you look at Batista who got a stance that lets her triple partition. You got Yuzuria, she got freaking the craziness of force function. Wagner destroys projectiles with charge JB and force function like immediately.
FFA,
she got freaking the throw.
Like I'm definitely of the opinion that Yuzu, while still like in top 3, is overall weaker and clear than she was in ST. And that is mainly because her 4B nerf really impacted so many matchups. Like she is can no longer just haha funny button win game. But the one place that was like a legitimate real buff for Yuzu in clear is they made her 6C and her 6A launch on hit, which made them far more they made them like easily hit confirmable, whereas before you just had to believe.
Right.
So like they essentially made her neutral better in exchange for making her defense worse, which like is a fair trade-off.
And I'm actually gonna like go down the cache just to like compare all the new stuff that everybody got, just so you can see how shafted Gordo got though, because like we just covered like the first 3, right? Merkava, man. Merkava got freaking. They made it so that to the 214A, his people, if they're on hit in the air, that was really good for his pokes. because he couldn't
Yeah,
originally
it essentially
like,
was a big damage buff because before Stray 5C would be like 900 damage and then that was it. And now if you hit Stray 5B and they're in the air, you get 214A and now that Stray hit turned into 2000. It's like similar to like
and then you can
Batista,
CS it if you want to. Like usually you just drop the combo.
Yeah, Batista B-ball used to not wall bounce. So the fact that now Batista B-ball one wall bounces greatly increased her overall damage output because now her frame traps into it can lead into big damage because she can do stuff into B-ball on hit laser, and that's already so much more damage than she used to be doing on that. But since it's comboable, that means she can also CS it and then go and do a real combo, or she can IW if she has meter. Like having just an extra form of stray hit turning into meaningful damage is so huge.
And then freaking what they do for Seth, they gave him he can combo after a blink if it counters. Instead of it being a 1000 damage punish, it's now 3. They gave him an air DP so you can never track him in the air anymore at all. And they improved his stagger windows as well to a degree. I think they said they nerfed JB and then they reverted it. and then we have blink storage, so that's a lot of stuff going for Seth. Hyde was actually not changed too much. The new stuff that he got was like either just mixed, like why did they give him that, or it just sucks like laser. But laser, you know, it still gives him some confirms that he would normally lose, so he occasionally gets some extra damage. It's not a neutral tool you can reliably use, but it's something that helps in combos when it becomes unstable. And then force function cuts 10 projectiles, which you'll rarely see. Byakuya, they gave him 5 BB, and then all the other stuff I don't think actually matters. But he is virtually doing the exact same shit he always has been, and he's still robbing people blind. They buffed his dash. Alright, you caught me. Hyde's dash. Hilda, man. Okay. They gave her a lot. They gave Hilda 2C. 2C has so much fucking hit stun now. On non-counter hit, I can hit you, process that you got hit, and push 2CC, and it's still a combo. Which is really big. 623A went from being -5 to -2, which actually gimped a lot of people that already struggled to chase her when she was -5 in that case. Anti-dis comes out of like no matter what you do after frame 4 instead of like frame 8, so she just throws it out. And this is a character that also had 623C, which just came out no matter what after frame 4, but it was less good because if you both fell, she couldn't get the combo reliably. But with anti, it takes so long that she can occasionally still do it, and it doesn't have a dead zone like 623. Force function, they made it wall bounce, so she had crazy corner conversions. 22C makes her invincible after the hit happens, so she wins like a lot of trades she never would.
All right, I just sent you the list I did, which was like somewhat rushed, but like you can get an idea of like where I see people, and obviously like I'm only one opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to like put it up so others.
Hyde's really low. That surprised me.
Where did I put him?
You have him at like bottom A.
Yeah, so the reason that I have Hyde at like A, like I put all of those at like the same level. Like I could not put that tier like objectively. I don't see like they all have their own ways of being way stronger than the others, and vice versa. Like that's why I even like annotated that those are all like the exact same. Everything else I like tried to order except that tier I felt like was just too equal.
I think it feels wrong to put phone on next Anka, do you?
what was I gonna say? Are you showing the thing I sent to people? Oh no, you're not.
Oh no, I'm still messing with mine. Hold on. I can freaking get the Discord link. It's on the screen actually. Yeah, just oh yeah, I can just right click it, middle click it. So this is his. Also Defiant, your VOD review will be next Saturday because I've been looking at videos for like 6 hours.
Yeah, so like I personally see Merc as a little bit stronger than Yuzu, not like a significant amount. And it is mainly just because he has so many ways to go into his 50-50 off of just meterless worms that, and like the 50-50 isn't even like scaled all that bad. It is like jump button, not assault button, jump button scaling.
The fact that his jump button is the thing that's crazy.
So like it is really good, and like the buffs he got in clear where he can like bait OSs with like assault air backdash into falling JB. Like he has a lot of ways where of like forcing situations that just a lot of the cast don't have, and like
he also has a fireball that doesn't go away when he's hit. That's a really good one.
Yeah,
it stops it, like the fact that a zoner's throwing that out without meter is like
if I were to like say a weakness of Merkava is that he has so many multi-hitting moves that it can be hard for him to control the cycle. And also, he needs meter to start his game for real. Or like he like until he scores that first hit, like naturally, he can't start setting up these situations.
But like, the instant he gets there, it's awful.
But the instant he gets there, he starts like steamrolling people. And like I put Yuzu as just under him. I feel like she's an incredibly strong character, very stable.
I think the only reason I don't want to put Nanase too high is like this is a big stigma. Literally every character I play can ignore her fireballs. I think that's a big it's a big judgment adjuster.
Yeah, like if it weren't for the fact that some of the cast is able to ignore Nanase's fireball, Nanase would be S tier.
She would be one of the best characters in the game.
She would be like
the fact that the people that can do that are good characters and check her that hard. Yeah, if Wagner, Hyde, and Hilda weren't in the game, I definitely think that I would put Wagner in S tier.
Oh, you mean Nanase? But yeah,
Nanase. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like the only thing holding Nanase back from being like at Merc level is the fact that some characters just don't give a shit about her fireballs. And not just that, those characters are very prevalent in the meta.
Like freaking like Hilda, Wagner, Hyde, they're every like oh okay, at least Wagner and Hyde is like everywhere, and then the Hildas that like the few Hildas you find are like really good. So like they're not gonna let you get away with that.
And then like after Yuzu I put Seth, then Chaos, then Wagner, with like Seth just he fights so much of the cast so well that
like he's so incredibly stable that like I don't think I legitimately don't think that Seth is unfair, but I think he's just so fucking like stable everywhere, right?
Like,
and then sometimes he's
I don't think he's unfair
but
just because I'm aware of what the Seth player has to do in order to do these things. And it's not like his combo execution. Combo execution is whatever. It is like being able to play his neutral is incredibly hard.
Seth is not as ignorant as you make it sound. Like there's more going on that like I know it looks whack. There's a lot of risk going on there, I promise.
Yeah, like there's so much thought going into what Seth does, and like The only times that it like really looks really ignorant is just blink shenanigans over and over and over again on repeat, and at which point it's like, why aren't you doing one of like some of the call outs for that shit? Because like Seth effectively only gets 2 mistakes in a round. That is the only thing keeping him below. Like if Seth had more health, he might even be above Batista. But because he can't make mistakes, he's still in the realm of mortals. Like Batista, like she not only can she make mistakes because she has decent health, the fact that she can't be counter hit means where one character would eat like 3.5k, she will eat 1k thanks to like anti-airs and stuff like that. Like
Goku.
there are just so many times where Batista doesn't eat way more damage than she normally would. Like that is what pushes her above everyone else. Seth is low health and is still subject to system mechanics.
Goku, the reason that I put Carmine so low is because the character is like extremely unstable. Like, yes, his good matchups are like actually like super fucked up, but his bad matchups are like actually just that flipped around. Like like you can't feel secure playing Carmine because some of the most popular characters you don't want to fight at all.
Yeah, like you don't want to be a Carmine player and then run into Line. Like she just existing ignores like almost everything Carmine does.
I also think that Hai is like one of the best, or I'm not gonna say like one of the best because it's like you have to compare him to, like the crazy shit in S. But I think that he's super stable in like a majority of his matchups, and I feel like the thing that's the thing holding Hyde back the most is the players.
Yeah, I would kind of agree.
So because like you will be watching Hyde players and they actually do some of the most questionable shit, and you're like, they really didn't have to do what led to them losing. And it happens a lot.
Let me see. What else did I say? So like yeah, I ended S tier with Wagner, and then A plus, like I put Hilda, then Lond, then Byac, then Nanase, then Phonon.
I definitely agree that Hilda is like A plus. I put her a little bit lower just because like I had Hyde and Byac. Like I didn't want to put her in front of those because I just feel like those characters are stable against like mid range and zoners. So I was like,
yeah,
I think they're high.
The main reason for me putting Hilda that high is like her defensive options being what they are and clear with like all of the force functions she got, and also receiving anti-dispersal. Like she's no longer the zoner, but like once she's having to block, it's bad. Now
I'm
it's
not gonna
like,
lie. That was already a lie in ST. I don't know who the fuck was telling people that, but that actually just wasn't true.
Yeah, but it's even less
a big
true
lie.
It's even less true
It's
now.
like real. It's disgusting now what she can do, but people were really acting like FFA wasn't actually conditioning an entire character set.
Yep. So yeah, like just Hilda shits too much damage. She's able to ignore. She doesn't have to like quote unquote play uni when she doesn't want to because EX Gloom setups like doesn't matter. And then like after her, I put Lond and Byac, and honestly, like they're interchangeable. I put Lond as
I feel
slightly
like they're like
stronger.
really close to the same spot. I feel like if anything, Lond would struggle in some places that Byac would. I feel like Byac's more stable, but like they're both cops.
The only reason I put Lond as higher is I feel like Lond can fight the other top tiers better. Lond can fight Wagner extremely well. Lond
You're
can
right.
fight Seth pretty well. Lond can fight Yuzu. Like Lond is one of Yuzu's only bad matchups. Like Lon can fight Merc. Lon doesn't like fighting Merc, but it's like he can still. It's not no future. I don't know what Lon Vat is like, but yeah, like just based on like how consistent Lond is against most of the popular top tiers.
I mean, Foxov made it sound like it was still pretty difficult to fight Batista as Landrekia.
I mean, I feel like any character, it's difficult to fight Batista. Like, maybe Hilda can do well versus her.
Oh, Batista, yeah.
Yeah.
Hilda, I'm pretty sure is like, I'm gonna say quotations bad matchup because she's still fine. It's just there's actually a good amount of places where she can get checked for trying to act like she's safe, like doing just like crazy stuff, and Hilda can check a lot of it.
Yep.
Like
and
Batista has to play a lot more grounded.
And then the only other character that is like evenish with Batista would be like Gordo of all characters. But like if that's it, like yeah, I'm forgot what point I was, but anyway, Biak quite good. He has to work harder versus a lot of the top tiers. So like that's the only reason I put him down a little bit. But he's very very good.
Like going to like Wagner and Seth, I definitely see where you're coming from. I think I think my things I feel like what's gonna happen is in the next like half year or so, I'm pretty sure Landrekia is gonna go up more when I actually see his matchup spread with more characters, because I already think he's good.
Yeah, like right now I think
Mika's gonna go up because I'm gonna be playing her.
Yeah. And then like Nanase, like hidden S tier, only held back by the fact that some characters just don't give a shit about her fireballs.
Phonon might go up more. If I actually can get some games with Silent, I think that will help a lot.
Yeah, I've Phonon an A+ tier because like she's still mad good. She still shits damage. She still has really good grid control, screen control, everything.
Like if I'm not playing a character that's a zoner, I actually don't like fighting that character at all. It's not I'm not a fan.
And then like for just below A+, in A, not ordered, like all of these four I consider to be the equal in strength. Mika, Line, Hyde, and Aurier, I think, are all just as strong, just in different ways. And in B tier, because I don't think this game actually has anything below that. In order, I think Enkidu is at the top of B tier. Followed by
I think he's pretty high up there too.
In Akatsuki and Wald, I would have. I think they're equal in strength, personally. Then Carmine, then Eltnum, and then I think Gordo is the worst character in the game.
Yeah, either him or Eltnum for me. Just because
yeah,
Eltnum
like
can actually be more flexible.
I wouldn't
like
argue against
stuff.
you if you put Eltnum up as worse than Gord. But like again, it's the bottom being B. It's not really that bad.
I definitely swap Carmine and Akatsuki just because it's like Akatsuki may have like better spreads like overall, but I just feel like the fact that Carmine can be like that his like good matchups feel better, and like I feel like Akatsuki is just like a big river of this sucks, but I still feel like they both have a lot of cases where they're like, man, this sucks. But like I think Akatsuki says it more. I'm not sure.
Like playing Akatsuki, the only characters that I legitimately hate fighting against are Hilda and maybe Landrekia. That's it. Like fighting Batista as Akatsuki, weirdly enough, doesn't feel that much harder than like fighting Batista as Yuzu, but that's just because Batista's just that bad, not because that says anything about either of the other two characters. But like, I forgot. Akatsuki Seth completely blows. It feels awesome when like you backdash and he whiffs an A dive and you see him for like half his life. But that situation is rare. Most of the time, you have to do insanely hard callouts for not enough reward. Like, yeah, Akatsuki, like outside of fighting Seth and Hilda, I don't see him as being so unstable compared to like Carmine.
I think it's for in a lot of the matchups where people actually can hold pressure better. I think just the way that the fact that Akatsuki actually has reversals, I think is the real thing to say, because when it comes to it, Carmine's reversals are actually all fake, except for like the command grab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I agree with Salty. Like if you're able to get the like first frame dash block, and like Silent, I don't know if you can still see my list, but I have phone on way higher.
You know what? Like if like the main reason she's down there is because I don't see phone on enough. We just need to play. We just need to play, and I can probably change my mind.
Yeah,
there.
like I legit was telling Untold, like if you fought Silent, you would have a much different opinion of phone on. And like I know me, I haven't really fought Silent in like great conditions, but like I'm watching what you do, and I can see how like I would be interacting with that. And
2 tiers below Gord, Chaos's ass. This is Ruric's tier list. I just put it in here so y'all can look at the picture. So
yeah, and
because I can't look at both of them at the same time.
This was like pulled out in a few minutes, and like I am objectively just one person, so like I definitely am not going to be like standing by this list. It's just if I were to quickly put a list together, that's the list I would do.
1.0 long crashing the game was pretty good. That was the strongest move in the game. I do not think that Gordo is good. I think he's fun to play, but that's it.
Yeah, so like you can see my list there. Like I ordered everything except that A1.
Now that I think about like how Carmine defends himself, I kind of want to swap him in Akatsuki.
Yeah, like I just can't see Carmine as better.
Because I was thinking about it, like if you put Carmine in the corner, like he dies. Like Akatsuki doesn't just die. It's like you actually kind of have to work for it a little bit if you put him there. It's like Akatsuki's better rounded, but like Carmine has high highs and really low lows, and like like Akatsuki is, I don't know, like it's not great, but it's not shit. I'm not talking about the matchup just for Akatsuki. I'm talking in general, just like playing the game as those characters just both suck.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's kind of like how I went about my list is like I was like thinking if I'm solo maining this character, like if I'm solo maining this character, how hard of a time do I have in bracket? And like so that's kind of why I ordered mine the way I did.
I kind of want to put phone on higher because I know that if I'm not like every time I've played a character that is not Hilda in the phone on, I wanted to unplug my fucking like entire system.
I like fighting her. Like regardless, I don't know that I like of the main characters that I'm like playing, like Yuzu, Line, Akatsuki, and Merc. I never feel like it is a horrible time, but like Phonon has many ways of outplaying me. But like that's the thing, like she has to outplay you. It's not like GG's shake my hand kind of thing. Like every time you get hit by Phonon, like
deserve it.
Yeah.
If I want to put her higher before I see more gameplay, I could see her being like either in front of or behind Mika.
Yeah.
I think I'll put her in front of her.
Yeah, I find Mika to be very good, but like I also like have a local Mika that is really strong. So like obviously that warps my perception of the character.
Yeah. I think Mika's really good.
ultimately we're all extremely biased in this game based on like what characters are in our region, what characters we play, that kind of thing.
I also have a lot of people that hate Hyde as much as I do, so he may be high. I do think he's really good though.
Like when I play Akatsuki and I run into Hyde, I fucking hate it. Like that matchup is actual pain. And it's like it doesn't look like it should feel that bad, but like it feels horrible.
Akatsuki Hyde is the matchup he's talking about.
Yeah, Akatsuki Hyde feels pretty bad. Like the level of risk I feel like I have to take with Akatsuki compared to like fighting against Hyde with like even Line. Like if the Hyde is bad and just gives you the cycle, sure.
It's hard to solidify it sometimes because
it
Hyde experiences are pretty
to...
unstable because the players are like. I feel like it's hard to find one that like plays a cycle like really well commonly, and it definitely like messes up your perception because you expect like that's just Hyde, and then you fight a good one and you're like, man, I forgot this actually just sucks.
Yeah,
like this guy just actually knows why and he figured it out.
Yeah, like I
and
mentioned
like
earlier, like
so
a lot of people
don't see it.
Think Yuzu is a grid battery, and then you fight one that like actually controls the cycle, and you're like, man, why am I losing so horribly? What the fuck?
People said Hilda freaking bled grid too, and it's like, not only is that just not true.
Yeah, like Hilda also has mad ways of controlling the cycle.
She can literally Vorpal strip every combo no matter what, unless it's a pin starter.
Yeah.
And even if it is a pin starter, if you're in the corner, you can actually still do it.
And like
yeah, she gets to actually just concentrate. Like at any point, it's like, man, this cycle's almost over. If I just drop pin right now, throw an egg loom like backwards, shoot. Even if I don't throw an egg loom, just start concentrating. That's 3 blocks.
Yeah, but ultimately, you're welcome to disagree with us. These lists are just opinions and not at all fact.
Yeah.
So like, I don't really care if people disagree.
This is just what I perceive is the stability of all these characters.
Yeah.
And the only reason Nanase is so low, despite me thinking she's a good character, is the combination of low damage output and the top tier. A lot of top tier characters just ignore the thing that I hate the most about the character.
I don't think
like a thing that makes the most of a struggle.
I don't think Nanase has low damage because she is absolutely can shit damage on a lot of her roots. The only reason
3C got really good, and I think there was a few counter hit ones that I can't remember.
Yeah, for me, I put Nanase where she was and not higher just because there's enough characters that ignore her fireball.
If like half the top tier didn't exist, like Nanase would be where Hyde is for me, if not higher. She actually had the potential to be a war crime, but she's actually getting like she got crept by everyone else.
Yeah.
Character is actually insane. Until like, Hilda, Hyde, Wagner, Ankadu walks on screen, and then it's like a little more complex. Like Mika too. Shit. Because we got Tornado. I didn't even think about that. Tornado's good. Tornado's real good against her.
Outlim got crept, and like I feel like people didn't know how to fight her as much in ST.
Mm-hmm. Outlim got was even really crept. She got nerfed too, and then everyone also got better. Like usually getting crept like suggests that nothing happened to you and everyone else just got like way bigger. So like she actually got nerfed and everyone got better.
Yeah, like the only character that like legitimately keeps getting crept is Gordeau, because he's been about the same. Like he technically got buffs and clear, but it didn't matter. Everyone else just got way more.
Yeah, the big thing to keep in mind is like just the explanation of what everyone got. It was like Gord got Reaper follow up and stagger windows, and then it took me like a minute to explain what Hilda got.
Yeah.
Freaking after Unio, Gordo is just constantly being left behind. It's
Which is
sad for the
weird
people that
because
play
they
him,
keep
dude.
buffing Merc. Like, if they were gonna like nerf the war crimes, why did Merc just get more and more things?
I don't know, man. I'm about to start playing him.
Merc, okay, legit. Merc is incredibly fun. Like, he is such a free-form character. He just like, you always have different things you can be doing.
And the best thing is it's so easy to pick him up, and he's this
like,
good.
His basic stuff is like no meme. Like, you will learn all you need as far as like B&Bs for him in a half hour.
Yep, a half hour, dude. That's
and then like
if not like if you played him at all, like even a little bit in the other games, even less.
Yeah, it's insane.
My execution stinky. No, you got him. Easy top tiers are smelly, dude. That's as crazy. We got two of them. We got freaking Wagner and Merkaba. Phone on ST phone on. I think that shit was crazy. I still think that she's like good. I will probably I don't know. Like I just need to see phone on more. I don't think she's bad by any means though. I don't want y'all to like think that. I think phone on is a great character.
Akatsuki is like, people see him as like an easy character, and it's like, yeah, if you want 2k damage, sure, but like if you want real damage with Akatsuki, like if you're optimizing shit, he is like weirdly really high execution.
Yeah. Like the thing is, you go in the lab and you have so much fun playing Akatsuki, like learning his routing, and then you go into a practical setting in a game and you're like, I can see why no one plays him. Like it becomes apparent so fast.
Yeah, like you can do the 214A route for sure and get more like 3k with Akka. But still, like if you want the real damage that he needs, if he wants to compete with some of the bullshit that is in this cast, you will need to optimize.
Yeah, commonly doing 4K is necessary. Otherwise, you're like, why did you pick this character?
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna be not doing like full optimals, I can't imagine why you didn't just pick like Kidu.
Like, I feel like one of the things that keeps Akatsuki low is everyone else can turn really stray hits into real damage, into real Oki. Akatsuki really struggles to turn stray hits into damage and Oki.
I hear some of the players constantly say is they either want 214 to OTG or the fireball.
Like if you like air to air hits with Akatsuki, more often than not are getting dropped. Even like I'm watching Yushichi play, and he'll like score a JB, but it's like weirdly spaced, and then he's not able
you have
to
do
get the
like
full pickup.
JB super delayed JA JB pick up with fucking J, like a 2-frame link. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Whereas like you see Wagner do JC, and she has like, even on non-counter hit, she can land and the character has untech until she picks up with like her 5B after she's landed.
And the thing is, if you hit someone with Wagner at any point in the air, 5C, 6C will always work. Even if she goes behind them, she has a hitbox behind her, the auto corrects into force function, and you're going to the corner because Wagner's corner carry is actually on meme levels.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter which way she accidentally swapped over to, you're going to that corner now. Whoops.
Yep. Yeah, or like hide any stray hit, go into Rekka, you've got consistent routing no matter what.
Yep. Freaking I don't even need to explain Hilda.
Yeah.
Like freaking she does 2C, you assault over it, 2CC counter hits, she's like, oh. No tech pickup. Freaking 623A is the most like straight hit thing I've ever seen in my life. You're like, oh crap, that hit pickup. You can freaking be like, by the time they splat on the wall, you're like, oh my god, that hit them. Ooh. Like it's that bad.
Yeah. And that's like Ori has a similar problem where like the stray hits she does don't lead to enough. She needs like very specific hits if she's doing the real damage.
That's why I have her pretty low. I think Linnea's the fact that she primarily functions off of lows can lead to a problem where I think it affects her stability just because how many times she can get crushed. I think that's a really big thing.
I don't know.
Like she has good mids. She has good mids, but I still think it's something that like it stifles her a little.
I feel like you are like biased by Hilda stuff right now because Linnea's best button is her 5C.
Yeah.
No meme.
Oh yeah, if you're like a mid-range character, like 5C actually cyberbullies the shit out of you.
Yeah, Linnea's 5C is really, really strong. It's just like when she's trying to pressure Hilda, she has to be more limited because like the 5C range where normally Linnea is just like bullying the shit out of people because
They can't reach
her 5C retracts her hurt box and is huge and is multi-hit. Like it's pretty easy to confirm. But like if you're going up against Hilda, who's like 5A reaches that, or her 5B, which can whiff cancel into 5BB. Yeah, it just like I think about a lot of these characters and like your opinion of them, and I can't help but think,
most of it's
like,
because of the Hilda matchup. Like
yeah.
I think Linnea's better than I think she is. I definitely know Nanase is better than I think she is, but all of the characters I play are the ones that she's like not good against.
Yeah. Like sometimes I feel like Nanase is not that good, and then I play Akatsuki into her, and I'm like, oh yeah, she can actually like do really sick shit. It's just Merkava kind of a lot of times doesn't care.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, get that out of here. Got whole
It's like she's like setting up anytime that Nanase sets up a fireball, Merc's 214C can reach full screen and grab her, regardless if she's in the air or on the ground.
Hilda does full screen 22C, which is even better if you have Vorpal because you either only spent 50 meter to do that, or you get a full combo and Oki her to death.
Yeah. And Merc 2-1's 4C is so good. Like I feel like not enough Mercs abuse that move.
It's really solid, especially if you're the more you condition people to actually like have concentrate wars, the more that catches them.
Yeah,
because it actually catches the startup of concentrate so well.
Yeah, because it's incredibly fast.
Yeah, this is like an 8-hour stream. You're right. Real talk, thanks to all the people that stopped around. This is my first time doing like something that's just like extensive VOD review just for a few games, so I do appreciate that so many people did stick around for this long. I've been consistently like between like 12 and 20 people this whole time, so I think that was really good. I had fun. I got a few clips from people. I'm hoping that since I've done this now, more people are aware that it's going to be happening, so I will get more particular clips instead of having to go from Keep on Rockin'. Not that it's a bad site, like it's got good footage there.
And honestly, like that ended up with like us getting raided by the Chilean uni scene, which was sick. That was so godlike.
It freaking pulled up. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I kept hearing the follow sound. I was like, "Who are you people?" I think I'm solid on the list right now. My opinion's gonna change pretty soon though, because I mean,
and yeah, my opinion's always subject to change, and like I have no intention of like posting this elsewhere. It was just like fun to talk about, because like I don't know, I feel like if I like post it on Twitter, that means I have to like defend it, and I don't care to defend my current opinion because my opinion could change next week.
I also think I'm just gonna like I'm probably just gonna put it in my Discord, just like keep record of it. But the main thing that I've been trying to make a habit of not doing is uploading pictures on Twitter, because I have an art Twitter mainly, right? And every time you do that, it takes up your media tab, and I fucking hate it so much when I'm looking up an artist and I'm like, I want to look at your art, and there's two things they do. They don't have a link to like they don't have a Pixiv like link or just a gallery that I can look at. So I'm like, okay, I just gotta look at his Twitter media. Gotcha. OO face, like just fucking reaction images. Like, where's your art?
Yep. Yeah. So frequently that like I'll be like, oh, this is cool art. Let's check out their media tab, and it's just like their horse scroll rolls.
Yeah. I think I don't think Chaos is bad, but I just don't feel like I can say how stable I think he's fucked up, but I just don't know how much, because like it's another case of melody privilege. I don't interact with Chaos. I don't fucking know what he actually does.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Chaos to be able to say that like clear Chaos would change your perception of him if you played like a really strong one. I don't know, because Hilda's weird.
I got put in 2-2 stand, like the 2-2 sandwich once. I got mad as fuck, and I got a really lucky grid thrust, and then it never happened again.
That is actually funny, just because like the stance is supposed to be immune from grid thrust.
No, I mean like in the middle of like the setups like leading to that, I was like, this is fucked up, and I was like, I really hope this grid thrust works, and it worked. And then like,
yeah,
since then I've never like interacted with Chaos in that scenario again, and I'm glad that I haven't, because I watch it happen to other people. I'm like, bro, what do they do? Like, what can they do about this?
No, yeah, Chaos for the most part is like pretty safe from VO, from grid thrust. He's pretty safe from DPs. He's safe from a lot of stuff, man.
I still remember like this shit was so funny, like right when clear dropped, when Chaos's 2-2 was so good that he had a meterless infinite block string that you could only get out of if you shielded one particular normal.
Yep. Yeah, I remember Snappy was the one that found that. And
I remember Trill making like this fucking thesis on why he needed that. I was like, bro.
He needs an infinite block string. Yeah, and so it was not just the stance 2-2. It was also in part because of how they had buffed his smart steer.
Oh, I see.
It was something about that made it so that like it didn't count as Ozzy having done one of the specials. And Ozzy's mad plus every time Ozzy does a special.
Yeah. Freaking, oh my god. Yeah, freaking tip JB, like it sucks. It sucks doing that stuff, dude. It's freaking crazy. Like, and that's like a big problem with them, is just that you can't consistently do it. You have to have like 3 different ways depending on the range, and they're all like hard to do. And then you compare it to like Hyde doing JC. He literally just does J6C, watches you pan all the way across the screen, bounce on the wall, and then do vacant shift. And then you play a Akatsuki and you're like, man. You know?
Yeah,
it's
like
fucked up.
You need more awareness with Akatsuki. Like, yeah, even if you can do it every time in training mode, like, you won't always be ready in games. Whereas with characters that have far easier confirms, they will be ready in games just because it's that easy.
That's why, like, I definitely chilled out with myself. I stopped picking the ones that were harder execution. So, like, I don't think Mika's execution's, like, too hard. Like, some of her routing got, like, slightly harder, but her routing was kind of brain dead in ST, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it just kind of depends. Mika routing can be weird. She has a lot of, like, even for, like, not full optimals, but, like, just slightly more optimal stuff. She very quickly gets to character-specific combos.
Oh yeah.
So like that is something that you have to know with Mika, but I don't know. And like, you know, Salty, you're completely welcome to disagree. Like I said, neither of us are like trying to die on this hill.
Yeah,
We
I just don't. I just don't.
We're not.
I just think that
Yeah, we're not trying to like convince you.
Yeah, I just believe that character struggles with the ranges of everyone else in the game because, like, Under Night effective ranges are memes and like how big they are, and then there's Akatsuki who's like noticeably smaller, and then his routing is just like his execution is just harder to the point where there is much more room for error, and that's not something you really want.
Yeah,
is potential to fuck up, which I think heavily should be factored in something like stability, which is what I'm trying to think of when I made this little list here. Is just like, how well you do like everywhere, and it's like Akatsuki's constantly getting outranged. Sometimes he gets like really weird confirms, and sometimes you're just not ready. And like that, and missing literally one of those can actually lose a game.
Yeah, and like the reason
Long 5VB is that's free
like
sleeper.
One of the reasons I put like Seth as low, like, you know, below Merkava and Yuzu is because I think he is more unstable in what he wants to do. Like if it wasn't like one or two fuck ups away from Seth dying at all times, he would be so much better, but he like can't afford to make mistakes. So like I put him as not as quite as stable as like Yuzu or Merkaba.
They also kind of adjusted his toolkit a little bit, so they want him to play in the air more, and it feels like they actively want him to be more risky, which means that there's more places where Seth can die, and he's squishy already.
Yeah, because like, so in ST,
like he's still good. It's just riskier.
In ST, his air game wasn't as good, but he also had like top level ground game on top of it. So he was just like the epitome of playing uni in ST.
Yeah, he just wants the low. The freaking Hilda doing low constantly. If they shield that, you know, it's still her turn, bro. Like that's. I mean, some Hildas are just afraid to like switch it up. Like some of them, a lot of times you see them just do JC or just do low. Like they do it too much, and it's not even a 50-50. It's like, oh, he's just gonna do it this way.
Yeah, you just fuzzy block whatever.
Freaking wiggle your stick. To 4-1. Works for me. Hilda, if a Hilda plays cycle, it's actually really scary because so many Hildas don't play cycle that when one finally does, it's scary because you're like, what the hell, bro? I have to approach her. I don't want to approach her, bro. She's winning cycle, and then you lose.
Yeah.
But if you're Yuzu, you can still play cycle with her really well, it feels, because like there's this particular range that I want to begin to play cycle, and you make it really hard to stand there.
Yep. And like it Yuzu has plenty of ways of getting into ranges of like you have to like actually pick what button you choose and accept that you might get whiff punished. Like pressing 5C seems great against Wald, but then like you play it against Yuzu and it's like, oh, if that's whiffs, you're eating a slash and you're eating 3k minimum.
Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to use 5C against her. Freaking minus like 100 and I don't even know. Like every time I say it, the number gets higher.
Yeah. I mean, like Yuzu will also force you to like use your 3C, and you also don't want to be whiffing that.
Whiffing, I like the recovery on whiff for 3C is like a third in like the frame number though. So like it still sucks, but it's not like please kill me, right?
Yeah, but like and then there's moves like Hilda Force Function. Yuzu can like legitimately shimmy you in the air.
And it's pretty
like
funny, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like I go
when I
into
get hit by it, I'm not
your
laughing,
force
but it's
function range,
funny.
air backdash, and then like watch the force function whiff, and then just snipe you. And it's just like
I gotta freaking I gotta freaking mix it up and do force function and then whiff cancel the EX orb because I can do that for some reason.
That is kind of funny.
Because like EX orb makes her fly back, so it's actually it's a really good like back away move, and I think like force function orb, like it's real good, like in regards to like getting people to do stuff because it's safe for the most part. Like I haven't found that many scenarios where I'm getting punished for doing it. Like I can do it in the corner, point the orb forward, and actually do like corner teleport and get out. And like I've just been doing that when a matchup's like some shit I don't want to be in the corner for. I'm like I'm out of here. Like I just do it. Like force function orb, see ya. Sometimes people get hit as I'm teleporting. I'm like, okay, this is like a free like 2K starter because this starter is bad. This game's freaking cursed.
Yeah, there's a lot of cursed shit in this game. It's why I like it.
Yeah. I also like I like the game because it's like I think the fact that they have like the characters and like everyone's on some bullshit, but they're held back by the system mechanics and they have to respect them or lose is an interesting take on it. But if another game tried to do that, I would probably not give it a fucking chance. I don't think there's gonna be a game that hits like Uni does ever again for me.
We'll see. For me, I generally try and keep an open mind.
I kind of try to keep an open mind, but some games make it harder. Like those fighting herds, I'm not gonna lie, that game's actually solid, but you look at it and then you can't launch it again. It feels weird. But that game literally has everything you can want, other than the art style.
I'm looking forward to the new multi.
I haven't been invested with any of the characters. I don't know.
I'm on the opposite end where like everyone looks so cool that I have like 6 characters I want to try.
I'm a big hater, Papa Pesto. Alright, check this. So, Yuzuria, right? Yuzuria or Hilda. Those characters is like effective range, and the point that they can push you back is like so crazy that if the grid cycle didn't exist to make them stop doing that to let you in, they would actually like they're already great characters. Imagine if they did not have to worry about something like a grid system where they could actually just have that much effective range and pushback all of the time.
Yuzu would be even more busted than Batista if it weren't for grid holding her back.
Like Hyde's pressure against characters that don't have the ability to mash out would never be able to mash out because there's no way to threaten him to stop fucking swinging at you, and he would be a lot better. Byakuya would actually be a little bit worse because he wouldn't steal the grid cycle for free without thinking.
Yeah, like Byakuya is absolutely carried by like system mechanics because he is Uni on steroids. Like his combo stealing grid like 3 times. No, Yuzu absolutely needs to bother with the cycle. Yes, she can strip off of everything, but
the thing to keep in mind is they have to spend resources to strip you still, and that's something they don't want to do if they can help it.
It's more like a lot of characters build like if I'm Yuzu and I'm like playing any matchup, I'm constantly feeding them meter while playing. They are gaining a bunch of meter just by blocking her. If I will need the cycle in order for me to keep up with the amount of meter that I'm feeding them. So that is one big thing. The other is, of course, like a lot of characters have really, really good options once they're in Vorpal. Yuzu just wants you to not have it.
So and then like without something like Vorpal in a grid state, like you would actually just never get to her. Like you would have to hold that shit forever.
Yeah.
And and then like some abilities from characters are designed to make it harder because it's like it's a good move, but it makes you lose grid faster. Like every time I drop a pin on someone and they block it, I automatically lose a grid block every single time I drop a pin. Like 6-6B is a multi. Like there's so many multi hits in the game for the purpose of making it good, but discouraging you from like using it too much because on block it's so many free shields.
If it weren't for the grid cycle, I would be abusing Yuzu's force function more than I already do, just because.
I would be a Yuzuria player. I wouldn't play Hilda. He'll do it.
Yuzu force function dash canceled is 0 on block out of stance and +7 on block in stance. The only thing holding, and like she can do so much with that because she can jump cancel it, she can special cancel it, she can EX whiff cancel it. Since the dash cancel, since her stance dash is like the 9, like a 9 the Phantom or Azrael or Bison, like that kind of like teleport step dash, she can cross you up with it. Like,
imagine Phonon without a Vorpal. She would be BGs.
Yeah, like there would like Yuzu. There'd be so many characters in this game that would just be completely non-interactive. Like once they would make someone block once, that would be it. Like you're not going to
6FF, bro. That should be so funny.
Yeah, that would be so horrible. Like next time you're like, if you have a local, next time you're at locals, try playing Uni where both of you unbind the D button.
Man.
Like, legitimately try that. Or like, if your character somehow needs the D button for non-grid things, like just don't ever concentrate or do anything with it.
I mean that's partially true, but like the thing is Yuzu and Vat still they still have to acknowledge it. It's just that it's mostly they're stopping you from getting like character seed is like a win condition to a degree. It's like if I get this, I can do what my character is supposed to do in their Vorpal state and shine better. And then Yuzuria and Vat don't actually, they're fine without Vorpal. They just stop you from, like, they're just good. They don't need Vorpal to be good.
And yeah, like Yuzu seems non-interactive if you don't know what she's actually doing. Like when I'm playing people, I need way less information about my opponent to effectively beat them when I'm playing Merkava than when I'm playing Yuzu. I have to interact a hell of a lot more with Yuzu, and I have to like get way more info out of my opponent with Yuzu than I do with like any other character I play.
Merkava could actually just do shit. It's pretty funny. I love playing him.
Like even playing Akatsuki, I need less info than I do. I need less info about my opponent than I do with Yuzu. It's just he still has to make reads, so like that kind of holds him back. Like, yeah, the decision tree that like I have to make with Yuzu based on what my opponent has shown is way like I just have to think a hell of a lot more than like if I'm playing Akatsuki, there's basically only one correct option, which is dash block most of the time. Like you're not really making an incorrect choice there. Merc, he doesn't have anywhere near as many options. It's just they're really fucking good options. And like Yuzu has like a million options and half of them are terrible. And you just have to try and pick the right one. And like the option that is terrible in one situation could be absolutely godlike in another. So you just have to be really aware. Yeah, like, you know, that's me based on like my small character kit of like 4 characters, but like I absolutely do think that I feel like I have to know more about my opponent to effectively make them feel like it's non-interactive with Yuzu compared to like Merc, Akatsuki, and Line.
You definitely can't compare Yuzu neutral and Akatsuki neutral. That's not, you can't really go anywhere with that.
It's complete opposites.
It's too different.
Yeah. But funny enough, like I've recently been finding that like warming up with Akatsuki makes my play with like every other character better.
Yeah, because like it's the training weights. You take them off.
It's not quite that. It's like it forces me into like a patient state of mind because I go in with Akatsuki knowing I can't do shit anyway, and so like then I switch over to like Merc or Yuzu, and like having that more patient thought process or mentality makes like the more ignorant options even more busted.
Yeah, playing a character that struggles more makes you actually learn like the points where you can act better, because it's like my character cannot do anything until I reach this point of weakness, and I can actually pinpoint it better because I literally can only do like 2 things. And then when I play a character that can do 7 things and they're all good, it's like, damn, that's crazy. And then you're like way better with that character for playing the shittier one.
Yeah, but yeah, I always like recommending people play a like really diverse style of characters just to round themselves out.
That's why you should. I think that in every fighting game you should play like a zoner and like a rushdown or a grappler, because zoning makes you figure out how to deal with rushdown characters, which means you figure out how to deal with yourself. So you figure out how to stop playing in the way that you would beat yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, red names are people who DC.
Yep. So like comparison of like Yuzu options versus Akatsuki just dash blocking, like Yuzu, her slashes cover one very specific angle. It covers that one very specific angle incredibly well, and she gets massive reward if it's a hit. But if she wants to be able to cover other angles, she has to leave she has to leave herself open elsewhere. So like in neutral, choosing between slash, which is big reward but potentially big recovery, and like maybe instead choosing to like hold up and then dash checking you with like 5C, that can potentially have a big reward but like requires you to have good reactions, or you can not do either of those and wait and see if they like jump, and then at that point you can get a big reward off that. But if they just dashed it down the center, you're just holding pressure because like you're constantly choosing to either do something preemptive or try and react to something, but you cannot really do both. And so like the decision tree around that is a lot more nuanced, whereas like if I'm playing Akatsuki, it is just slowly go in until I'm in my effective range, and then it's go time.
Ooh, I just wanted to comment on something that Arya Evanfall said. If you're thinking like 360s and 720s on Waldstein, something to keep in mind is, in most cases, if you're just grabbing them, you'll never get a 720. But if you're in a combo, you do 4B in a 720 because that move takes a really long time to happen. And you want to do 720 because it does a little more damage and it makes you land closer to them, which is really good for his pressure.
Like you say that, but like I've been watching like JP Wald players lately, and when they like just
they can do
in pressure, if they abare with like 360, it's a 720. If they like do it, if they go for a 360 like on their offense, it's also 720. Like almost every time that they go for it, it's a 720.
I guess.
And like these Walds are like,
I guess if it's like stuff on block, because like Waldstein's normals do take a long time to no cancel. And if it's like not on hit, he's not gonna jump, right? So you can actually just turn it.
You like have to remember that Wald has a step dash, so like you can buffer it there.
Oh, does he have to finish the dash before he can jump?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, this is easier than I thought it was.
And of course, you can like do like 5A no cancel as you're churning 720 and then do it. But yeah, like JP Wald players are doing 720s every chance they get, which means they're getting more damage. It's not a meaningful more damage, but more importantly, they're getting better Oki.
Let's look at this link.
That's just the user description.
I was gonna be like Among Us user Ria. I love she doesn't think. Until I lose to the one that doesn't think. Actually, you know what? We're just keeping that on the screen until I go offline. Our mantra. Wagner's too high? You sure, bro? I think she's pretty good.
I mean, the TK half circle works in every fighting game ever, basically.
Phasmophobia Uni Edition? What the hell does that even mean? Am I gonna freaking... I walk in the house, the ghost gets a Vorpal so it can move 20% faster when hunting. One ghost is just like, ooh, this would be a good one. You give a ghost Vorpal, and instead of you having to do push to talk, you just have a hot mic. You can't even like breathe if it's following you. You can't make any noise. It's gonna know where you are. We're buffing ghosts like that. That'd be hype. Yo, I was about to say, like, what's he talking about, bro? It's like, that's actually really funny. I would play that. Oh yeah, fucking. I forgot DBZ is a Wagner play. That's why I say that. You almost tricked me from all. It's like, wait, where's he coming from with this? Like, I thought you loved Wagner. If you're a low tier in IRL, all you gotta do, you gotta figure out how to make your own patch notes. You get the source code, you gotta make that shit work for yourself. I know. I'm not allowed that negativity in my stream, bro. It's your game, motherfucker. This is your story. Patch that shit. Get the file, learn how to code. That fat fucking buff into a Sigma male. Oh, you're gonna get rid of the flapping fish bug? Actually, I don't understand how that one happens.
Oh, the one where like Hilda becomes unthrowable?
Yeah. The condition to make it happen is I think the fact that Hilda players will be using 4-4 and will be getting hit out of it. Like, I don't like if you do a whole combo, does she do the fish flap, or like in the clips that I see, they just counter hit her and they let her recover. Like, they don't do a whole combo and then she like just can't be thrown. My favorite Hilda interact, it's not like a bug, it's just because how the hitboxes are. If she shields hide 6-6C and walks forward for the force function, she walks through the force function because the hitboxes barely don't line up. And every time I do it to a hide player, they think I'm like hacking. I literally walk through an attack.
Did you see the like Yuzu Byaku thing that I posted the other day?
Yuzu Byaku? I don't think I did.
Let me see if I can link you. I should just go to my own media tab, so.
I'm just trying to figure out how Bacon
So like,
Shift was
I'm not
doing all
even
those
fully
slashes.
sold on my own tech here. But
oh, this
like,
one? I remember this one. I'll share it.
But like, since you know, throw tech is a legitimate thing, like that always is the exact same spacing. And like, you see me doing manually right here. You see my inputs. So like I hope to be able to pull this off against a Byac player at Climax. The timing window is kind of strict. I don't see myself doing this online ever.
I hope you get it. I hope you get it and ruin someone's fucking whole day.
It's like that timing, like if Byac mashes 5A, he's still getting counter hit. So like, yeah. And it's not even a fuzzy. Like you're just buffer. It's just a micro dash 4C. Like, and since you throw tech, you can literally buffer it out of that throw tech.
Uni is, yeah, like some of the most notable things from the characters are like bugs. Freaking, what does everybody remember? Byac 3C, Beedrill, Blink
Wait,
storage.
was Beedrill supposed to be a bug?
I don't think Beedrill was ever supposed to be as fast as it was.
Oh, did they like not think that people would be able to like charge partition and like do it at TK height?
It's not even really a charge partition. You can just do it off of a jump. But
I mean,
like,
yeah,
I
you
think,
can.
I think their intention was just. Oh yeah. Like that's definitely a problem in itself. But like, if I remember correctly, they wanted to start like remember how it was like in clear before they they changed it up.
Yeah, when they went up to like 24 frames and it became.
I think it was supposed to always be a 24 frame, and it just ended up being like a 5, and they just kind of rock with that shit. Oh yeah, freaking Phonon J4B corner steal. Yeah, I don't think she's supposed to do that shit. Charge moves having save move duration. I think that would be neat to make it so that that's not how that works, because I agree that shit's whack.
Yeah, it's especially not meant with those two. Like that. They've like been patching that out. So
like combos, yeah, you're right.
And this was a bug in ST, and it was part of why like I always preached that ST Yuzu was pretty broken. Is Yuzu J2C or Assault J2C and ST didn't have assault proration. It just had jumping normal proration.
Freaking something that I still hate is as y'all probably know, Hilda's 2C and 3C are like the same button functionally. It's literally 2C at a different angle.
Yep.
But it triggers same move proration. So when I was looking up like Hilda rooting, I discovered that you could actually do a lot of side swap routes if you replace 2C in a lot of her combos with replace 2C with 2B, and then find like a lot of spots where you can maximize damage and get a side swap, because the hit stun is just better. So when you do the pin, you can 6-2-3B, and that the only reason we weren't doing that is because we did 2C and 3C in the same combo, and the SMP made it so you could never like swap ever off of reasonable damage.
Gotcha.
So I freaking pushed 2B, and I was like, no, because I had to acknowledge that there was use to 2B. I've been hating on that normal for like 3 years, and I've only been playing this game for 2 years.
The weird SMP. So Yuzu has a lot of like whiff routing where she'll like do a slash and whiff a shorter slash and then continue. If the whiff slash adds to same move proration, because if you use that slash that you whiffed early later on in as actual part of the combo,
oh my god,
it like you didn't use it to like hit them, but you used it to whiff. But yeah, it still counts towards SMP. It's weird.
Game sucks.
Also, Yuzu's like I'm in actual sets, I'm never like really optimizing this because it's really not worth it. But there is technically different optimal routing for a stance starter based on how many numbers of marks she has remaining. Because there are some times where like I will get like a 6C starter where I have 3 marks remaining, and I can like do like an OTG 5C 2C, and that's optimal. But other times, if I have like 2 marks, just 5C is more damage for that for that exact same OTG. It's just like weird. Just like she has weird proration. Like the hit stun proration isn't even affected. It is just damage. And it's like you can do the same combo regardless of how many marks you had remaining. Granted, you have enough to like actually do that initial confirm.
Mm-hmm.
But the optimal damage might be more moves or less moves depending on how many marks you had when you first scored the hit. It's just weird. And like this one is less weird, but like, you know, like 236B starter, like the first hit, if it's out of stance, is like 1200. If it's in stance, all stocks is 900. If you're missing a stock, it's like 800. In 2 marks, it's like 400.
Like I kind of get why they did it, but it just seems really stupid.
Yeah, it's just really funny. Like a lot of times, like you will like get hit or like counter hit by like a big move from Yuzu, and you're like expecting fat damage, and then it's like 2.5k, and it's just because she had no marks when she scored that hit. The combo is the exact same. It's just the initial hit dealt like close to 1,000 less damage. It's just funny.
Defiance out here asking when there's a podcast of Uni. It's honestly the freaking Uni podcast is when Uni players are in like a Discord server, because even if they're not playing the game, they will just subconsciously talk about the game even if they haven't played it in like 3 weeks. And they'll talk about it for like actually 3 hours. Like shoot, right now this is technically like kind of a podcast. Like I didn't play the game at all today. I literally launched the game to do 5C and show you why Waldstein sucks.
Yeah, I played a little bit today, but it's just like I've been every now and then hopping on ranked just to like slowly get my Akatsuki up to 2 million rip so I can retire him. I'm like, I'm close. I'm at like 195, something like that, or 1.95 mil.
That's actually wow. I'm surprised you actually been out here doing that much.
It's just like every now and then I'll mash for like half hour, an hour.
Because I've never seen you playing Akatsuki, but I hear you talk about it a lot.
Yeah, like real talk, like I probably play him the most out of any of my characters right now.
It's freaking Mika time for me. If I'm not like drawing, and it's like nighttime and I'm not playing a game with someone else, because like because sometimes I play like Dragon Ball Fighters with Hana, and I usually don't stream that because it usually doesn't last long because one of us gets mad really fast, and by someone I mean me, because that game sucks.
Hey, but it's fun.
It is fun until it sucks.
Just don't be the one that's having the bad time.
Bro, sometimes I have a good time and I still get mad. Like, they actually designed that game so well in the case that everything is so fucking insane that there's always something to be pissed off at.
Yep.
There is never not a point where I'm not mad.
What team are you playing these days?
Right now, I'm rocking Jiren because they did him good. Jiren is doing some mad damage. He ignores assists really well. And then I've got like UI Goku and Z Broly. I'm a fucking asshole.
Oh my god, your team's fucking degenerate. Like I can't talk because.
But then there's like so many war crimes. It's like Gogeta everything. Like Baby can actually zone in Dragon Ball Fighters, and I hate it.
Yep.
I think Vegito's 5M is one of the
using...
longest buttons in the game. It literally, like, full camera zoom. Vegito's 5L gets halfway to you. 2 5Ms will always catch you, no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's longer than Krillin's 5H, which was like a huge meme back in the day. It's shorter than that.
Yep.
And then Vegito everything else.
Yeah, Vegito is so good. He's honest mids Vegito, and he's so good at mashing.
He's actually a bit too good at mashing, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. I'm just out here with honest command grabs with 21 Z Broly and base Vegeta.
Bro, 21 is I think she's peak BGs.
She's so good, man. Look, the fact that her 2S like brings her up, so like people's mash is just straight whiff.
Why is her assist a Broly ball, but it's like 3 times faster?
Yep.
Why is that little ass fucking chicken nugget a beam? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and don't forget like the other thing about her 2S. So besides the fact that she like hops back to do it, so like it invalidates mashing, even anti-fireball mashing, it invalidates it. If someone like somehow like jumps or super dashes, she can cancel that 2S on whiff into her air command grab and just get your ass.
Oh my god.
She is some BGs and it's amazing.
Friggin' Jiren being able to like do his little shoulder press and just like ignore assist is really good. Like every time I think someone's gonna do something, I just shoulder press, call my own assist, and they made his corner stomp so good, dude. He is killing people.
Yeah, I've been like kind of wanting to go back. I've been wanting to go back to adult Gohan. Now that his level up system is worth it.
Now is a great time to play adult Gohan, man. He's living.
So like for those
he's not like season 0, but oh my god.
For those that don't know, like his current level up system, well, it used to be that the only levels that mattered were level 1 and level 7. At level 1, you just gained like machine gun punch, and that was basically it.
Teleport.
Yeah, and the teleport. And at level 7, you got you gained reverse beat, and like reverse beat is good, but it wasn't worth getting up to level 7. Now, at level 1, you get the machine gun punch and the teleport. At level 3, you get an extra air dash. At level 5, you get reverse beat. And at level 7, you can cancel specials into specials.
Including his DP.
Which means you can wake up DP, on block, cancel into just his lightning legs, and be plus.
I watched... It doesn't even matter for plus. You can make yourself minus because you still have a DP. I watched Wawa fight this Goku Black, and he did DP light legs, and he looped it like 8 times. And the Goku Black was like, "I'm gonna level 3 this DP," and then he lost to the fucking DP. I was like, "Man, this game sucks."
And also, so adult Gohan's 3C or 3H, is frame 1 head involvement. Not even the 2. Yeah, it's not even 2Hs are that good. 2Hs are frame 4. His 3H is frame 1.
I guess I kind of get it because it's like you can't do it while down backing, but damn 1. Oh my god, I need to play him, dude.
Yeah, dude, adult Gohan is fucking sick, and like the fact that he gets the second air dash means you can like be hella mixing people with like IAD cross up air back dash and hit them same side.
You run freaking Gogeta Gohan, you just keep double dashing people, man.
Yeah. And then like, you're a uni player, so you would already be able to like really abuse the shit out of his reverse beat. Because his reverse beat in a game that is built for frame data to not have it means that shit is even better.
Yeah.
Like uni reverse beat is balanced around the fact that everything is minus. But in DBFZ, doing reverse speed, like, yeah, you're gonna be plus always.
I actually can't believe like half this that game is so like I think what they try to do is they made every character so crazy that as long as like you're the one doing the stuff, it's fun, and it's just like the highs and lows of Dragon Ball FighterZ are actually incredible.
Yeah, like I really like how it is right now because it used to be that
like this game freaking blew early.
Yeah, the problem with Dragon Ball early on was you always had the case of why play X character when other character has the same kit but better. Now, like legit, everyone is unique. Everyone has busted shit, and it is just a really good time.
Especially with them bringing in more like mechanics. Though I think they brought in too many defensive mechanics in particular. I think that some of the other ones are good, like the hard Z change they did for like special cancels is especially good. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, like wake up DP into the tag into a combo. It's so good.
So Twister, the reason that Gohan's, it's hard to tell how old Gohan is because the naming convention is kind of weird. So Kid Gohan was like 8. Teen Gohan was actually not a teenager at all. He was actually like 11 or 12. And then Adult Gohan was 16. So Adult Gohan is actually a teenager.
Yeah, because like when they should have just named him like Mystic Gohan, because that's what he was.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was when he was like in high school. Because like the Great Saiyaman arc was like him going to school, trying to be a student, and trying to superhero on his off time.
They were doing like a slice of life until the ratings dictated that Majin Buu needed to show up.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then the ratings also dictated that Gohan needed to lose.
Videl, I don't know how good she is right now, but they finally made her dodge not suck. Because like she doesn't
I can't believe it took them so long to do that.
Yeah, I somewhat get it because a frame one button dodge is a scary hard thing to balance.
Yeah, that's why they gave it to UI Goku.
Yeah. But like now at least with Videl, since she can cancel the dodge into her DP, like she has at least a reward for it. It used to just be terrible.
And on a balance standpoint, it's still fine because since it's technically a DP starter, that's good for health purposes because 100% of the damage you take from a DP combo is blue health that you can regenerate.
Yep.
So it still works out. If you get the person out, she still feels like she gets punished by that. So she just has to make sure to keep them down and stop them from doing that.
Oh, speaking of DPs, shoutouts to SSJ Vegeta's air DP that is an M starter for some reason.
SSJ?
Yeah. his air DP. So like, you know, like most people like kind of struggle to like get reward off of checking super dashes.
Mm-hmm.
SSJ Vegeta gets an M starter and it's frame 1 invincible to it.
I did not know that. Like, is it just the air one?
Yeah, it's just his air DP. It's just the same DP but in the air, and it's an M starter.
That's freaking crazy. I play Blue Vegeta more than SSJ though. Is the problem?
The thing is, the game has so many good characters.
There's some characters that make you like it's not like, oh, I'm hopeless if I'm not playing this character, but you play a character, you play some like super just like dumb shit, and you're like, man, I could be doing that.
Yeah.
But you can still figure out like your own team. Like the fact that there's so much like crazy team synergy is insane. Like I saw a combo where somebody was playing, I think it was SSJ. It was Gotenks. It was Gotenks, Broly, and base Vegeta. What he did is he did like die missile barrage from Gotenks, and when he did that, he hard tagged Broly in, and then he did the slow version of his level 3. And then he air command grabbed him and then called in base Vegeta. Base Vegeta grips him off the ground and then level 3s him again. And I was like, all right.
Yeah, there's so much to explore with that game. It's sick. Like the only reason I don't play it more is because delay based game, and I don't want to like play much of that. But I have a good like local offline DBFZ community here in Seattle. So like I have it good.
DB Fighters' net play feels a lot more unstable than other delay games too.
It's the PC version is especially unstable.
It's so unstable that I lag in the lab.
Yeah, like it's really, really bad. You just, and like considering how much that game can swing, like it's just feels it feels worse than Uni, honestly. To like have net play shit happen and then have you just start getting steamrolled.
Like I play the game with God Hunter a lot, right? And like we'll just be like chilling in a Discord call, and then one of them is running offense, and the person on defense, if it starts lagging and they feel the frame delay, one of us just starts going, "Oh!" Like we just start yelling. We're just like, "What's happening?"
Yeah. Like the thing about the PC version of the game is the frame timing is inconsistent. So I forget how like people have like recorded it, and like it consistently will like have it start having inconsistent frame timings after X amount of time, and then it will recover. But still, like that is a guaranteed point in a match where you are going to like lose your inputs. And
it's
feels
real
terrible.
bad, especially since like Dragon Ball games last so long. You're always gonna hit that timer.
Yeah, you're always gonna hit it once, probably twice, in just one game. Like, there's no escaping it. So yeah, like I just mash that offline mostly. I'll play it a little bit online, but like I'm not as committed to competing in that game, so I'm not as willing to put up with the net play.
I'm definitely a for fun player with that one.
Same. Like in general, I like to think that I'm a like I don't know if I would call myself a conservative player, but like I try to have logic behind most of the decisions I make when I'm like playing Uni. In Dragon Ball, I will like deep dash and level 3 as my Oki option and just have it hit.
That's
just
the best thing
because
about fighters.
like I'm just there having fun with friends with that game.
Like some of the options you weigh, and it's like Kid Buu is totally gonna just do like EX Boo Ball and just like fucking mix the shit out of me with an assist. But I have a feeling that for like no fucking reason it's gonna be a Ki Blast. You just super dash like on a whim.
Yeah, and it's like I don't know.
And sometimes it works, and you're like, man, that was dumb as fuck. I'm killing him.
Sometimes you know you mash your slow ass button, it works. Your friend like turns around like, why the fuck you mash there? And you just have to look them dead in the eye and say, because I felt like you were a bitch.
Yeah. That's really what it comes down to. It's like something in my gut told me you were not shit at this moment in time. And damn, lo and behold, you ain't shit. Look at you, look at your dead ass on the ground over there. Like, get the fuck out of here.
We've been saying we were gonna end this stream for like hours now. But yeah, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
Next time it turns into podcast, we just gotta like turn on some like lo-fi music in the background.
Yeah, I'll definitely get some set up next time. I'll make a playlist. We get the all the lo-fi remix of the Uni soundtrack, and then just some other lo-fi, just like mixed in there. Make it last like 2 hours.
Yeah, some lo-fi of the Melty tracks too.
oh yeah. Once again, I can't thank you enough for freaking sticking by so long today. You definitely made this stream a lot more fun for me.
Like I wouldn't have stayed this long if I wasn't enjoying myself. So.
Oh my god! It's 2 a.m. I just realized. I was like, the streams are going on a while. I didn't look at the actual time. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's like almost midnight over here for me. I should really get going to bed.
Yeah, me too, man. Oh my god. About to pop some melatonin because I'm actually not sleepy. This is bad.
Yeah,
this is
neither
how
am
bad
I.
sleep schedules happen.
All right, let's end it before we get on another tangent.
All right, but before I do that, I'm about to chill for a quick second. Bam. I've got a Discord server. If anybody that's here wants to join it, go ahead and do so. I'd like to, I'm trying to build it up a little bit more so I can interact with y'all some more. We're going to do a stream like this next Saturday. I'm going to try to do this at least once a week. And Saturday is the day I'm thinking of so far. So please do stay tuned for that if y'all like Uni and just stuff like this more often. I'll try to stream fighting games more too, but I can't promise that as much, but Saturdays, I got y'all. Let me see if there's anyone that's actually streaming anything at the ripe hour of freaking
You might like it's starting to become morning time in Japan, so you might get that.
I have a few crazy friends that are actually awake at these times too. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no. I forgot that since I reset my cookies, I have to actually do my Twitch authenticator to sign back in, and my oh
Let me see if I can find.
I still got my
for
phone.
You.
I haven't been signed off on my phone. I've got the secrets. Let's see here. We have freaking. Yo, you trying to watch someone play Tony Hawk Underground 2?
Oh yeah, there's that. If people are wanting more Uni, there's Clear Lamp is currently playing.
Is it just a Clear Lamp? Are there any numbers in his name?
I don't see numbers in his name. It's Clear Lamp O.
Clear Lamp O.
Yeah. I'm just gonna copy and send it to you. So that is the Twitch channel.
We got him. All right. Once again, thank you so much to all of the people that are here. I'm glad that that y'all enjoyed yourselves. You made the stream awesome. Every single one of y'all. It kept me going for 8 hours. So props to that.
You put in a fucking shit.
I appreciate all the follows too. I hope you guys do stick around for the next Saturday. And once again, my Twitter inbox or just Discord, whichever one you want, hit me with VODs. I can put them together and have it more so prepared for these things on Saturday. Like there's still plenty of footage to go through, but it just helps to have it, like if it's something you personally want me to look at, like, you know, I don't mind doing that for you guys. But please do enjoy Clear Lamp. Stretch before I get up. I will. Thank you.